Something went off inside my skull like a smoke alarm at 3 in the morning, and I realized I had stopped breathing about 4 seconds ago. The book on the desk was still open, gold lamplight, dust turning over in it, a page that smelled like a wet cellar, and in front of my eyes, hanging there in the air where no sane object should hang, a line of text. You have confronted the taboo. Divinity saving throw required, 10. Your result, 12. Exemption successful. You are immune to this mental pollution. I sat back very slowly. There was cold sweat on my forehead, and my hand was still on the page, one finger under a line I had been reading like a man eating peanuts. Just one more page. Just one more page. That is the exact voice a thing uses when it is trying to move into your head and redecorate. 12 against 10. I passed by 2 points. 2. In about 4 minutes, I was going to open a history book and learn that everyone in this town, myself very much included, was scheduled to die before sunrise. Tonight. That is not a figure of speech, and it is not foreshadowing. There was a date, and the date was today. Half an hour is my entire history in this body. Before that, I was not a priest. Half an hour ago, I was a man in a chair with a headset on, and my guild had just put down the Abyss Calamity Dragon, world first. 1,200 people had tried that fight, and we were the ones who got it, and I walked into the Hall of Sin to claim the limited reward before anybody else could, and the screen went white, and then I was here. Here being a small stone room, a cot, a window with the shutter half off, a calendar on the sill with days crossed out in someone else's handwriting, and a body that was not mine, in a robe that was, apparently, mine now. I did what any reasonable person does. I tried to log out. Game settings. Struck through. Exit game. Struck through. Production team credits, which was helpfully available in case I wanted to spend my final hours reading the names of the people who did this to me. Grass. A type of plant. That is a joke you have to be Chinese and online to get, and there was nobody here to get it, which honestly summed up my situation. Then I noticed the little red dot on the mailbox. Successfully claimed. The Abyssal Scripture. Genesis level item. 1 copy exists in the world. The complete knowledge of the path of the abyss. My reward had come with me, not my account, not my level, not my gear, not my 4 years of grinding, just the one thing I had reached out for at the exact second the world ended. Thank you, nature. No, I mean the mailbox. And then I opened my own panel, and the panel is where it stopped being funny. Kai Shen Yu, level 1. Normal NPC, rank, awakened, health, 50, mana, 36, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5, wisdom 9, divinity 12, perception 7, resistance 5, and luck 1, 1, not a typo, 1, first path, radiance, first level, main class, apprentice priest, level 1, 3 skills, all of them the kind you get for showing up, and under it, a line of flavored text some designer wrote at 2 in the morning, which said that these ubiquitous little priests are only 1 step away from being charlatans. I was not in my own account. I was in the body of some empty background NPC who happened to share my name, in a town I had seen on a map, in a game I had played for 4 years, at a point in the timeline, 189 days before the servers opened. But there were 2 talents on that panel, and one of them had no business being there. Heart of Apocalypse, legendary, unique, the Forsaken One, rare, sitting under it like a footnote. Heart of Apocalypse lets a person hold paths that are supposed to cancel each other out. Glory and Abyss in the same body, light in one hand and the thing under the world in the other. In 4 years of playing, I had never seen it drop for anyone. The description called it a gift of the Ring of Apocalypse, which was a very pretty way of saying that something enormous had decided I was interesting. And at the bottom of the description, in the same calm font as everything else, it mentioned that a priest once awakened the heart of Apocalypse, but ultimately could not escape the fate of death. I read that twice. This lunchbox priest. This tragic little footnote priest who awakens the legendary talent and then dies to establish tone. That seems to be talking about me. The thing about being a background NPC is that the game is very honest with you about your prospects. I checked. I was not even an interactive NPC. Not a quest giver, not a vendor, not the guy who says one line about the weather. By the time version 1.0 opened and 6 million people logged in, Kai Shen Yu had been dead so long that nobody had bothered to write down how, and Dawntown was not on the map. I want to be precise about this because it is the part that got my legs moving. Dawntown does not appear in version 1.0. What appears in that spot is Dusktown, and Dusktown has an in-game description that I could recite in my sleep because I had farmed the place for 2 weeks straight. The town, once ravaged by the evil syndicate Thorns of Blood, has lost its dawn, leaving only the mournful cries of the dead. The shadow of resentment lingers, and the bleak twilight never ends, which is flavor text for a permanent undead spawn point, which is flavor text for everybody here. I went and pulled a book off the shelf, because the previous owner of this body had been the sort of person who kept books, and I found the entry in about 4 minutes. The Origins of the Dusktown Cataclysm. Event name, the Blood Disciple Invasion. 2 blood disciples enter the town at midnight, and everything after that is a list of numbers. Date, the 18th of July, 767 of the apocalyptic calendar. I remembered that date for a stupid reason. The 18th of July was my birthday in the life I had just lost. I used to make jokes about the game handing me a massacre for my birthday. Then I looked at the calendar on the windowsill. The previous Kai Shen had marked off his days with little circles, one per morning, neat as a man counting down to something good. I counted the circles to the end. Today was the 18th of July. Holy crap. An evil society is going to invade my town tonight. And I knew why, which is worse than not knowing, because it removes the option of hoping they get lost. They were coming for a defector. A woman named Lyra who had walked out of Thorns of Blood carrying something of theirs. That was tonight's errand. What made Dusktown was what they found by accident while looking for her. Something old and sealed and asleep under this town, which they decided to wake up and put a leash on, using the entire population as the key. 2 men were coming tonight. Just 2. The scouts. The rest of the syndicate came later, once the 2 of them sent word that the ground here was interesting. So I had until midnight, a level 1 priest with 1 luck, and a book on my desk that had just tried to eat my mind. I went out with the robe off, because a priest's robe in this town is a name tag, cotton scarf up over the mouth, white hood down low, nothing visible but the eyes. Dawn Town at dusk is genuinely lovely, and I hated that. Houses painted like somebody spilled a pallet down the hillside, blue shutters, a yellow door, laundry going gray in the last of the light. Old women arguing about bread. It looked nothing at all like the ruin I had run dungeons through, and that gap sat in my chest the entire walk. The shop I wanted was in a dead-end alley with a sign that had given up. Kale Blacksmith Shop, swinging on 1 hook in the wind. 3 quiet knocks, not 4. 4 is a customer. 3 is a customer with a problem. The door opened on an old man whose face was more soot than face, with thin hair full of red and gray dust, and lines cut so deep they looked like erosion. "What do you want?" he said. "Do you have a permission?" Ahem. Nolan Empire law says dangerous weapons require a possession permit. The church has standing paperwork, and I could have flashed church credentials and walked out with whatever I wanted. I did not want a paper trail with my name on it the night my town was scheduled to die. "I know the rules," I said. "I'll pay double." He looked at me for about 3 seconds and then stood aside, which is the entire vetting process on the gray market and also why the gray market works. I bought 2 short flintlocks, a black steel dagger, a bronze ring, 2 mana potions, 1 life potion, a stack of silver plates, and 2 gray wolf hides. He added it up on his fingers. 3 gold Nolan, doubled on the restricted items, 5 gold and 1 silver. I put 6 gold on the counter and waited for change. He pushed 1 coin back across the wood with 1 black finger and did not look up. "You know the rules," he said. "I'll give you a discount." That coin sat there between us, and I understood something I had not planned on understanding tonight. Kale was not a set piece. In 4 years of the live game, Kale was the blacksmith in Dusktown. Kale was the only person who walked out of what happened here. The only one. I picked up the coin, said thank you, and went home to build guns. Back in my room, I laid it all out on the floor and looked at it the way you look at a hand of cards that is not going to improve. 2 flintlocks, 1 dagger, 1 bronze ring, 3 potions, silver plates, 2 wolf hides. Against that, 2 Transcendents of the Crimson Lotus, second path, one of them a level 13 with combat stats hidden behind question marks. Running was the smart-sounding option, and I threw it out in about 10 seconds. This town was my starting village. It was the only place on this continent where I had a bed, a name, a supply line, and a blacksmith who gave me a discount. A tactical retreat costs more than it saves when the thing you are retreating from is going to own your only base by morning. Also, and I want to be honest here, I had spent 4 years learning exactly how these people fight. It's just an evil society. Just tear it down. Thorns of Blood in my old life were a top 3 annoyance for new players and the undisputed champions of doing horrible things slowly. They ran the early game syndicate content, and they were built to counter exactly what I had. A first-level glory priest with a healing spell and good intentions. Straight up, I was confident I could take one of them, but the Abyss could make sure neither of them ever went home. That was the whole calculation. Nobody on the continent of Fanor had ever seen the path of the Abyss. Not the Church, not the Empire, not the syndicates, not the 8 recognized paths. It did not exist here as a concept. Whatever I did with it tonight, nobody would be able to name it, which meant nobody could counter it or trace it. I just had to survive reading the book. So first I prayed, which sounds pious and was in fact accounting. His name is Sunforging. His birth is glory. His kingdom is the eternal kingdom. 3 times, and each one paid out. 36 experience, 30 more, a prayer buff worth 20% to everything glory, and a duplicate effect notice for the third one. 102 experience total, which was enough to push me from apprentice priest 1 to 2, which gave me 1 free attribute point, which I dumped straight into divinity. 13. And for about half a second, somewhere very far above the roof of my little stone room, something noticed me, not with interest, the way you notice a moth. Then I opened the abyssal scripture and started gambling. Page 1 wanted 8 divinity. I had 13. It opened and something burned itself onto the inside of my soul, a 7-pointed star with black light bleeding out of the lines, and I got abyssal engraving level 1 and a secondary profession I was fairly sure would get me executed if anyone read it out loud. Abyss attendant level 1. Page 2 wanted 10. Soul manipulator. Familiars, sacrifices, soul fusion, success scaling off the strength of the soul in question. I filed that under useful and terrifying. Page 3 did not tell me what it wanted before I touched it. That is the part I want you to sit with. It let me put my hand on it first and then quoted the price. 12 divinity. I had 13, by exactly 1 point, earned by praying 9 minutes earlier for entirely different reasons. Abyssal beast summoning, level 1. You made the right bet. Yes, this is it. Abyssal beast summoning is the keystone of the abyss at first level and the last thing you learn before the second path, and it had exactly one problem. It needs a medium, a soul strong enough to build a body around. I did not have one of those. I was going to be handed 2 of them at approximately midnight, which is the kind of supply chain you can only build if you already know the ending. So I worked. I took the black steel dagger and used it as a carving knife on the flintlock barrels, cutting Radiance inscription into the metal in thin gold lines. It's not that I can't afford a carving knife, it's just that a dagger is more cost-effective. Half an hour a gun, equipment name, judgment, grayish crude, musket, extraordinary weapon, 10-second reload, 1 shot, strength +3, agility -1, judgment shot, 150 to 200% physical plus 100 to 150% magic, capped at 100, ignores defense reduction, doubles on a vital point. Poor quality, 10% damage penalty, breaks after 3 hits, durability, 3 of 3. Note, crude and inferior, yet still a formidable weapon, created by Kai Shen Yu. I did the math out loud like a lunatic. Plus 3 strength put my physical attack at 16. 1 shot was 38 to 54 of holy light damage to something with 110 health. Then I built the second one, because a gun that breaks after 3 hits is not a weapon, it is a coupon. And here is the thing I did not do. I did not level up any further. I had experience sitting right there and I left it sitting, because kill rewards in this world scale off the gap between you and the thing you killed, and I wanted that gap to be a canyon. Pretending to be weak and incompetent is also part of the plan. Last, the wolf hides, abyssal engraving, cut with a silver plate that went soft and ran like mercury the moment the pattern took. Etched wolf hide, semi-finished product. The bronze ring went next to them as the sealing material. Outside my window, the blue had gone out of the sky. While I was scratching patterns into dead wolves, 2 men were walking through the black forest north of town, and I want you to hear this part because it is the last time either of them sounded confident. Black cloaks, dark red pupils. Moving fast and making no sound at all, which is a second path thing, and is genuinely unsettling to watch. Do you think that traitor Lyra is really in this town? The younger one said. You have overstepped your bounds, Gareth. You should not doubt the judgment of the Lord. And then the wind changed and came off them smelling like a fish market in July, and something spoke through it. An old voice, not quite words, the kind of sound that arrives already inside your ears. Don't doubt. Don't doubt. You are my eyes. You are my blade. Set aside your distractions. Find and bring back the 2-faced puppet stolen by the traitor. Both of them stopped walking and bowed to nothing at all, and both of them said, as you wish, in the flat voice of men who have watched what happens to people who say anything else. Their master had 2 eyes in the world tonight. By sunrise, he was going to have none. I set up behind a broken section of the old wall at the edge of town, where the last houses stop and the dark forest starts, and I put my back against the stone and turned the shutter of my lantern all the way down. Darkness is the best camouflage in the world, and it is free. Everything else that night cost me money. 4 red points came out of the tree line in my detection, 2 men and whatever it is that walks with them, and the smell rolled ahead of them like something out of a barn. Victor Ashworth, level 13, common NPC, rank transcendent, health 110. Strength and agility hidden behind question marks, which is not a mercy. That is the panel telling you those are the numbers that will kill you. Constitution 11, which was double mine. Crimson Lotus, double path. Gareth Thorne, level 11, a little softer, health somewhere over 100. They stopped 40 meters from my wall to have an argument, and I got to listen to it, which was the single luckiest thing that happened to me all night. You go into the town alone, Victor said. If you die, or if you don't return by dawn, I will report your death to the Lord. Why, said Gareth, and his voice went up. What if I really run into Lyra? Are you sending me to my death? I am the Lord's hand-picked thorn, said Victor. If you don't go, I will kill you right now. I have the ability and I have the right. Hehehe. Then he softened, the way a man does when he has won, and handed the kid a small white bone whistle. If it goes badly, blow this, and I will lend you my power. Gareth took it and went toward the lights of my town, and Victor stood there alone in the dark, pleased with himself, listening to the boy's footsteps get smaller. Unbeknownst to Victor, a black gun barrel had been pointed at the back of his head for the last 90 seconds. I shot him in the back of the skull. Bang. 41 base, holy light, vital attack, 82 actual. His health went from 110 to 28 in the time it takes to blink. He did not fall down. Half his head was gone, and the edge of the wound was shining gold where the holy light had cauterized it, and the thing still standing in the dark turned around and roared, and his one remaining eye filled up dark red. Glory, he said. Ho ho, glory. Dark red mist came pouring out of his right hand and packed itself into a scythe, and the blade of the scythe was covered in eyes, and every one of them found me. He was not panicking. That is the part I respected. He had done the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said a flintlock takes 10 seconds to reload, and he needed 4 to cross the ground between us. He came at me already smiling, because he knew exactly how this ended. He was right about the reload. He was wrong about the number of guns. Bang! The second judgment had been in my left hand under the robe for the entire conversation. I did not raise it. I did not aim it. I burned a hole through my own sleeve firing it, and there was a hole the size of a bowl in the right side of his chest, and the health bar went to 0 while his scythe was still coming down. What does it mean to be well prepared and have nothing to fear? It means you get to be boring. It means the fight is a formality you scheduled hours ago in a stone room while doing math. I stood there with gray smoke coming out of a hole in my own robe and my hands shaking hard enough that I nearly dropped the gun. Then I made myself walk over and do the ugly part. Soul manipulator. Out of the bronze ring, pale violet ribbons unspooling like something underwater. Half of them pinned the body. The rest gathered into the shape of a hand and reached into his chest and took hold of the pale red thing turning over in there, and pulled. His soul came out slow, the way a splinter does. I sealed it in the ring, and then I turned around and was extremely sick against the wall. I had killed a man, not a mob, not a health bar with a loot table. A man who had a rank and a master and an opinion about his co-worker, and I had taken his soul out of his body afterward and put it in a piece of jewelry so I could use it as building material. When a person is killed here, they die. And their soul might not even get to stop. This world was 1,000 times more terrifying than the one I lost. I gave myself about 40 seconds. Then I put it down somewhere I could not reach it and got back to work. I left the body where it fell. He was in full cult dress. Nobody investigates a dead blood disciple in a ditch outside a border town. They just quietly thank whoever did it. And the lead ball in his skull carried no supernatural signature at all. Nothing to trace, nothing to read. That is exactly why I engraved the guns and not the ammunition. There was an abandoned house on the west edge of town with a roof and no neighbors, and I did the summoning there by one candle. The wolf hide went flat on the floor. I put my palm over the etched pattern and pushed Victor's soul down into it. The hide came alive under my hand. It bucked. It flexed like something breathing, and the engraved lines went from silver to a dark, oily shine that I did not like at all. I had no timer, so I counted heartbeats. At 108, violet mist blew out of the pattern in a column and folded over into a cocoon the size of a bathtub. That counts as a success. The highest failure probability in the whole process is the moment the soul settles, and it had settled. And then came the best part. Time to open blind boxes. The cocoon cracked like a windshield. What came out first was a paw, black going into red, wider than my 2 hands together. Shadow-eating wolf, level 18, contract abyssal beast. Threat level, dangerous. Health 120, physical attack 28, perception 14, shadow eating. An attack made against the target's shadow counts as an attack made against the target. Devour the abyss, consumes strength and souls. Contract beast, cannot exceed the contractor's level by more than 10. Level 18, I was 10. It was double the size of a normal wolf, and the front half of it was solid muscle while the back half trailed off into phantom smoke and red mist, and its eyes were gold, and it had eaten a man's soul 9 seconds ago. It walked over, sniffed my knee, and licked my boot. I put my hand in the fur behind its ears. The fur felt like standing too close to a fire, except soft. A woo, it said. It felt like petting a husky with an unusual coat. I tried out names. Shugo. It kept looking at me. Little Ha. A woo, it said, in a different tone entirely, and I have never in my life been more clearly told no by an animal. Fine. From now on, I'll call you Garm. The tail went. The whole back half of it, smoke and all, wagged. I had a war beast. I had 11 minutes. While I was naming a dog, Gareth Thorne was bleeding in an alley on the other side of my town and having a much worse evening than either of us had planned. I got there in time to hear the end of it. Damn it, he was saying to nobody. Damn, Victor, what bone-breaking whistle. What power you lent me. I blew that damn whistle and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. The whistle draws power from its source, and its source was lying in a ditch outside the north wall with a hole in his chest, and I had personally arranged for that about 11 minutes earlier. He had walked into town and walked directly into Lyra. I should be clear that this was not the plan. This was the defector he had been sent to hunt, and she had not been waiting to be hunted. She had been waiting for hunters, which is a completely different posture. She had taken Gareth apart and let him run, and she was following the trail he was leaving to see whether anybody came to collect him. So there were 3 of us in that alley by the end. He just did not know it yet. Gareth's whole thing was bloodbaths. Drink enough and he could go back and fight her again, and he was down to hunting for a refill, which is a strategy right up until you pick the wrong person. He saw my candle in the alley and made a small happy sound. This is the prey that walked right into the trap. His nails went black, his face folded in on itself. 2 teeth came down long and threw off a dark green shine like old metal under the blue moon, and he came off the eve head first, upside down, like a bat, because these people commit to a theme, and below him was a young priest in a plain robe holding a candle, who did not run. That should have been his warning. Nothing that is actually prey stands still. Then something came out from behind me and hit him in midair. No, to be precise, it was a red dog. Garm took him sideways out of the air and opened his stomach with a swipe, and the 2 of them came down in a heap of trash cans, and I watched a second path transcendent lie there for 1 full second with the exact expression of a man doing sums. I was injured because of a dog. The panel told me the rest. He had come into that alley with 62 of his 100+ health because somebody had already been through him. Minus 18 from the claws. 44 left. He made the right read, actually. He ignored the wolf entirely and jumped straight at my throat because the priest is always the answer. At 2 meters, I put the second judgment against him and fired. 44 base, vital point, 88. He landed at my feet and stayed there. I did not relax because I could count. Somebody had taken half that man's health before I ever saw him, and that somebody was still in my town. There was a sound like wind chimes, then metal cutting air, then a blue flash, and I got my arm up on pure panic and something opened a scratch across the back of my hand. Attack from Lyra Fune. You took 1 point of damage, 1 point, from an ambush, on a level 10 priest. I caught half a glimpse of a cat going up a wall faster than a cat has any right to, and then nothing. Could it be that she just wanted to say hello, and didn't want to reveal her identity, because her attack had just printed her full name across my vision, which she clearly did not know it would do? I looted Gareth, because I am not proud. The bone whistle first. Weeping bone whistle, white, ordinary. It transfers power from a designated source to a designated holder with limits on range and volume. Source, Victor Ashworth. Holder, Gareth Thorne. Both of them dead. The holder field updated while I was looking at it. Kai Shen Yu. The whistle stayed silent in my hand. Using it requires the second path, and in any case it draws from its source, and its source was face down in a ditch. So what I was actually holding was a souvenir. Of course, Gareth never knew his source got killed in the opening round. Then the coin purse. 6 gold, 12 silver, 8 copper, plus consumables. My first pot of gold in this world came out of the pocket of a man who tried to bite me, and that was when Gareth's corpse grabbed my ankle. Holy crap, it's a zombie. I got the muzzle down onto him, and then I stopped, because his eyes were changing. Black to red to violet, and they were not looking at anything. They were burning, the way a fuse burns. His head came apart. I hadn't even fired a shot. Nothing hit me. That is what told me this was not an attack. Every bit of it flew backward, away from me, and gathered in the alley, and started to move on its own, and it built itself a shape. No face, head with nothing on it, arms that ended without fingers, panel, development ritual, status, in operation, threat to you, none. I knew what I was looking at, and I want to be very clear that I knew, because it changes how insane the next 30 seconds were. That was the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, Head of Thorns of Blood. In version 1.0, he is the regional endgame villain, 5-fold path, with a full set of boss-tier legendary talents that put him closer to 6th in practice. He had just burned one of his own men's body and soul to project a shadow into an alley. Tragic, Gareth, tragic. Who are you? The shadow said. I am your father. The whole thing shook. Genuinely shook, the way a bad connection does, and I felt an enormous, distant, ancient rage try to fit itself through a hole the size of a boot print and fail. Hey, you're getting anxious. That's the right thing to do. You, it said. You are very good. We'll give you a chance. Join us. I refuse, you old man. And then I lied, on purpose, with my whole chest. I killed all 3 of the men you sent. I told it. Hey, 3. Not 2. 3. Because there was a woman in this town with his mark on her back and a hunting party coming for her, and if the Lord of Blood Sacrifice believed his traitor was already dead, he would stop looking for her and start looking for me. I wanted him looking at me. I was much harder to find and much more annoying to kill, and, unlike her, I knew what he was going to do next. Then I finished the job properly, because if you are going to move a hunt onto yourself, you may as well make it personal. And you slaves of the throne of destruction, I will burn thorns to ashes and drain your gray blood. I will kill you all, every one of you. Then I shot the shadow in the face and it came apart into wet nothing. It's like showing off in front of the mid-game boss in the beginner's village. This is awesome. For the record, the original version of tonight went differently. In the history I remembered, Victor killed Lyra before dawn, and Gareth blundered into Kale's forge and died there without ever knowing what hit him. I took both of those kills off the board and put them in my own pocket, for the experience and for exactly one other reason, which was that I needed the Syndicate's attention pointed at a target that could move. Behind me, Garm made a small, unhappy noise, because Gareth's soul had gone into the ritual instead of into him. Wasting food. Waste is shameful. First thing I did at home was burn the robe. Blood on it, and a hole through the left sleeve where I had fired a gun through my own clothes. Clothing with holes in it goes in the fire. I have a lot of experience in this regard, and I did not enjoy discovering that about myself. I fed it into the fireplace, sat on the floor in front of it in my undershirt, and watched a piece of my old life curl up and go black, and did not make a joke about it. Here is a thing about this world that I want on the record, because it is the reason I take everything here seriously. The engine underneath it is a nested brain. Every NPC in this world runs an independent consciousness, at human intelligence or above. There is no script under Kale. There is no dialogue tree under the old women arguing about bread, which means everyone I met tonight was a person, including the 2 I shot. Then the mail came in, and it was very hard to stay solemn. Victor Ashworth, level 13, 11 levels above you. 343 base experience. Bonus for defeating a superior target, 110%, 720. Gareth Thorne, 298 base, 90% bonus, 566. Soul Manipulator advanced to level 2, and then the screen changed color. Hidden Quest triggered. Twilight Eternal Night, Hell difficulty. Recommended level 30 to 60, triple path and above. Faction Quest. Objective 1, uncover the true conspiracy of Thorns of Blood. Objective 2, prevent the destruction of Dawntown. Objective 3, destroy Thorns of Blood. Progress 0.1%. Reward base experience 72,000 plus 1 random skill, ability, or talent drawn from the Lord of Blood Sacrifice himself. Boss template, legendary, unique, limited. The kind of thing that does not drop for players, ever, under any circumstances. It smells amazing. It smells so good. He's the chosen one, an NPC with a player panel. Then I looked at the words, Hell difficulty again, and at my own level 10, and the smell got a little further away. That reward was food behind glass, but it was on the menu, and it had my town's name on it, and it was going to take me a while. Then I spent everything I had earned all in one sitting and got exactly as far as the wall. Level 10 is the ceiling of the first path. After that, you need an advancement key, and the keys go bronze for second path, silver for third, gold for fourth, and you need a promotion quest to go with it. A bronze key is not even rare. The church hands them out. I could requisition one tomorrow morning. The requisition has to be signed by my mentor, High Priest Silas Vance, Glory, second path, who had left 3 days ago to run a ritual in the next town over and would be back in 3 more, which is why an apprentice with 1 luck had been left alone in the building. Church rule, at least 1 member of the clergy remains on duty at all times, so 3 days. Meanwhile, strategy. Glory stays outside where everyone can see it, and the abyss never comes out at all. On this continent there are 8 known paths, not 7, not 9. The thing burned into my soul is not one of them, and does not have a name here, and the day somebody gives it one is the day I stop being a priest and start being a heresy with a face. I dumped the experience. Level 3 at 147, level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the last one costing 267, 8 free attribute points. 5 into Constitution, 3 into Strength. Don't ask. The answer is, I'm afraid of dying. I was not going to sleep until my health had 3 digits, and I do not apologize for that. Health 100, Mana 39, Physical 16, Magic 18. First path Radiance. Second path, Abyss path, first level. Sitting there on my own panel like a signed confession. You have reached true transcendence and are 1 step away, and then the game, in its infinite sense of humor, handed me the promotion quest. Purification Altar, normal difficulty. Objective, purify 1 undead creature of level 10 or above, 0 of 1. Reward, 800 experience, 1 skill slot, 1 skill point, 5 free attributes. I read it 3 times. Where the hell am I supposed to find undead monsters? I live in the one town on this continent where nobody has died badly enough yet. Which was, when I thought about it for another 4 seconds, entirely my own fault. I was lying in the dark doing sums when a thought walked into my head that was not mine. Or maybe we should just turn Dawntown into Dusktown. It arrived reasonable. That is the horrible part. It came in wearing the voice I use for logistics, pointing out that a town full of dead people is a town full of summoning material that I would never have to hunt for a medium again, that the history books already said it happened, so really, who was I to argue? I slapped myself across the face with both hands, twice, hard enough that my ears rang. That was close. That was so close. Here is the price nobody puts in the tooltip. The abyss does not install thoughts in you. It finds the ones you already have and turns the volume up. Every tired, mean, 3 a.m. idea you have ever had is a door, and it only needs one of them unlocked, and after that you are not a person using the abyss. You are a component in it, which is exactly why glory stays my first path and always will. Not for cover, for ballast. I went to bed at 3 with a bruised face and a strong suspicion that the diocese was going to send somebody about the 2 dead men in my streets. I was right about that, in a way that turned out to be extremely convenient. A long way east, under a city called Fafnir, on the edge of the pitch-black duchy, a lot of people were having a worse night than me. There is a cave under that city with channels cut into the floor, and the channels all run downhill into one pit in the middle, and if you could see the whole floor from above, the pattern they make is a red lotus about 80 meters across. On an island in that pit there is an altar of dark red crystal, and on the altar sits an old man with no face. One of his robed people came in cheering. "Congratulations, Lord, on personally slaying the traitor and recovering the divine object." There was a puff of red mist, and then there was a damp patch on the stone where the man had been standing. Nobody in that cave reacted. Nobody looked up. Such scenes were commonplace, which is the single most damning sentence anyone has ever written about an organization. A crack ran across the Lord of Blood Sacrifice's blank face. "The Twilight Ritual," he said, "is temporarily suspended." Then he issued a decree to every thorn cell in the Songyuan territory. "Collect blood slaves, as many as possible, as fast as possible. I need new nourishment. Convert them into new blood disciples. I need new fighting strength." The robes filed out, and not one of them said it out loud, but every one of them was thinking it. What did the Lord actually see? He saw an 18-year-old apprentice priest shoot his projection in the face and promise to burn his entire organization down. And he believed it. That is the part I did not find out until much later, and it remains my favorite thing that has ever happened to me. At 6 a.m, I was standing at the front of my own church in a fresh robe and a priest's circlet, leading praise, because I was the only clergyman in the building, and the schedule does not care about your night. People of glory, may Lumina bless you. Lumina is the divine name of the sun-forging one. I had read that name on a loading screen roughly 900 times, and never once said it out loud like it meant something, and now 60 people were watching me do it. Afterward, an old woman patted my arm. "You are so young, but your bearing is almost the same as Father Silas's, and you have only just turned 18. 18, in a body I had been living in for 11 hours. Glory's oracle teaches us to keep a humble heart," I said. "I still have a long way to go." They filed out extremely pleased with me, and I stood alone in the nave holding a book called Listening to the Sound of Radiance, and had the first genuine crisis of the day. In my old life, this exact ceremony was a mandatory login event. 10 minutes of my character auto-playing an animation while I watched anime on the second monitor. Now not only does my body have to serve the sentence, my soul has to serve it alongside. This is hell. Then I felt somebody looking at me, and the problem was that I recognized the feeling. The church was empty. The windows were open a hand's width for the air, and out in the tree across the yard, lying along a branch with its legs hanging down like laundry, was a white cat. Not a stray. Strays do not look at you like that. I had felt that exact weight on the back of my neck once before, in an alley, about 4 seconds before something opened a scratch on my hand and printed the name Lyra Fugan across my vision. I reached for detection. The branch was empty before I finished the thought. What the hell is that? At noon the Holy Arbiters arrived, and the entrance deserves a proper description. The doors opened on a knight in full heavy plate leaning on a two-handed sword, and beside the knight a young priest with a steel warhammer, and both of them wore the badge of the Holy Arbiter on the chest. A woman's voice came out from under the helmet with all the warmth of a filing cabinet. "Are you the cleric who works at this church? Please come with us. This tone sounds like it is arresting a criminal suspect." The priest went pink immediately. "I am sorry. My companion, Pamier, is like that with everyone. This gentleman is not a criminal." "No, actually I am. Miss Pamier has a really good eye for people." I did not say that part out loud. I said something gracious and followed them out, collecting names on the way. Connor Rune, Holy Light Priest, Glory, Second Path, talks constantly and is visibly delighted to be talking. Pamier Scadia, Paladin, Glory, Second path, who did not say another word for 40 minutes after being scolded by her own partner. The situation, per Connor. 2 bodies at opposite ends of town at dawn, one with the skull opened, one punched through the chest. The guard army identified both as Crimson Lotus, which upgrades a murder into a supernatural event, which is why the Songyuan diocese got a letter. And, he added cheerfully, we have neither the motive nor the obligation to investigate who killed them. I arranged my face into respectful concern and thought, they sent 2 second path operatives to a border town where an entire syndicate cell just died. That is minimum staffing. The Holy Court does not actually care what happens out here. Then Pamier spoke for the second and final time that hour and handed me the next 3 days on a plate. The corpses of transcendence that still retain spirituality, she said, are extremely unstable. If an evil entity activates one, or the spirituality mutates on its own, the body gets up. What gets up is a monster. I kept my face. I said that sounded dreadful. Inside my skull, somebody had just solved my promotion quest for me, and it took real physical effort not to ask follow-up questions. Mayor Rupert met us at the warehouse and was oily to the arbiters and cold to me, which I noted without complaint. People believe in distant gods first, and the Holy Court second, and never in the reliable transcendent standing 3 feet away in their own town. That is not a Dawntown problem. That is a people problem. The warehouse was chained and completely empty, which the mayor announced like a man expecting applause. I cleared it out entirely, he said, so the bodies would have nothing to use as weapons. Guards at both ends of the alley. Connor turned on him fast enough that the hammer swung. The greatest danger, he said, lies in the fact that you allowed 2 Crimson Lotus corpses to be laid in the same room. I remember giving that exact advice, said Pamier from inside the helmet. This is dereliction of duty, Mayor Rupert. I will report your negligence to the Holy Court. The mayor went the color of old paper, and I stepped in and saved him. The worst has not happened, my lords. Let us praise glory and set these unpleasant things aside. It cost me 1 sentence. It cost the mayor an entire morning of dread, which he had already paid. The look he gave me changed on the spot from suspicion to something far more useful, and that is the first political operation I ever ran in this world. I bought a town official at retail and did not even have to haggle. Inside, we looked at the bodies. Gareth was clean, spirituality fully dispersed, no trace of a killer, safe to burn any time. Victor still retained a trace of his own extraordinary spirit, not safe to burn, requires observation. Connor told the mayor there was no evidence a transcendent had done any of it, that ordinary men with the right tools could manage, and that if he wanted a real investigation, he should go bother the law hall of the Supreme. Then he waited until the mayor was out of earshot and winked at me. We will come by every day, he said, to check the bodies for spiritual remnants. And there it was. He could have dispersed that trace on Victor in 4 seconds, standing right there. He did not, because dispersing it ends the assignment, and ending the assignment means going home. This pastor wants to legitimately take paid leave in order to slack off. A transcendent is also a person, he said when I raised an eyebrow. A person with a need for publicly funded travel and reimbursement of meals. I asked whether they would be staying at the church or at the mansion. Both of them answered at exactly the same time. Let us go to the mansion. That night, I burned my mana down to nothing on healing and prayer, because casting at empty air still pays experience. And while my hands were glowing, I turned Pamier's sentence over one more time. If either of those corpses becomes undead, my promotion quest solves itself. I did not go anywhere near that warehouse. I want that on the record. I was in my room, in my bed, in a building with 2 holy arbiters within shouting distance. Garm went out the window. There were guards with torches at both ends of that alley all night, and not one of them noticed that the shadows under their own boots had started moving like something poured. He went under the door through a gap you could not fit a letter into. He sniffed Gareth and walked away in visible disgust. Nothing in there but death energy. No meal. Then he went to Victor and breathed out. What came out was a thin thread of smoke, and the smoke was the part of Victor that Garm had never digested. When that wolf eats a soul, he eats all of it, and there is always residue. The malice. The specific, personal, undissolved cruelty of one man sitting in a stomach for 2 days. Undead are made of malice. So we gave Victor his own malice back in a measured dose from a source that had been keeping it warm. The eyes opened dark red. The mouth started working with no sound coming out of it. And across the chest and shoulders, red and violet lines spread and branched again. And if you looked at them for longer than a second, what they looked like was thorns. The dormant spirituality in that body tore its way to the surface. Garm stepped back into a shadow and was gone. Mission accomplished. And I have an alibi, with 2 holy arbiters prepared to testify I was asleep. I woke up to the church bell being beaten to death. Not rung, beaten. When I got downstairs, Connor was standing under it hitting my bell with a warhammer. Kai Shen. Yes, apprentice priest Kai Shen. We need your help. Where is Lord Pamier? Pamier is fighting. He took my wrist and hauled me out through the middle of morning praise, past 40 parishioners who watched their priest get dragged out of his own church by a man with a hammer and who formed some opinions about it that I heard about for a week. The cultists' corpses corrupted into undead, he said as we ran, somehow, and that damned mayor never burned the other one, so the newborn undead ate its own companion's body and is now considerably stronger. What a misfortune, I said, with my entire face arranged into sorrow. Apart from the part where it ate its friend and got stronger, everything was proceeding according to plan. The alley was in pieces and the guards were running the other way, which I consider entirely reasonable of them. The thing in the middle of it stood over 3 meters, wrapped in dark red thorns, and it was hitting Pamir's armor with both fists like a man trying to open a tin. Victor Ashworth, Fallen Necromancer, level 18, health 562, attack 48, 562. I had been aiming for a nice manageable level 10 so I could tick a box on a quest. Instead, I had produced a map boss because he ate the second body. Connor pulled the hammer off his back and went straight in, howling. Connor, that is not the priest Connor, that is the berserker Connor. And me, level 10, physical attack 16, the only person in that alley who could heal. The father of sun forging, the furnace of molten light is revived here. 27 points of healing. It is not much. It is a great deal when it is the difference between a man standing and a man not standing. But healing was not what I was there for. Connor, use Holy Light Spear. Shoot it in the eye. He did it without thinking, which tells you everything about how that man's brain is wired, and a golden spear went into the monster's one remaining eye, and it screamed and clapped both hands over the socket. Yes. Now light burst, cut its ankles. The blast took its feet out from under it, and half a ton of thorns went down sideways into a wall. I watched a grown man discover, in real time, that you are allowed to hit a thing where it is weak instead of where it is nearest. He looked back at me with an expression I can only describe as puppy. I ran the numbers on him constantly. Connor had 140 health and had taken 42, so he could survive 1 clean hit and not 2. I threw the heal, then I threw the life potion on a flat arc and it broke over the top of his head and put 30 back into him. He looked at me like I had invented fire. Then Pamir put up Holy Light Protection, a wall of gold that lifted the monster off its feet and threw it back down the alley, and followed it by holding her two-hander out flat like a step. Connor ran up the blade. She launched him. The hammer came down on its skull for 74 critical, 12 health left, and that was the moment I had been waiting for since the second I read its level. I pulled the black steel dagger and started running. It grew 2 new arms out of its back with hooks on the ends and swung them at Connor while he was still in the air with nothing under his feet. He could not dodge. Pamier could not reach him. He told me afterward what went through his head, seriously, sitting down, so I am including all of it. I never confessed to Miss Evelyn. Captain Julian still owes me 40 gold coins. The picture book in my cupboard. The broken-winged bird. I never burned it. The hooks did not land. He opened his eyes on a black steel dagger buried to the grip in the monster's spine, thrown from 10 meters by a priest with a strength stat of 10, 14 points of damage. It had 12. The whole thing went to ash from the fingertips inward, collapsing toward the chest, and when the ash settled, there was a red crystal sitting in the middle of it. The heart. It grinds down into extremely expensive enchanting powder. Connor sealed it in a square flask with hands that were not steady. "You saved my life," he said. "Thank you for watching its movements so closely." "No. Actually, I was just here to get the last hit." "Everyone is alive," I said out loud. "That is the greatest fortune. I would like to report what happened to Mayor Rupert, purely as journalism." When word reached him that one of the bodies had gotten up, he went to the stable, climbed into a haystack, and refused to come out. All morning. During a monster attack. In his own town. Connor and Pamier set the haystack on fire. The mayor came out of that stable at a speed no one expected, smoking gently, with most of his hair gone and none of his clothes on, announcing to the street that he was guilty and that he deserved this, pursued the length of the main road by 4 extremely annoyed horses who took the opportunity to settle some accounts of their own. "These are all personal grudges," Connor said, watching, with his face shining like a sunflower. "Yes, personal grudges. What you did violates the Holy Court commandments," I pointed out. "You will probably be punished when you report in." "So be it," he said. "It is not the first time." "Ah, he is a repeat offender." Before they left, Pamier said there was something they wanted to tell me, and Connor produced a folded note with a gold seal on it. "Kai Shen Alaric," he read. "Our information shows you have arrived in Dawntown. I want to freeze the frame here. Alaric. My panel says Kai Shen Yu. It has said Hawthorne since the first second I opened it. It said Hawthorne on the maker's mark of a gun I carved myself with a knife. The Holy Court's file on me says Alaric. You have passed our Holy Arbiter assessment, Connor went on, entirely unaware that the floor had moved under my feet, and you are qualified to go further. We formally invite you to join the Holy Court and to join us. And there it was. Connor and Pamir were not investigators who let a local tag along out of kindness. They were headhunters. That is why a first-level apprentice got walked through every stage of a supernatural investigation, handed every detail, and watched the entire time. The normal requirement is second path, plus identity screening, plus political and religious vetting. I was not even transcendent yet. This is very sudden, I said. When you formally step into the extraordinary, Connor said, if you decide to join, Pamier and I will both stand as your witnesses. He put the sealed letter in my hand. I thought about it most of the night, and the argument is worth laying out because it shaped everything after, against the abyss. If the Holy Court ever sees what is carved into my soul, my shelter becomes my executioner, and crushing one Kai Shen would take them an afternoon, and I knew the calendar. In version 2.0, the Crimson Moon, this world feels the abyss for the first time. In 3.0, the abyssal echoes, all 9 paths finally stand in the same room, and the storm starts. Until then, the abyss does not exist here, and my entire safety rests on that one word. 4. I had about a year before any of that. A year of the Judgment War, during which the Holy Court is the strongest roof on this continent and hands out glory knowledge in exchange for merit points, which is dramatically better than my current plan of stealing and lying. And then there was Alaric. Holy Arbiters do not misfile a name. Somewhere in an archive older than this body's memory, I am Alaric. Add the second talent nobody has ever explained to me, the Forsaken One. An empty talent with no stats, which exists for one purpose, which is to mark an orphan. Who knows? One day I might get to find out my own earth-shattering gossip. We are joining. The mail from the alley came in while I was still deciding, and it was obscene. Victor the Corrupted Necromancer, level 18. 588 base experience, 80% superior target bonus, 1058. Dangerous level boss. I had gone out to manufacture a routine walking corpse in order to tick a box and accidentally produced a map boss because I underestimated my own wolf's leftovers. Then a kill reward dropped, which does not normally happen, and what it dropped was a talent, Broken Thorn, normal quality. The description was about a man tormented by thorns who finally cut the shackles off himself and ended his own life doing it, which is a lot of pathos for a small number, but the numbers were the point. 10% more physical damage dealt. 10% of incoming physical damage reflected back at whoever sent it. And here is the mechanic that made me sit up, because it is the engine under everything I did afterward. Talents do not occupy skill slots. There is no cap. There is no loadout. Every talent you ever earn simply stays on forever, stacking onto the last one, which means that theoretically, as long as I am willing to grind, the buffs from talents stack infinitely. Underneath it, in gold letters, Purification Altar, completed, 800 experience, 1 skill slot, 1 skill point, 5 free attributes. The moment I confirmed it, my room went away. I was standing in a star field, the Milky Way overhead, close enough to be indecent. Gray stone steps hanging in the void with nothing holding them up, going somewhere. When I played this game as a player, promotion was a progress bar and a sound effect. I want you to understand the difference. Here I walked up 1100 stairs in the dark with the smell of cold stone in my nose and my own breath in my ears. At the top stood 2 bronze doors, pitted and eaten by time, with 1 enormous lock and 1 keyhole. You do not possess the bronze key. Promotion quest. Bronze Gate. Objective, obtain a bronze key. Reward, advancement to glory second path. The starfield cracked like a dropped plate and I was sitting on my own floor. I am back. For about half a second, I genuinely thought I had been transmigrated a second time, and I would like the record to show I handled it with dignity. 6 free attribute points went into Strength 10 and Wisdom 13. The quest reward pushed my skill slots to 9, and then I looked at what was in those slots and had an unpleasant realization. I had 2 combat options. Basic prayer, basic healing. That is the list. Every impressive thing I had done in 3 days was a gun I built myself, a wolf somebody else paid for, and a knife thrown 10 meters. My actual attacks were flashy basic attacks. Connor had Holy Light Spear and Light Burst. Pamier had Holy Light Protection. I had a hymn and a bandage. There are 4 ways to get a skill in this world. Promotion gives them. A teacher teaches them. A monster drops them. And you can make your own. Making your own works like this. Take a blank scroll. Use an inscription skill to declare which path the result belongs to. Feed in at least 1 extraordinary skill as the core, add materials if you have them, and then pour experience in until it either works or does not. It is the most random system in the game and the most flexible, and in the late game, it is the thing that eats every point of experience a player will ever earn. You can squander a month of work overnight. I searched the church from the bell tower down to the cellar, 3 blank scrolls in the entire building. Rule 1, set before I touched anything. The path label goes on with Radiance inscription, always. A future holy arbiter can only ever be seen holding skills from paths the Empire recognizes. Glory, erudition, the supreme. That is the label on the box. What goes inside the box is nobody's business. Scroll 1. Radiance inscription plus abyssal beast summoning aimed squarely at my wolf. The panel stopped. Not lagged, stopped, and sat there showing me a row of dots long enough that I started sweating, and then it informed me that combining directly opposing paths had no precedent and offered me a success rate of 20 to 50% with a minimum buy-in of 500 experience. I had 2,500 to my name. I paid the 500. The scroll started shaking. Sparks came off the corners. I threw it out the window I had opened in advance for exactly this reason. It went off over the church roof in gold and violet. The first fireworks display Dawntown had seen in years. Beautiful. At 2 in the morning, directly above a building full of holy relics. Failed. Blank scroll lost. 500 experience lost. Grass. For a veteran gamer, scroll explosions are simply something that accompanies you your entire career. Scroll 2. Same combination. Same 500. This time the light did not spike. It folded in on itself and settled, and for a quarter of an hour I sat there watching a golden wolf's head turn slowly inside the image of a sun. Success. Holy Flame Wolf. Glory. Level 1. 5 mana per 60 seconds. 30-minute cooldown. Bathed in the glory of the wolf, descended from the abyss of darkness and reborn in the scorching holy flame. I started laughing in an empty room while reading the effects. Summoning the shadow-eating wolf is replaced with summoning the holy flame wolf. The innate shadow-eating trait is replaced with Holy Flame, which converts all his damage to Holy Light, adds 10% against anything with no resistance to it, and another 10 on top of that against anything actually vulnerable, plus a Holy Light shield worth 30% of maximum health, immunity to Holy Light damage, and 20% off everything incoming. But the numbers were not the point. This was the point. Garm's race changes from Abyss Monster to Glory Holy Beast. I could walk him down the main street in daylight. I could walk him into a church. I could walk him past a holy arbiter and get complimented on him. Garm, come here. Look at the new skin your dad got you. I pulled him out of the Abyss Ruins mid-meal, and he had an opinion about that. Oh woo, he said, in the tone of a creature whose bowl has been removed. Then the spell landed, and the black and the dark red burned off him and came back white and gold. The eyes stayed gold but went deeper. The aura changed from something you run from into something you kneel in front of. He looked like a mountain angel would requisition, and he was still chewing. Holy Flame Wolf, Garm, level 18. Race, Holy Beast. Health 120, plus a 36-point shield. The attributes have not changed at all. I dismissed it. He dove back into the shadow to finish eating, deeply insulted. Last scroll. Nothing after this. Radiance inscription plus abyssal engraving weighted hard toward glory. A gold sun and a violet 7-pointed star wound around each other on the parchment, and the panel thought about it for twice as long as last time. I reasonably suspect I overheated the CPU on the control panel. Success rate 10 to 30%. Minimum buy-in 1,000 experience. I had 1,500 left in the world. There was no version of this where I walked away because there was no 4th scroll. Pay all remaining experience. The light came up brighter than the explosion had, and I braced to lose an eyebrow, and then it simply stopped and held. Successfully created. This skill is a limited level skill and has been recorded in the Ring of Apocalypse. Advent of the Holy Abyss. Glory. Limited. Level 1. Limited means there is no template for it. It does not level up from practice. It grows on its own, in step with the path of whoever owns it, and there is exactly one of it in the world. An area effect with a single line of function, and that line said, Holy Light Erosion. 2 words that should not be able to stand next to each other. I sat on the floor with an empty experience bar, no scrolls, no money, and looked at those 2 words for a long time. By the time I stood up, I already knew exactly which class I was taking at the second path. The morning after, one of my parishioners told me I looked especially radiant today. Really, I said. I have thought of something happy. Then a woman in a plain dress asked very politely whether I had heard a faint explosion somewhere nearby last night. I told her I had thrown some fresh wood on the fire and one of the logs must have had something in it. She took this entirely seriously, nodded, and advised me to switch to coal. Her husband works the coal seam east of town, and she says some firewood genuinely does explode, and I should not feel foolish about it. As expected, being cute gets you through. I said I would ask my mentor about requisitioning coal, and she went away satisfied, and I went away with a lie so good a local had volunteered the supporting evidence. Hooves on the road that afternoon, and a cart pulled up at the church with a saddle on it that was more rust and dense than leather. High Priest Silas Vance. A perfectly ordinary man in his 40s with a waxed mustache who, in a good coat and a top hat, would pass for a merchant who had cheated somebody. He climbed down looking like a man who had been on a road for 3 days. "I am finally back," he announced to the yard in general. "I could have come back sooner. That damned Red Maple City. That damned Lord Corvin. The ritual was over days ago, and that man still insisted I exorcise a demon from his manor. There is not even a demon. Then he took me inside and went down into a cellar I did not know we had and came back with wine. Cellared wine. Churches have things like this. Half an hour later, there was a row of glasses on the table in 3 different sizes, and every trace of his reverence had been dismantled in front of me. As expected, alcohol, works, hick. And then he told me the rest of it, and I stopped finding it funny. The ritual had finished on schedule. Lord Corvin asked him to stay on and deal with the haunting in the manor, unpaid, on the grounds that the ritual fee covered it. There was no haunting. Silas checked. Silas told him so 3 times, patiently, professionally, in the way you tell a client something he does not want to hear. The 3rd time, Corvin started laughing and clapping. "Your performance was truly brilliant," he said. "Congratulations, you have successfully pleased us. You have given the finest entertainment at our dinner tonight." And then the curtain on the 2nd floor gallery was drawn back, and it was full of guests, and all of them had been watching. Silas poured himself a full glass and drank the whole thing without stopping. I did not say anything. I sat there and listened to my teacher tell that story to the tabletop, and I felt my own face go cold. Here is the arithmetic of that dinner, and it is the arithmetic of everything. Somebody wanted to please someone stronger than himself, and the cheapest currency available was a middle-aged priest from a border town who could not refuse. One party's comfort gets built on another party's back. That is not a scandal. That is just how the ledger works. Except this time, the entry on the wrong side was my teacher. I searched my memory for a Lord Corvin and found nothing, which told me something. Red Maple City becomes a major player hub in version 1.0, and there is no Corvin in it. So either the assassins out of the Principality of Thieves get him during the war, or he runs. Then I looked at Silas and did some other arithmetic, the kind you do about a person. A high priest does not get posted to a town of 4,000 people at his age for no reason. The way he talked about the Holy Court, the way he flinched at the word arbiter, the drinking, my teacher used to be one of them. He got put out, most likely for exactly what was on the table in front of us, and they did not strip his rank, they just asked him kindly to go somewhere quiet. So I made myself a promise, and I want it written down, because I kept it. When I have the chance, I am going to go and cause Lord Corvin some trouble. Silas has every reason to want that and no way to do it. I have neither the reasons nor the standing yet, but I will have both. By evening he was sober, and I mean genuinely sober, beard combed, fresh robe, a silver monocle, a new circlet. At that moment, Silas truly did look like a high priest. I reasonably suspected Silas might have logged into the wrong account. "You are not Silas. Who are you?" "Kai Shen," he said. "My disciple. Kai Shen, Alaric. Him too. Everyone in this world has decided my surname for me except my own panel. What happened while I was gone?" I told him about the 2 dead cultists and the arbiters and the corpse that got up in the alley. I left out the part where all 3 of those events were mine. Then I asked, "I would like to apply to the Holy Court for a bronze key. I am ready to formally ascend." He put the monocle down. "Are you sure you are ready?" he said. "Once you step onto the path of transcendence, there is truly no turning back. I am ready. I have already seen that door." He was quiet for a long time. "Go and get the application letter," he said. "Middle drawer, 2nd shelf, the closet in my room." I did not see his face while I was walking away, and he did not intend me to. What was on it was relief and something else underneath it, because he already knew the thing I had not thought about yet. The moment his apprentice becomes a transcendent, his apprentice stops belonging to Dawntown. The Holy Court does not leave talent sitting in a hole in the border. I am already retired, he thought, and Kai Shen does not know that. He still has a long way to go, and I cannot make his choices for him. The letter, when he wrote it, said that apprentice priest Kai Shen Alaric had touched the gateway to the extraordinary, and that his mentor, consecrated priest Silas Vance, applied to the diocese for a bronze key. He pressed his handprint into the bottom of it and said we would hear back in a day or 2. 2 days later, a courier came up the road on a brown post horse with a beige satchel and a gray hood with a gold and white feather in it. "Jasper, of the Holy Court. The letter must be delivered to the cleric in person." I showed him my credentials. He handed it over and went away without another word, which I appreciated. "Application approved. The bronze key has been sent with this letter and may be retrieved using the glory engraving method." Silas went pale. "You got your application approved on the first attempt," he said, in the voice of a man doing subtraction on his own life. "It is exactly like buying lottery tickets for years without winning and then watching a newcomer take the jackpot on his first ticket. At the bottom of the letter, there was a pattern shaped like a square key, sealed with a technique only the higher paths can use, and the password to open it was Radiance Inscription. Nobody warned me about the next part. I got my fingers into the pattern and started pulling, and the letter caught fire at all four corners at once. Not a decorative flame, a real one, bright enough that I could not see the key I was pulling out of it, and my hands were shaking, and the fire was moving toward the middle faster than I was. I got it out. Who on earth was the idiot who invented this? Getting a key is a life or death race. The key was a square bronze rod covered in rust and in symbols nobody has been able to read for a very long time. Do you want to wait a while? Silas asked, or advance now? Teacher, I want to advance now. He took me into the back hall and shut every door and window until the only light in the room was the small flame standing in his palm. Clear your mind, he said. Picture the majestic image of Lumina. I pressed complete. The starfield, the stairs, the two bronze doors. The key went in, and something enormous rolled over on the other side of them like boulders coming down a slope, and light came through the crack and the gate opened. Behind the gate was an ocean, not water, a spirit realm, a whole open sea of spirituality with half-transparent things drifting through it, shifting color as they turned. I walked out onto nothing and rings spread away from my feet with every step, and I got maybe 40 meters before I hit a wall I could not see and could not pass. Not yet, said the wall, without saying anything. Promotion quest completed. Bronze gate. You have lost the bronze key, spirituality ascension. You have advanced to the second path. Level cap raised to 20, radiance inscription advanced to level 2, holy light affinity, spiritual vision, which lets me see the surface traces of spirituality in the material world, which is a nice way of saying I can now see where people have been. And a talent, initiation into the supernatural, rare, primary attribute +5 and secondary +2. Every cell in my body was drinking, greedily, and I let it. Then 3 bronze columns came up out of the floor in front of me, and I had a choice to make. A holy sword, holy knight, pure damage, extremely brutal techniques, a sun, holy light priest, holy art and physical, the generalist, which is what Connor is, a scepter, consecrated priest, pure support, the direct continuation of apprentice priest. I took the scepter without stopping to think, and the column came apart into gold mist and poured into me. Level inheritance, consecrated priest, level 10. Apprentice priest lost, consecrator, the right to perform consecration through the altar ceremony. Consecrated blessing, 20% physical attack, 20% magic attack, 20% defense reduction, and 20% to the target's highest attribute. Pure support, the one that cannot fight. Yes, that is the one I wanted. I came around on the floor of the back hall with Silas hovering over me looking genuinely worried. Did you complete the advancement? I said I had. What I did not say was how it felt, that even standing there as a transcendent, next to that ocean, I was an insect with a one-day lifespan that had briefly been allowed indoors. That feeling is the best thing that happened to me that week. Nothing motivates like being made to feel small by geography. Why the scepter? He asked. I do not like intense conflict, teacher. A priesthood of dedication, guidance, and help suits me best. That was a beautiful lie, and he swallowed it whole. The truth is, holy light erosion. When your one unique area skill turns holy light into something that eats what it touches, the class that multiplies everyone around you is not the weak choice. It is the choice that hits hardest and never once has to explain itself. I also chose priest back then, Silas said, looking at the wall, which means it is hard to learn any holy art that fights head-on. Let me teach you one. He stood up and his whole posture changed. He is the light that shines everywhere. He is the radiance that cleanses the world. A cloud of gold went across the room and hit the old table, and half of that table stopped existing. There was a hole through the middle of the top with the edges glowing. This is holy light annihilation, he said with a lot of dignity. One of the very few offensive holy arts a consecrated priest can comprehend. I will now pass it on to you. Now. I had been sitting on something for 3 days and had not had a chance to use it. The panel has a function for learning skills from an NPC. The cost scales with how close your relationship is. Silas Vance, consecrated priest, level 17, teaches you holy light annihilation, 500 experience. Relationship, deep, 60% discount, 200 experience. Meanwhile, Silas was running an actual lesson, step by step, the way he must have been taught it 20 years ago. Visualize the holy light entering your body, 33%. Feel it becoming hot and pure, like the holy flame standing on an altar, 66%. Now gather it in your palm, 100%. You have learned holy light annihilation. Silas straightened up, extremely pleased with himself. This holy art is not easy, he said. It took me the better part of half a month to master it. Kai Shen, you are a clever student. I think that with sufficient practice you should be able to. And he stopped talking because his student was sitting in front of him holding an identical ball of light. Is that so, teacher? I think I have learned it. Silas said nothing for a while, then he said, ah, then no, then ah. I watched a man develop serious doubts about the entire shape of his own extraordinary career in real time at a table with a hole in it. Then he did something I did not expect. He came out the other side of it and he said, with no bitterness at all, I never realized you had this kind of talent. You are more suited to this than I am. You will go further than I did, which is a very hard sentence for a man to say out loud, and he said it easily. After that, I quietly bought mass healing and purification off him as well, and did not cast either of them where he could see. If a student learns 3 things instantly in a row, that stops being talent and becomes an incident that gets reported. At which point I had, functionally, stripped Silas bare. There was nothing left in him to learn. He took 2 bottles up to his room and I let him. My panel that night read like a different man's. Kai Shen Yu, level 10, rank transcendent, health 100, mana 54, physical attack 20, magic 30, wisdom 15, divinity 18, first path, radiance double, main class consecrated priest level 10, second path, abyss, first level, still sitting there and writing, 7 of 9 path skills, 8 of 9 class skills, 4 talents, 1 of them legendary and unique. You have truly entered the realm of the extraordinary, yet you are still a tiny speck. Thank you. Very encouraging. And then, for the 3rd time in 4 days, I felt somebody watching me. It is time to put an end to this. I got changed for bed at a normal speed, lay down, and made my breathing match a sleeping man's. A quarter of an hour later, the window opened without a sound, and something soft came across my desk. 1 step, 2, 3. On the 4th, I sat up. There was a white cat on my desk with dark green eyes and 2 tails. She turned for the window, which was the correct instinct, and found the worst thing she had ever seen in her life waiting in it. Dark red hellfire and a pair of burning gold eyes. Garm shut the window with 1 paw. Lyra Fune, Blood Disciple, Crimson Lotus, Double Path, level 16. Agility 23, her highest stat by a distance. Perception 20, unique talent. Transformation into a spirit cat with an enormous agility multiplier. What followed was 4 minutes of green lightning against red fire in a room 11 paces long. My chair died. My washstand died. She went up onto the light fixture, and I shot her off it through a pillow, which muffles a flintlock surprisingly well and fills the room with the smell of burnt cotton, and the fixture came down onto a thick rug without making a sound anyone would investigate. Then Garm put his paw down on her shadow. A wound opened on her hind leg with nothing touching it. Attacking the enemy's shadow is attacking the enemy. She could not move a muscle. I detonated holy light annihilation on the floorboards directly in front of her nose. The rug and about a square meter of floor stopped existing. Every hair on her stood straight up and both tails went out rigid. This is a warning, intruder. Release your demonic possession and I might consider sparing your life. Mist. And then a young woman in a black cloak on my ruined floor with her hands up. I mean no harm, so please do not. Click. The second judgment was already against her forehead. Lyra, I know you. You have seen this before. I surrender, she said. I have lost. We can cooperate. No, no. You do not understand the situation. Right now, you are my prisoner. This is not cooperation. This is an interrogation. She went very still, and I watched her recalibrate. A glory priest is supposed to mean sanctity and light and a lecture. What she had was a barrel against her forehead and a wolf behind her breathing on her neck. Take off the cloak. Silver gray hair. A face the color of snow. Pupils that were fluorescent green in the dark. Wary and, underneath the wariness, extremely curious. And I knew her face. Not from this life. From the other one. Index Venia. The Night Reaper. In version 1.0, she is an NPC merchant who, for a fee, unlocks the skill reset function for players, and the source of that service is a divine artifact called the Two-Faced Puppet. Players tried to rob her over the years. All of them failed, every time, because by then she was 5-fold path, and nobody ever got far enough to find out what she actually was. She was sitting on my floor at second path, with a hole burned in the rug beside her. It does not matter how strong Index becomes later. At this moment, she is a second path transcendent in my bedroom. I asked her 3 questions. Why were you watching me? I am curious, she said, about who suddenly appeared and stole my prey, and about who on earth dared to tell that person he was going to kill all of them. Then she added without being asked that she had also wanted to take it with her and pointed at Garm, who showed her some teeth. Why did you attack me the first night? I am a blood disciple who can turn into a spirit cat, she said, reasonably. If there is your blood under my nails, I can find you any time I want. At that point, I stopped feeling like a man interrogating a cultist and started feeling like a man interviewing a stalker. Why did you betray Thorns of Blood? And that one, she answered properly. Thorns takes civilians, specific ones, healthy ones, and keeps them. And out of that stock, they select the ones who will be made into new blood disciples. She was stock. She was one of the lucky ones who got selected. What happened to her family happened first. And afterward, the Lord of Blood sacrifice engraved fanaticism directly onto her, so that all of that pain came back out as devotion. Then one day the engraving cracked and her memory came back, and she stayed inside that organization for a long time with her face arranged correctly before she ran. And then she said this, with her chin up. Although I was forced onto the path of the Crimson Lotus, I still believe in the throne of destruction. His grace is my greatest reliance for revenge, which told me the diagnosis. The engraving broke, and her personality did not swing back to neutral. It swung all the way to the far side. She kept the god and reassigned the enemy. Lyra, I said. You are still lying, and you still have not worked out your position. You are my prisoner, or more accurately, you are a slave. Because she had told me the two-faced puppet was gone, and her eyes had done something dishonest while she said it. What happened next was pure psychology, and I am not proud of how good I was at it. If I kill you right now, I told her, all anyone will ever say is that a priest of glory killed a cultist. That is the whole sentence. You will die with your eyes open, you will have nothing, and you will have been a step I stood on. She started to sweat, and then she started to shake, and that fear was exactly the result I wanted, because I had built it in her myself, one sentence at a time. Either I kill you with my own hands, or you become my shadow. Lyra, you have enormous potential. Tell me your choice. I want to live, sir, she said. But compared to that one, you are still much too weak. Weakness is the best disguise, is it not? And then I played the card, and I played it flat, the way you say a thing you have known for years. I know all of the Lord of Blood sacrifice's weaknesses. 1. He requires regular transfusion. Without it, he dies. 2. For the week before and the week after every full moon, he cannot leave the forbidden zone because of the curse he took. If he leaves, he dies. 3. He gave half of his soul to the throne of destruction, and the interest on that loan is paid in other people's souls, on a schedule. Miss a payment, and he dies. Am I right, Lyra? Those are secrets held at the very top of that organization. She had known fragments of one of them, and she had paid for those fragments. She sat on my burnt floor for a long time with her whole life rearranging itself behind her eyes. Then she got down on one knee. I had no choice, sir. From now on, I am your shadow, at your call. I took the two-faced puppet. I put a vassal inscription on her, which is an abyss technique roughly equivalent to a basic brand. I feel her condition, and if she moves to harm me, a portion of her strength is cut away before the movement finishes. It is unstable and needs renewing, and I did not tell her that part. Then I opened the window and let her out into the dark. From that night, I had a shadow, and she was the most secret weapon I owned. It was also the first time I had shown anybody in this world what I am actually like, and I lay awake afterward, noticing that I felt fine about it. In the morning, Silas looked into my room and saw a hole in the floorboards, a smashed light fixture, broken glass, and shreds of pillow stuffing drifted into every corner. You really are working hard, Kai Shen, he said. I had no idea you were practicing holy light annihilation so diligently last night. Yes, teacher, I said. I got carried away. He led praise himself that morning, which gave me a rare day off, and he was magnificent at it. The ladies of the congregation closed around him at the door. Father Silas, are you presiding today? We have missed you so much. The scriptures of glory record, he told them, that to praise together with ladies who are as sweet as nectar is the greatest gift Lumina grants us. Are you sure that is in the scriptures? I decided not to look it up. Tomorrow, I was leaving for Sina City to the Holy Court branch office to register and take the final Holy Arbiter assessment. But there was one thing left to do in Dawntown, and it was the thing I had actually come outside for. Here is why Thorns of Blood put an entire town to the sword in the history I remember. There is something sealed under Dawntown, something ancient, a fragment left over from the Age of Gods. Fragments like that are where ancient techniques come from, divine inheritances, forbidden rituals, artifacts that should not exist. Transcendents of every path on this continent spend their lives hunting for one, and there was one under a town of 4,000 people who grew apples, and those cultists wanted to wake it up and put a collar on it. That can only be my prey. On the edge of town there is a boulder standing on its own, worn round by wind and sand, the sort of rock that children climb and nobody looks at. I put my palm on it and pushed spirituality through, and script came up out of the stone, ancient, cut unevenly, by hand. It really is here. I did the estimate, honestly, from a book I had read in another life. Whatever is under that rock sits somewhere between Triple Path and Fourfold. I had myself at second, Lyra at second, and Garm. 3 second paths against 1 triple is a fight you can have. And if we run into a 4-fold or higher, we should run away as fast as we possibly can. This is where Thorns got stuck, by the way. They could not open it, which is why they invented the plan involving 4,000 souls. I did not need 4,000 souls. I needed the words, and I had read the words in a book in a language I learned for fun, in a chair with a headset on. Lord of the sublime stars, God of all gods, you are the mother of the sky, you are the ancestor of the earth, you are the origin of spirit, you are the end of the law, you are the origin of the apocalypse. The boulder filled up with light. The ground shook. Patterns came up through the dirt, burning dark red in a circle 8 meters wide, and the world went white. Something landed on my shoulder as I went. A white cat with 2 tails. Lord, she said. In public, she only ever appears as the cat. She lives in the shadows with the wolf now, and the 2 of them have an arrangement I have never been able to get either of them to explain. Inside the seal, the first thing I did was check the way out. There was an oval portal behind us, still open, and I stood in front of it for a full minute confirming that because the #1 cause of death for people like me is enthusiasm. Then the corridor, dim, wide enough for 8 men abreast, lit at long intervals by crystal lamps that had been burning since before my language existed. On both sides, colossal stone knights with halberds and 2-handed swords, and their weapons crossed overhead so that the whole ceiling was made of blades. Beyond the lamps, darkness with no end to it. This is a mausoleum. The Mausoleum of the Knights of the Age of Gods. Limited time quest. The Undying Guardian. Hard difficulty. Recommended level 20, triple path, and above. 103 minutes 48 seconds. The knights stripped of their lives have awakened because of your intrusion. It will kill all invaders without partiality, safeguarding a homeland that turned to dust a long time ago. Objective: find and defeat the undead knight Korgan. Reward: 3,300 experience and Korgan's legacy. The timer started running, which meant the thing already knew we were here. We found the ossuary about 200 meters in. I pushed a stone door and something went crack under my boot, and I did not look down for a second. The dead were laid out in rows, and they had been laid out by someone. Humans, elves, orcs, all ages, the bone gone different colors depending on how long each one had been waiting. Every one of them had a rusted halberd, a broken sword, or a spearhead left in a vital point, and that is where my stomach turned over, because those were not the wounds that killed them. They had been dropped in the corridor, in 1 strike each, and then carried in here, arranged and finished. If the thing in here can end a fight in a single blow, then it does not need to finish anybody. It does it because it decided to. For a guardian that cannot die, death is the most merciful ending it has to offer, and it is the only one. There was 1 corridor, and no side passages. Standing still in a place like this kills your whole team because the corridor is the weapon, so I went forward. Running away before the fight even starts was never my style. Even if we cannot win, we take enough information out of here to be worth the trip. The corridor opened onto a hanging palace joined to our side by 1 pontoon bridge, and the wind that came off it was cold enough to hurt, and underneath the cold was intent, not aggression, intent, the specific pressure of something that has decided about you already. He was at the far end of the bridge, full plate, half of it eaten down to lace by rust, the other half cracked through, and ancient patterns crawling across the rust, and a black haze coming out of every crack like breath in winter. His back was bent like a bow under tension, and he was not walking. He was coming across on all fours, dragging himself with his left hand hooked into the stone, and in his right hand he had a long, narrow, heavy blade shaped like a running hound. Under a visor that had been punched through, there were 2 dark red points. Clang, clang, clang. He was coming toward me, but his eyes were not tracking me at all. Is it nearsightedness? It was not nearsightedness. Undead Knight Korgan, level 28. Race, Soul Spirit, Guardian Spirit. Threat level, Twisted. Health 762, Physical Attack 72, Strength 28, Agility 32. Constitution and Divinity hidden, Hunting Pace, an instantaneous step, described as the gait of a born hunter, Undead Spirit, 30% bonus health and immunity to curses, Agility 32. He is not remotely as slow as he looks. Then his eyes rolled around in the dark of that visor and found me, and he stopped being anywhere. I know what rust smells like now, because it arrived first. I went sideways into a roll, and the blade came down where my collarbone had been and went into the flagstones with a note like a struck bell, and the cold coming off it left frost on half my face just from passing. Something under the visor was talking. 1. I am Korgan, King Izor, Homeland, Guardian. He came again, and this time I was ready, and what I did was not dodge. I ran diagonally across the floor until my shadow crossed his shadow. Lyra came out of it with a lit dagger in each hand, from the inside of his guard, at an angle no living thing could have covered. He covered it. He brought the hound-shaped blade back on a hinge his shoulder should not have, and turned both daggers, and the cold off that parry rolled over me from 4 meters away. Garm came out of the shadow next, and I converted him in the air. The dark red went gold. His paws turned into one burning ball of light, and he hit the back of that helmet. 64 actual damage, vital point. And there it was, the number I had come here to buy. Korgan had no holy light resistance at all, 10% bonus straight through. He threw Lyra off him like a coat and turned on the wolf and cut him out of the air. The holy light shield burst and the misty half of Garm came apart, and the damage still came out at 23, because the shield had eaten a fifth of it on the way in. Then he stepped over the stunned wolf and came for me, because whatever is left inside that armor can still tell which of us is the actual problem. There is a bell that rings when I use it, and it does not come from anywhere. It went across that hanging palace and the air went cloudy, and directly above Korgan, in empty space, an enormous dark eye opened. While the other two had him occupied, I had been walking backward the entire time, buying distance in 2-meter increments. That was the whole point of them. Now I had my range, and I put my right hand out with black light standing in the palm. You are the end of light. You are the cradle of darkness. Holy Abyss is with you forever. Holy Abyss praises your name. Everything inside the area gets marked with holy light erosion, and holy light erosion does exactly one thing. When a marked target becomes the target of my glory skills, the effect is fully inverted. Dark blood ran out of that eye and down over his armor, and behind me I heard Lyra make a sound I had not heard from her before. "What is that?" she said. She had never seen a holy art like it in her life. This really is glory? Then I started blessing him. Consecrated blessing first. A pillar of gold went down through the eye and came out black on the other side. All glory buffs converted to debuffs. 16% after his resistance, 16% off his attack, 16% off his defense reduction, and 16% off his constitution. That was the number I had been fishing for. His hidden maximum was not divinity, it was constitution, and constitution is what sets maximum health, which means a blessing that goes in backward does not weaken him, it shrinks him. From that moment, I was certain I was going to win. Then, purification, which normally strips debuffs off a friend. Inverted, it does not strip, it deepens. Target takes 100% more from negative effects, 33.5% on all three. Black mist started leaking out of his armor looking for a way through the joints. The red points under the visor stuttered. The heavy blade and the sealed plate that had made him unbeatable in that corridor became weight, and weight is a thing you have to carry. He kept coming anyway, on all fours, dragging. King Isor, Homeland, 762 became 506 the moment the debuffs landed. Garm came back off the floor and worked him in 30-point bites, 442, 300, 200. At 200 he set his own soul on fire. Burning Soul, a forbidden technique that ignores every negative effect on you and restores you to your peak and then kills you in 5 minutes. He stood up straight for the first time since I had seen him. Then he was not at the far end of the bridge, he was directly in front of me, and the blade was already above my head. It did not come down. I had finished the fourth cast about a second and a half earlier. Healing spell. A pale gold sphere went up through the eye and came out the other side dark green, and healing that has been inverted is not the absence of healing. It is corrosion. 52 points of primal damage and a corruption stack. Rotting patterns crawled out across his breastplate, and the arm holding the sword lost its strength halfway through the swing. Between that and what he had done to himself, he had under 100 left. I had a musket cocked under my robe since the moment he stood up. Rest in peace. Bang. Vital point. 62 base, 100 actual, which is the hard ceiling of that gray little gun, and the last thing it ever did for me. The blade dropped and stuck in the ground at an angle. The armor cracked along every seam and came off him in plates, and what was inside was made of spirit, and it came apart at the joins like a coat losing its stitching. Homeland. King Isor. Homeland. Then nothing. What was left was a low heap of broken plate with a sword standing crooked in the middle of it. I checked the sword. It was an ordinary sword. It had been extraordinary for as long as Korgan was holding it, and not 1 second longer, and it was extraordinary because of him, not the other way around. I left it where it was. Somebody should be able to tell that he existed. Limited time quest completed. You have granted Undead Knight Korgan true rest. 3,300 experience. Korgan's legacy. Before I opened the reward, I walked over to Lyra and put my whole hand into her silver hair and rubbed it around. She said. She had no idea what was happening to her and no framework for asking. My luck stat is 1, Garm's is 4, hers is 12. This is the same principle by which I used to make my roommate touch the screen before I pulled on a gacha banner. These are necessary metaphysical procedures, and I will not be taking questions. Korgan's legacy. In your battle, you learn the techniques of hunting pace. Hunting pace, ancient inheritance, level 1. A short, instantaneous step, plus weak fear around the point of arrival, and it can be used even while under crowd control. My first movement skill, my only movement skill, from a man who had been dragging himself on all fours for 1,000 years. And underneath it, a talent. Battlefield Raider, rare. After any movement or dash, your next attack deals 150% additional damage, ignores defense reduction, and is calculated separately from every other bonus. That is not a talent. That is a business model. On the way back, Lyra finally worked up the nerve. Lord, forgive my overstepping. What was that? That is holy light, Lyra. Holy light. That really is holy light. Of course, do not doubt it. There are many kinds of holy light. Black holy light is also holy light. Black holy light, she repeated to herself several times in the voice of someone whose religion has just been handed a new appendix. Black holy light. Deeper in, there was nothing but a sarcophagus, which I take to be where Korgan started. I turned around to leave and caught a flash in the heap of plate. Under the chest pieces, untouched by 1,000 years of corrosion, lay a piece of a crown. You have obtained Ala Crown Shard, 1 of 4, King Isor. The name he had been saying the entire fight while pulling himself across a floor on one hand. He was not guarding the tomb, he was guarding that. The shard was beautifully cut, with empty settings where stones had been taken out a long time ago by somebody in a hurry. Here is how I knew it mattered. An ordinary drop does not get its own announcement. The panel counted it for me, 1 of 4. Which means somewhere out there are 3 more, and when all 4 are together, something happens, and it is connected to a lost kingdom of the Age of Gods and to a word a dead man kept repeating with no mouth to repeat it with. I am going to find the other 3. Not today. We went back through the portal, and outside, the boulder had split completely open and fallen in on itself. The ancient script was gone. The ritual circles were gone. There was no residue of spirituality at all, not enough for a fourfold path to find with his eyes shut. Nobody is opening that seal again without knowing in advance exactly what it was, which means the reason Dawntown gets erased from the map does not exist anymore. I stood in a field at dusk next to a broken rock, and for the first time since I woke up in this world, the future I remembered was wrong in a way I had done on purpose. I came back to the church that evening and found Silas asleep in the side chapel with 2 candles going and a cup knocked over, wine running off the table edge onto the floor in a thin, steady line. I went up to his room, got the blanket off his bed, brought it down and put it over him. Then I found a dry cloth and cleaned up the wine. Ah, he said without opening his eyes properly. It is you, Kaishen. You are back. I said I was. When are you leaving for the Sina City branch church? Tomorrow. He was quiet for a second. You are leaving. I will be bored by myself. You can come and find me in Sina City, I said. Haha, if the opportunity arises. Maybe after you go, I will take another student. If you drank less, the Holy Court might consider transferring you to the Sina City church. Impossible, he said. I meant quitting drinking. Then you really are hopeless. He laughed at that, and then he got up and went off swaying slightly, and came back with something wrapped in cloth. A short staff of white oak. Blue rare quality. 10% to spell effectiveness. Wisdom +4, divinity +6. White Oak Blessing, which heals for a full 100% of magic attack and leaves a slow regeneration worth another 200 over time. White Oak's Vitality, 20% to all healing I do, forever. That, he said, is good stuff. It was. It was the single best item anyone had given me in this world, and it came out of a cupboard in a border church from a man with a hole in his table. Oh, he added, as though remembering the weather, a parishioner came by this morning. Jafar, he runs the Golden Iris Caravan, and his next stop is Sina City. His caravan gets robbed constantly, and he wants a transcendent for the road. I told him my disciple is a second path consecrated priest and available. You sold me. I got you a free ride and a very generous fee, he said, with enormous dignity, and went to bed. The caravan was outside the church at dawn, and it was more than 10 wagons long. Out of the ornamented carriage in the middle came a bearded man in bright desert cloth, and around his neck were strings of gold and silver ornaments, layered 4 or 5 deep, glittering in the early sun. Father, he called. Father, are you there? I am Jafar. Your caravan is truly, said Silas, looking at it, truly luxurious. I looked at the jewelry around that man's neck and had one clear thought. It would be a waste not to rob you. You would be unworthy of the name of bandit. Silas glanced at me, and I could see him already regretting the arrangement because whatever instinct kept him alive in the Holy Court for 20 years was going off. I swear in the name of Lumina that I will protect you and see you safely to Sina City, I said. And that is a thing you do not say lightly in this world, out loud, in front of a priest. I rode in the rear wagon, because in that caravan the valuable freight travels in the back half, and so should anyone whose job is to guard it. There were two men opposite me, one in a mage's cap with the lower half of his face cut through by deep grooves and knotted growths, who kept tugging the brim down further every few minutes. Ronan Croft, level 19, Transcendent. Health 140. First path, Lost, double. Main class, Curse Master. Lost is the path that holds spirituality above everything. Connection to the sea of spirituality, elements, witchcraft. It is not legal in the Nolan Empire. The other one was an old white-haired soldier dozing upright on a steel two-hander, breathing in a slow, controlled cycle that the Kutu path uses instead of meditation. Omar al-Hadi, Kutu, second path, veteran warrior. Kutu is the consecration of the flesh, bodies hardened to something like meteoric iron. Also not legal in the Nolan Empire, and permanently at war with the Crimson Lotus, which is why my blacksmith back home was one. Both of them had come up from the Golden Kingdom with the caravan, which made the paperwork somebody else's problem. "Hello," I said to Ronan. "Hello," said Ronan, and that was the whole conversation. If I had gone 2 more exchanges with that man, my toes would have curled hard enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Omar, on the other hand, was friendly. "Mr. Jafar is really generous," he said. "Even though we lose nearly everything on every trading run, he has never once shorted us on wages. Wait, all the money, every time?" Jafar, he explained, does not actually understand what a merchant is. He is carrying out his family's wishes and gaining trade experience, which is just, if your business fails, you can only go home and inherit several billion. "If we do run into anyone robbing the caravan," Omar added, "I would suggest you prioritize protecting your own." Boom. The wagon jumped. Horses screamed somewhere ahead. Canvas tore. Holy crap. The raiders arrived that fast? In a transcendent world, by the way, without some kind of transcendent backing, you are not even qualified to be a bandit. Jafar was hammering on the wagon door. "Bandits are coming. There are so many of them." Omar did not get up. "Do you have transcendence?" he asked. 2? No. 3. Omar held up 2 fingers. "In that case, it will cost extra." Only after Jafar agreed, out loud, to the new rate did he pick up his two-hander and drop out of the wagon. This Omar was nowhere near as friendly as he had been with me 30 seconds earlier, and Jafar clearly depended on him a great deal. This is not a good person. Outside was a proper raid. A dozen riders in half leather and felt hats, curved knives and hooked lines that they threw over the necks of the pack horses and then simply rode away, tearing animals out of the column while our guards stabbed at empty air behind them. And on the nearest hill, a small cannon reworked, firing runed steel slugs with an acceleration glyph cut into them. One of our wagons came apart while I was watching, along with the people on it. 2 figures were standing further out who were obviously in charge. Omar and Ronan were already riding for them. I turned the other way and went for the cannon. There were 2 men on that hill. One was reloading. The other had a cold, unpleasant face, a right arm covered from shoulder to fingertip in dense chained circuitry, and a rod in his left hand with black fire on the end. Lord Zeal, the loader called him. "Jafar never learns his lesson," Zeal said, watching our column come apart. "We rob him every time he comes through, and he still dares to take this road." Then, generously, "Not that it seems to hurt him much. He can take this road every day for all I care." The loader stopped talking because a bluish dagger came out through the front of his chest. Zeal turned around and found a girl standing there and was almost polite about it. "Where did this little girl come from? Let us leave now. There is no need for us to fight." She went for him. The runes came off the skin of his left arm, lifted, folded, and became a pair of black-paired blades that caught both her daggers, and something on the surface of those blades moved while they held. She got clear. "You are very clever, little girl," he said. "Leave now. Final warning." I was already standing behind him, because I had come up the short face of that hill riding a wolf. Zeal Sterling. Erudition. Second path. Class Alchemist. Level 19. Erudition is a legal path in this empire. It is the path that says a man must surpass spirituality, and it produces runes, circuits, and alchemy, and the Tower of Sages collects those people before they finish adolescence. An erudition transcendent does not become a highway bandit unless he is wanted somewhere. If we kill him, we might even collect a reward. Both of my gray judgments had broken by then, 3 hits each, exactly as advertised. Before leaving town, I had gone back to Kale and bought properly forged blanks and cut the inscription at level 2, and what came out was 2 white ordinary judgments that hit like a different weapon entirely. Bang. Back of the head. 52 base, 104 on the vital. Out of 140, he got most of the way around, and by then I had Holy Light Annihilation sitting ready in my right hand, and I put it into his face for 37-0. The reason the new guns hit that hard is not my inscription. It is that Kale forged the blanks, and Kale is a ghostsmith of the Kutu path at fourfold, and a base like that carries the whole weapon. Lyra was looking at me differently by then. She had just had a difficult, careful, losing fight with that alchemist. I had walked up behind him. Something about it bothered me immediately. Which bandit gang hauls a small cannon up a mountain on the off chance a caravan comes past? Soul Manipulator was level 2 by then, which matters, because a soul pulled at level 2 keeps its activity instead of going to mush. The ribbons came out of the ring and drew Zeal up out of himself, and he formed into the shape he had worn while alive with the ribbons around him like irons. Who exactly are you people? You are dead, Zeal. Cooperate, and perhaps I can help you rest. Do I have the right to choose? Lyra produced a string of very old bells from somewhere in her cloak and rang them, and the light in his eyes dulled down, and after that he belonged to us. I want to know who arranged the raid on the Golden Iris caravan. Who is the real mastermind? Yes, Omar Al-Hadi. Omar is our informant. He sent us word about Jafar. He also takes 30% of the take. Let me lay that out, because it is genuinely elegant. Omar sells his employer's route and manifests to the bandits, and takes a third of what they steal from the man paying his wages. Then, during the robbery he arranged, he negotiates a premium rate for defending against it. He is paid twice by the same catastrophe. The soul was thinning out at the edges. I folded it back into the ring. These are all good things. They can be used as Garm feed. Zeal had 20 gold on him, some potions, and an unsigned letter containing the complete route and cargo manifest of the Golden Iris. Omar's name appeared nowhere in it, which is what a careful man's handwriting looks like, and here is what the letter told me that the words did not. If a merchant is robbed every single trip and never once killed, nobody is stealing from him. Somebody is farming him. I took Zeal's brooch as proof of who he had been. New arithmetic, and it was not sentimental. If Omar is the mole, then out at the head of the column it is not 2 against 2. It is effectively 3 against 1, and the 1 is Ronan. I was worried about Ronan's safety, and I want to be precise about why. If Ronan dies out there, then it becomes 3 against 1, and the 1 is me. I broke the cannon, which took 30 seconds, because without an erudition transcendent, nobody was firing it again anyway. Then I rode across the field. 2 or 3 riders peeled off to intercept me. Holy light annihilation cleared them off their horses, and after that, the rest of them opened up and let me through, because everyone in this world understands the same rule. The transcendent can only be left to the transcendent. I came over the rise and got my first look at the fight at the front of the column. Omar and the big monk facing him did not have a scratch on either of them. This is not just going easy. This is releasing the entire ocean. Omar Al-Hadi, Kutu, second path, veteran warrior, level 20, health 396. Constitution 24, which is 2 to 3 times what his level should carry. Poison Scorpion Zilia, Kutu, second path, assassin, level 20, which is the ceiling, agility 26, and her talents were not ordinary drops, they were template grade. Battlefield dominance, which pays out for standing and trading in a straight fight. Large damage bonus, large reduction to damage taken, and a periodic amplified single strike. Death Realm Intuition, which predicts the landing points that lead to your death, which is why Ronan had been carpeting the ground in curses for 10 minutes and had not landed one on her. Ronan was fighting seriously, and it showed. Punctures, tears, cuts, a third of his health gone, and he was standing inside a pale green healing circle to stay upright. Fighting while standing on a healing circle is not a bad idea, right up until you notice that it means you cannot move. Then the panel lit up. Hidden Quest, The Poisoned Iris. Hard difficulty, 3 hours, 59 minutes, level 10 to 20, second path and above. Kill the traitor Omar, kill the leader Zilia, kill the leader Monk Butcher Brutus, expose Omar's conspiracy in front of Jafar. Reward, 6,200 experience, and 2 skills or talents of my choice drawn from the legacies of Omar, Zilia, or Brutus. Payable only on all 4 objectives. Up to that moment, I had a professional interest in Jafar's survival and no personal one. Now, a hidden quest had opened. The situation is completely different. I healed Ronan in passing and dropped the Holy Flame Wolf on Zilia. Her Death Realm intuition lit up a threat she had no reason to expect, and she came out of the way in a bend that no spine should permit, and Garm's claws went through the space she had been standing in. I watched her have a thought. That is a glory holy beast, and by every piece of information she owned, a second path consecrated priest does not have a holy beast summon. That was the first crack in her picture of me. Her poisoned black knife opened the wolf's flank on the next pass, and I healed it for 70 off the white oak staff before the wound finished forming, and then I did it again, and then I blessed him, and then I purified the poison off him. She had never in her life seen this tactic at her own skill level, somebody providing full support to a summoned beast. It is not that it is complicated. It is that in this world nobody has thought of it yet, because support classes are supposed to stand behind people, and pets are supposed to be disposable. She decided correctly to stop fighting the wolf and go for the owner. Ronan nearly took her head off with a bolt of divine justice as she crossed his circle, and she got out of the radius in the last quarter second. Ronan's skill is so impressive it is almost heartbreaking. I did not stand and trade with her. I whipped the horse and ran. Out, away from the wagons, into open country, with Garm loping behind me, and an assassin with 26 agility closing the gap a little more every 100 meters. She was going to catch me. That was the plan. There is nothing out there. Flat grass, no road, no witnesses, horizon in every direction. This is truly a prime location for murder and robbery. I pulled the horse around and looked at her with something close to sympathy, and I took the black book out from under my robe. "What is that?" she said, and her death realm intuition, the talent that had spent this entire fight painting her a safe path through everything Ronan threw, went red. Dead end. Dead end. Every direction, dead end. How is this possible? There is not even a sliver of hope. That was the first time in her career that woman had been properly afraid, and it cost her the 1 second she had. I opened the abyssal scripture and held it up. Zilia stares directly into the taboo. Divinity saving throw required, 392. Her result, 8. Exemption denied. Taboo corruption, deep fear, deep frenzy, nightmare-induced turmoil, mental collapse, over a dozen conditions, all at once, in under a second. I opened it to a middle page on purpose, not the front, which does nothing to a mind like hers, and not the deep pages, in case she turned into something on the grass in front of me that I was not equipped to handle. She stood there completely still with her eyes gone cloudy and dark, running from every opening in her head, like a fountain somebody had left on. Her health bar had not moved. She was already gone. 2 shots into the forehead, and she went down the way a puppet goes down when you cut the strings. Now, the important part, and I worked this out standing over her. That trick only works with no witnesses, because the moment anyone sees the book, I stop being a priest. And by itself, it does not kill. Deep frenzy with nobody to control it does not produce a corpse. It produces a considerably worse problem, at speed, aimed at me. So it stays in my robe as the last card, and it does not come out unless the alternative is dying. Her soul had been chewed through by the taboo and crumbled when I reached for it, so I got nothing out of her. That is the other cost. I rode back alone, which, as it turns out, was itself a verdict, and everybody standing at the front of that column read it at the same time. Only consecrated priest Kai Shen came back. Poison Scorpion Zilia did not. "Where is Zilia?" said Omar. "I have a bad feeling," said the monk. Brutus tried to disengage, and Omar immediately started fighting twice as hard, which is a thing men do when they need someone to stop talking. Ronan had healed himself back up by then and joined in from the flank, and between the two of them the big monk went down inside a minute. Dying, on his knees, Brutus started shouting the truth. Omar brought the two-hander around to take his face off, and I put a golden sphere into the flat of that blade and knocked the swing offline, and Brutus got the whole sentence out. "You betrayed your employer. You have betrayed us even more." Bang, bang. I shot Brutus myself the moment he finished the sentence. The only reason I kept that man breathing was so he could say the words, "Omar is the mole," in front of a witness. He said them. Both of them died in the same 30 seconds, and one of them just did not know it yet. "Young friend," said Omar, smiling. "Do you really believe what a bandit chief says? They are bandits." I took out Zeal's letter and let it hang from 2 fingers. "What if we added this?" "How can you possibly be sure that I wrote it?" he said, and I started laughing, genuinely, because I had not been able to help myself. "Omar, I have not even told you what this is. You are too guilty." He looked around the field. The priest was standing at a comfortable distance with a wolf. Ronan had quietly stepped back 2 paces at the exact moment the word mole entered the conversation and had not stepped forward since. "Sigh," said Omar. "You could have avoided getting involved in any of this." Then he came at me with the two-hander. Garm came out of my shadow. I put Holy Light Blessing on the wolf, then White Oak Blessing on top of it. The gold flame off him got so hot that Omar's blade went red along the edge while he was swinging it, and I worked the outside with both muskets, moving the entire time. He had 24 constitution and the durability of a wall. It did not matter. He could not catch me, and he could not ignore a burning wolf, and a superhuman musket on the fringe of a fight is a very unfair thing to argue with. At half health, something in him woke up, the fighting spirit in dire straits, immunity to basic control effects and 30% more physical attack. He stopped defending against the wolf entirely and came straight at the priest. When in doubt, cut first and sort it out afterward, which is correct thinking, in general. They just ran into the wrong kind of person. I vanished. Hunting pace. I came out 10 meters to his left, behind his shoulder, with weak fear spilling off the arrival point. How could he possibly possess this holy art? Omar said out loud. To nobody. It is not a holy art. It belonged to a man who spent 1,000 years dragging himself across a stone floor. I fired, 62 base, vital point, battlefield radar on top because I had just moved, 186. Omar went face down in the dirt with single digits left. No, cough, do not kill me. I raised my hand and holy light annihilation took him apart at the middle. Then Ronan walked up and for the first time in 2 days he was talkative. I did not even realize Omar was a traitor, he said, shaking his head. And then he shook my hand. You are under the curse of mild instant death. Countdown, 11 hours, 59 minutes. I want you to appreciate the design. Mild instant death leaves no marks and no residue. In half a day, I would simply have stopped, in a bed, in a city, and everyone would have said what a shame, so young, and the funeral would have been well attended. My face did not move. Very good, I said. Then let us go, Mr. Ronan. He turned to walk back to the wagons. Mr. Ronan, wait a moment. He turned around. How? Bang, bang. The second musket was already loaded, because it is always already loaded. He went down with the disbelief still arranged on the half of his face that was left. I did not intend to kill you, but it would still be too dangerous to let you live. Then I blew the smoke off the barrel, which I am aware is theatrical, and I read purification over myself and took the curse off. Here is what he was doing, as far as I can reconstruct it. Ronan knew about Omar's arrangement and said nothing, because knowing is worth more than telling. Omar had a cache somewhere, years of skim take, and if Omar ever died while Ronan knew where the cache was, then the cache belonged to Ronan. Then a stranger got in the wagon. My guess is he decided to kill me at the exact moment I produced Zeal's letter, because a letter like that ends the arrangement one way or the other, which is why he stood off to the side and watched the whole fight. If Omar won, business as usual. If the priest won, the priest would drop dead before dawn from natural causes. He wanted to kill me quietly, and he did not know I have a panel that tells me things. I collected all 3 souls. Omar, Brutus, Ronan. The surviving bandits took one look at their dead chief and the empty space where Zelia should have been standing and went in every direction at once. Back at the column, half the wagons were burned or stripped and most of the draft animals were gone. And by the standard of Jafar's previous trips, this apparently counted as a good day. He came out from behind a wagon once the noise stopped, beaming. The bandits have been driven back. They actually retreated. Thank goodness. Thanks to all of you. Why does he seem so happy that half his caravan was destroyed? Then I asked about casualties and the light went out of him. More than a dozen guards wounded, he said. 4 killed. My condolences. Glory will guide them. By the way, he said, brightening again. Mr. Omar and Mr. Ronan, did they not come back with you? They were both killed in action. What? He did not believe me, which was fair, so I took out Zeal's letter and gave it to him without saying anything. He went white before he reached the second line. This is Omar's handwriting, he said. He did not sign it, but I know his hand. This letter was on the body of a bandit leader I killed, I said. I do not like to speculate maliciously about people, but I think you understand what it means. And while he was assembling the rest of the picture on his own, I put the second body on the first one, carefully, the way you set a stone. Omar killed Mr. Ronan, I said. Then he prepared to kill me, but Ronan had already wounded him badly on the way down, which is the only reason I am standing here. Poor Mr. Ronan, said Jafar, and took his hat off. May glory guide his soul. Half a day earlier, those 2 men had been sitting across from me in a wagon, and I had thought, briefly, that they might turn out to be decent. This is not a game, and you only get one life. In this world, what wears the face of goodwill is very often just malice with better manners. I have thought about that a lot since, mostly at moments when someone was being extremely friendly to me. Sina City is the second richest city in the Songyuan territory, on the coast, living off shipping and fish, with direct lines east to the Golden Kingdom and north to the Holy Tower theocracy. 5 powers share this continent, and it is worth knowing the shape of them. The Nolan Empire in the center, the strongest, the most open, and pulling apart at the seams from inside and outside at once. The Golden Kingdom in the east, a federation of merchant clans, profit above all, aggressively neutral. The pitch-black duchy in the west, the land of criminals. The only order they keep is chaos, and their Grand Duke and his executioners are the thing everybody else on this continent has nightmares about. The Kashyapa Pure Land in the south, elves, xenophobes, citizenship, requires a quarter elven blood at minimum. And the Holy Tower theocracy in the north, which honors the lost path and spends its entire national budget digging for miracles from the Age of Gods, under a motto about the Age of Man being a passing moment while the Age of Gods is eternally brilliant. Once we are inside the city, said Jafar from the seat beside me, I will pay you 3 times the agreed amount. I asked him why. Because since Mr. Omar and Mr. Ronan were killed, he said, you have performed 3 escorts worth of duty. I did not believe my own ears. I got down off that wagon, walked around, took the man by the hand and shook it. Mr. Jafar, you really are a good person. 3 times the work for 3 times the pay. It is unbelievable that such a thing exists. In my previous life, I did 4 people's jobs for 1 person's salary for 6 years, and here was a merchant volunteering arithmetic at me on an open road. The walls of Sina City stand over the plain like giants who sat down with their arms around it. The guards search in 2 lines, and they are not casual about it. Jafar's Golden Kingdom papers got him a bow and a welcome, guess from afar. Then I handed over my cleric's certificate and watched a man's spine change shape. "So you are a senior member of the Holy Court," he said, and stepped back half a pace. "Please forgive our overstepping. That is what the glory path is worth inside this empire," and I filed the exact size of that reaction away for later. At the counting house, Jafar put out 4 bags instead of 3. The 4th, he said, was personal. Then he gave me a crest. "The Montalvo family. If you ever come to the Golden Kingdom, present this, and somebody will receive you on the family's behalf." At which point I started to wonder whether I had wandered into some kind of capitalist trap. In my room at the inn, I opened the bags and counted. 50 gold in each. 50 times 4. An apprentice priest earned 6 gold a week. I finally understood the joy that Omar and Ronan had been experiencing all these years. Then I called Lyra in, and the white cat came through the window and settled on my knees. Play with the cat. This too is indispensable metaphysics. You do not open reward screens without doing the ritual. My luck is 1. I take every edge available, including superstition, and I take it thoroughly, with both hands behind the ears. Kai Shen was entirely unaware that the white cat's eyes were full of a mixture of confusion and enjoyment. Zeal, level 19. 592 base, 90% bonus. 1125. Zilia, level 20. 628 base, 100% bonus. 1256. Brutus, level 18. 1012. 5-second path transcendence in 2 days, and my experience went past 10,000. Hidden quest completed. The Poisoned Iris. 6,200 experience. Draw 2 skills or talents from the legacies of Omar, Zelia, or Brutus. I drew from Zelia first. In your battle against her, you grasp the essence of Death Realm intuition. Rare. Special. You possess an extremely keen intuition for danger, approaching the level of a prophet. You can see the point of impact that may cause serious injury or death 1 second in advance. That word special is the important one. Special means template. It means this talent is not on any drop table anywhere. It belongs to a boss, and no player will ever hold it. I got Death Realm Intuition on the first pull. As expected. Metaphysics. Awesome. For a fragile support standing at the back of every fight I will ever be in, that is a permanent get out of death card. But that is the small half of it. The big half is that from now on, I can run experiments I would never previously have risked, because I get a second's warning before the experiment kills me. Her other talent, Battlefield Dominance, I looked at and put down. I want to explain why, because it was the correct call and it hurt. It scales off light melee weapons and calculates from agility. My agility is 5. Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. It is a perfect talent. It is perfect for Lyra. So I took the second one from Omar instead, because the Kutu Veteran is the most universally useful class in that path. Rock Solid Physique. Rare. Base health calculation raised from 10 times Constitution to 15 times Constitution. The foundation talent every tank in the world is built on. Holy shit. Metaphysics is amazing. Run the numbers. At Constitution 10, I had 100 health. Now I would have over 150, which is roughly the maximum health of a second path mage sitting at the level 20 ceiling. I was level 10. Tax evasion. Such blatant tax evasion. I did the sober version of the accounting that night too, and it was less fun. Against people at my own step, I was already frightening. Against a 4-fold path or higher, none of it mattered. Even holding a nuclear weapon like the Abyssal Scripture, when the moment came, I might not get the chance to pull it out of my robe. And the ladder above me is longer than most people in this world know. The Nolan Empire alone has dozens of saints at the 7-fold path. In the game, the player's ceiling was 7-fold path and level 100, and that was billed as the limit of human possibility. It is not the limit of the path. Somebody in this world has already gone through that ceiling and stepped out of sight behind it, and the word for those people is demigod, which reframes everything, and I want to say it plainly, because I had it backward for my first week here. This is not some end times world where the extraordinary is dying out. This is the golden age of the transcendent. I arrived at the beginning of it, at the bottom of it, with 1 luck. 15,000 experience, spent in 1 night. Abyss Attendant up to its ceiling at level 10. 5 free attribute points. All of them into Constitution, which with Rock Solid Physique bought 75 health in 1 keystroke. I did not make any new skills. My slots were full, and a new creation would have pushed something out. Instead, I did the thing nobody in this world can do. I paid experience directly into skills to raise them. Locals cannot do that. A local raises a skill by using it for years until proficiency accumulates. I opened a menu. Holy Flame Wolf to level 5, 1000. Holy Light Annihilation to 5, 800. Consecrated Blessing, Purification, Basic Healing, all to 5. About 5,000 left in reserve. They really do not last long, and I deliberately held my main class at level 10 and did not advance it. Keeping my level low keeps the bonus experience flowing every time I kill something above me, and every single thing I have killed so far has been above me. Health 225, Constitution 15, Luck still 1. You are the nascent light and also the darkness of ignorance. The build is crooked, by the way. Wisdom and divinity on a body that also wants constitution, a support class carrying a movement talent that pays off melee openers. I know. The two-faced puppet, the artifact that lets you reset skill points, is currently in my pocket. I can afford to be crooked for a while. Lyra reported the next evening, and she had stopped arguing entirely. Somewhere between the mausoleum and the caravan, her rebellious streak had simply gone, because this new lord clearly held a secret deeper than anything she had walked away from. Thorns of Blood has 3 cells in Cena City, she said, the slums, Triumph Square, the Vanilla Market, which makes sense in the ugliest possible way. You harvest new stock in the slums, where nobody files a report, you build influence and recruit believers on the square, where the crowds are, and you do your quiet trade at the market, where money moves and nobody asks. Then I gave her the first real order of her new life. I took Omar's soul out of the ring and handed it to her. Lyra, use your bells and interrogate him. I need the exact location where he hid what he stole, and you will go and retrieve it for me. I believe in you. You will finish it quickly. Do not disappoint me. She broke out in a sweat and went down on one knee. Your subordinate will obey your will. I am not worried about her running. The vassal inscription reports her condition and her position to me continuously, and she has not worked out yet how much of her it can see. And when she comes back with the money, and with Omar's soul intact, I am going to feed Garm 5-second path souls in one sitting, and that wolf is going to make his first spirituality ascension. The Cena City Church stands on Triumph Square, and it is not built like my church. A white stone arch, a dome shaped like a sun and inlaid with pure gold. Ochre red walls, open-work carving, stained glass down both sides. There were more parishioners inside on an ordinary afternoon than Dawntown has residents, and a good number of them just sat there until closing, because it was warm, and it was beautiful, and it was free. Dozing by the fireplace was a middle-aged priest in an apprentice's robe, which told me he was on desk duty. Hello, I said. May you be forever blessed. Then I handed him a letter with a gold seal on it. This is my letter of introduction. I am looking for Connor Rune and Pamir Scadia. His posture changed instantly. Who are you? What do you want with them? I have come to register and take the final Holy Arbiter assessment. He took me through the front court and the central court and into the inner court, which parishioners never see because it belongs to the transcendence of the glory path. The building in it does not look like a temple. It looks like a barracks. At the entrance stood 2 colossal stone knights, one with a sword, one with an axe, and the weapons were lit gold from inside the stone. Guardian Knight Colossus. This is the Holy Inquisition, and it belongs to the Holy Arbiters. Connor came out at a run with his hammer bouncing on his back. Kai Shen, we thought you would arrive much later. You have already advanced to the extraordinary realm? Shortly after you left Dawntown, I said. I applied for a key and opened that door. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Sigh. I do not have the authority to know these things. But congratulations anyway. Inside, the Holy Inquisition is not holy at all. It is a police station. Paper in stacks, files in the wrong drawers, 3 people arguing about a report, somebody eating at a desk. Pommier, apparently, was in a back room training alone, as usual, and does not generally come out. Before anything else, I had to get past Priest Leonard. Priest is a middle rank, normally a high-path transcendent, running one function of the church. The door to his office looked like the door of every old boss I have ever had. Behind it was an old man with white hair and a white beard, whose neck and forearms were knotted with muscle, and whose eyes went through me like a knife going through paper. The sheer ruthless energy coming off him made the back of my neck cold from across the room, like Lee Hanma Kongjiro. I closed the door behind me politely, because I was raised properly. That was a mistake, and I would like it noted that I did not know it yet. Detection barely scratched him. Leonard Bambers, Glory, Fourfold Path, Class Not Visible, Holy Light Priest, or above. You are Kai Shen Alaric, he said. Yes, my lord. It started the moment you walked in. Then he stood up and rolled his sleeves back and began working his knuckles. I heard you once saved Connor's life, he added conversationally. Well done. Holy Arbiter is not child's play, he said. To become a Holy Arbiter means being surrounded by danger for the rest of your life. Even if you have chosen to become a consecrated priest, I will never allow a weak person to pass this test easily. Merciful heavy punch, 73 damage. That technique calculates from physical attack and it always leaves the target on exactly 1 health because it exists for taking people alive, which means the man was being kind. I went through his furniture. That was the first genuinely heavy blow I had taken since arriving in this world, and I got up out of the wreckage faster than he expected. Wow, he said, you are something else, kid. He also looked at his own fist, because hitting me had felt like hitting a cactus. 10% reflected, courtesy of Broken Thorn, from a talent I got out of a corpse in an alley. I used the second I had, basic healing at level 5, which now returns hundreds at a time. Basic prayer, consecrated blessing on myself. White oak, blessing off the staff. Second punch. 118, into the right side of my chest. Ribs went in the wrong direction. The staff healed me while I was still airborne. Leonard had assumed I would be like every other consecrated priest who had ever stood in that room, which is to say, 2 punches and a stretcher. He watched me climb out of a dented cabinet nearly intact. How is this kid so tough? What did he eat growing up? I finally understood why Connor and Pamir's Holy Arbiter team does not have a consecrated priest on it. Who can stand this? Third punch at 80%. The wall took me and the whole room jumped. 168, plus 14 more from internal damage. My heals were on cooldown, and mass healing was not going to cover that gap. If Leonard had thrown one more, I would genuinely have come in upright and left sideways. I was stuck in that wall deep enough that pulling me out was a 2-man job. Through the ringing, I heard him call down the corridor. Connor, come and take this kid to Evelyn for treatment. His assessment, said Connor. Failed? No. He passed. He is fully qualified to join the Holy Arbiters. Then, after a pause, in the satisfied voice of a man discussing a good meal. I thought highly of the kid, so I could not resist throwing in an extra punch. I woke up 2 days later with 225 health and no idea where I was. The bedroom was small, and somebody with taste lived in it. Velvet on the chair. Thin silver ornaments on a shelf, arranged rather than dumped. The whole room smelled faintly of dried herbs. The owner of this bedroom has excellent taste. Then the door opened on its own because I was looking at it, and a girl with light brown hair and freckles the same color yelped and nearly dropped a basket. Evelyn Bambers. Erudition. Second path. Alchemist. Specialized in potions rather than the weaponized side Zeal had gone into. Connor arrived at a run about 4 seconds later. Priest Leonard says you passed. I had been holding one question for 2 days. Has that Lord Priest always been this brave? Connor stopped smiling. He is someone who genuinely lived through the catastrophe, he said. In that unprecedented holy war, as the holy arbiter of his generation, he lost almost everything, so his personality can be a little extreme. Then, more quietly, Evelyn is the only family Leonard has left. She is his daughter. And I sat there with a cracked rib and did the other arithmetic, which is that this is the Miss Evelyn whose name Connor said to himself while he thought he was about to die, and that he has still not managed to say it to her face. Then a second figure came through the door. Tall, long gray-white hair, gold-green eyes with a cat structure to them, skin like paper, black trench coat, and about as warm as the coat. She is Pamier. I had spent this entire time assuming a sealed helmet meant a plain face underneath. Instead, it turns out we have been keeping that in an iron shell all day. I am Pamier, she said, in exactly the same filing cabinet voice as the day we met. Kai Shen, welcome to the Holy Arbiters. Evelyn, holding on to the hem of Pamier's coat, put her head around it. I have not had the chance to introduce myself yet. I am Evelyn. There was one condition left. I had to swear an oath to Lumina, with a sponsor and a witness. And then, said Connor, you have to go and see Priest Leonard. He has something for you. The altar building in the inner court is round, and standing on top of it is a gold statue of Lumina the Sun Forging. One hand holds an enormous hammer. The other is pressing the primordial sun down against something, forging it into the sun we have now. The figure has no face and no clothing, just an outline, because nobody has ever seen him. Connor went first as my sponsor, with Pamir witnessing. I am the most devout believer in the holy light, and I swear in the name of Connor Rune. I will uphold the teachings of glory for the rest of my life, and I will not stray onto the heretical path of spirituality. Those who break their oaths, may they be judged. Those who fall, may their bodies be taken by the flames of calamity. The oath is not decorative. It binds your true name to the path. Break it and nothing catches fire, but most of your glory strength is simply gone. I repeated it word for word, and I swore in the name of Kai Shen Alaric. The statue answered with gold light. After all, my true name is Kai Shen Yu Alaric. Who is Alaric? Now you are an official member of the Sina City Holy Arbiters, said Connor, delighted. I assumed they were that pleased because I was the first consecrated priest the Inquisition had managed to recruit in years. I stood outside Leonard's office afterward for slightly longer than a man should stand outside a door. He is to date the only person who has properly taken me apart since I got here, and I need him. Against thorns of blood and against the pitch-black duchy standing behind them, nobody survives without the Holy Court. The Judgment War starts in under 6 months. The duchy's military weight is comparable to the entire empire's, and there is no version of that where anybody stays uninvolved. Also, privately, I filed a note that a gentleman's revenge has no expiration date, and that when the time is right, I am going to pay Leonard back 3 punches. Then the door opened, and he stood up and came toward me. This time I had not shut the door, and I did not think about it at all. I simply started leaving. "Stop, Kai-shun," he said. "This is not a battle. Relax. I only wanted to give you a medical checkup," which somehow made it worse. The official part first. 20 gold a week. My apprentice wage in Dawntown was 6. Clerics pay no imperial tax. Church housing gets deducted from the wage, so I declined it and took my own rooms and told him I wanted to explore Sina City more. He melted the seal with a flame off his fingertip and stamped my contract. Then the personal part, which is where he became a different man. "Now," he said, "some casual conversation between you and Leonard. You are the first person to withstand 3 of my heavy blows without ending up half dead, and you are a consecrated priest." He looked at the ceiling. "So I might have had a whim. I feel I should give you something." A man of that rank does not say sorry out loud. That was the apology, delivered in full. What he gave me was a scroll. Sealed coffin. Ancient inheritance. Level 1. The coffin does not only enclose the body, it isolates death. 5 seconds of the sealed coffin state, during which you are immune to death, and when it ends, you recover half of everything you lost while it was up. Scroll rubbing, it added. This is an impression, not the original. The skill cannot be leveled. It stays at 1 forever. Is this what they call taking 3 punches and scamming an ancient scroll out of it? Then I asked for a settling in allowance, because a man who has just apologized is a man in a generous frame of mind. 5 blank scrolls and 3 tier 1 spirituality crystals. He signed it without looking. "Well," he said, as I was leaving, "after that you have about 3 days. 3 days from now, you will go with Pamier and the others to Red Maple City to prepare for your first judgment of heretics assignment." I stopped in the doorway. Red Maple City. In my old life, the largest player hub in the entire Songyuan territory, and the place where a man in a gallery had my teacher perform for his dinner guests. "Red Maple City," I said. "Lord Corvin is the city lord there, is he not?" The Holy Storage Hall handed over the box with 3 tier 1 crystals and 5 blank scrolls after one look at my new badge, and I took it back to the inn and shut the shutters. Then I opened my panel and looked at one line. Status, none. The oath had not landed on me at all. Here is how that works, because it is genuinely elegant, and I did not invent it, I just remembered it. An oath binds through a chain. True name, then spiritual essence. Without the true name, it has nothing to grip. Right before I swore, I casually read a basic prayer, which pushes a small amount of my own glory spirituality out into the open air. That loose spirituality attached itself to the name Kai-Shen Alaric and separated from me at the same time. So the statue answered. Something real was there for it to answer. What took the oath was a spiritual husk wearing the name Kai-Shen Alaric, and it is welcome to keep it. Players used to call this the obscured light. The higher paths of the Holy Court know the mechanic perfectly well, which is why anybody being sworn in at a serious rank gets examined from every angle. Nobody at the top has looked at a second path oath in 30 years. Under these circumstances, Kai-Shen essentially obtained a forged certificate standing directly in front of a statue of his god. This is blatant telecom fraud. The crystals gave me 1 skill slot and 1 crafting slot each. 5 per tier is the limit, so I sat at 3 of 5 and stopped because I might need the other 2 badly one day. Then I paid 1,000 experience into Leonard's scroll and watched it climb. 33, 66, 99, sealed coffin learned. 2 of the blank scrolls went the same night, and this time I kept everything inside a single path, which the system likes. It calculates faster, costs less, and fails less. Scroll 1, Radiance Inscription plus Holy Light Affinity plus Spiritual Vision, 30 to 70%, minimum 700. I paid double. Shadow of Holy Light, Glory, level 1. Wherever the eye can see, there is holy light. While the status is active, every skill I use is rendered in gold and white. That is the entire function. That is all it does. In my old life, the players tested it, filed it under cosmetic, and stopped taking it inside a week. It solves the single biggest problem I have. Advent of the Holy Abyss floods everything in black light, which makes it completely unusable in front of witnesses, which means my best skill has been sitting in my pocket unusable in every fight where somebody might live to describe it. Now the black comes out gold. Scroll 2, Radiance Inscription plus Holy Light Affinity plus Consecrator, 800 minimum. It went somewhere I did not aim. Consecration Prayer. He will respond graciously to all who ask him. 20% to all glory effects like the old prayer, and when it is chained into consecrated blessing, it adds another 20 to the blessing itself. And it turned out to be the superior version of basic prayer, which means it inherited the level and basic prayer vanished off my bar entirely. Creating skills involves randomness. My second creation went astray and accidentally produced an upgrade that also gave me back a slot. One blank scroll left, about 1,000 experience in reserve. Everything was ready, so on the third night I went out to work. Black velvet cloak, hood up, right hand resting on a musket grip underneath it. Tonight, in the slums, the cultists of Thorns of Blood are going to bleed. And I want to be clear that this was not appetite. Making contact with that syndicate myself, on my terms, was the plan from the first night in Dawntown. As long as they can feel me being hostile, they stay reactive, and a reactive syndicate does not improvise. It was also, formally, the opening move of a hidden quest called Twilight Eternal Night that I had been carrying since my second day in this world. The 8th slum is an hour away, not because of distance, but because you have to cross the entire main avenue and then turn into a dozen alleys that do not connect to anything. The cold in there is a different cold. The housing does not keep it out, it only divides it into rooms. There were people bedded down under every overhang with bundles of rags for a mattress, and the looks I got were not hostile, they were evaluations. I kept detection running the whole way. Every single one of them was an ordinary person, not one path among them. I knew this place. I cleared this exact stronghold in my old life as a high-ranking glory transcendent with a raid behind me. Dozens of blood slaves, a dozen blood disciples at second path, 6 or 7 body destroyers at triple, and running the whole operation, a Crimson Lotus fourfold path who goes by Shadow of Slaughter, who is one of the strongest things that organization has inside this city. Which is why tonight's objective was 1 body destroyer. 1. Their structure helps. Thorns does not garrison one big fortress. They run a mesh of watchposts wired into an intelligence network, and a mesh can be picked apart a node at a time. For me now, the cultists of Thorns of Blood are a field of leaks in an experience pond, to be cut one crop after another. The smell of blood got stronger, and I went in behind a collapsed wall. Spiritual vision. In absolute darkness, thousands of dark red threads of spirituality came up out of the ground, all running in one direction, like a tide going in. Found it. I set up first. Consecration prayer, then consecrated blessing, then I called the wolf. Garm came out of the shadow with a distinctly unenthusiastic "awoo." It is exactly like being a wage slave, happily eating your lunch, and getting called in by the boss for overtime. Good boy, Garm. Good boy. He went back into my shadow, unconvinced. 2 men at the entrance. In spiritual vision, their spirituality read dull gray, which is the signature of someone who has brushed against the sea of spirituality without walking any path at all. First stage blood slaves. Hunting pace put me exactly between them, and the weak fear that comes with the arrival point bought me the second I needed. The first one went down under the dagger. The second turned around into the face of a burning wolf, and Garm held him there while I put the blade through his back. The knife, incidentally, was new. Before leaving Dawntown, I had bought several black steel daggers off Kale and treated 2 of them, one with Radiance inscription and one with Abyssal engraving. Dark Erosion dagger, white common, 50% bonus damage from behind. Strength +1, Agility +2, Shadow Hunt, which periodically grants a dark strike while undetected, making the next attack count as a backstab, and Dark Erosion Blade, which adds 20% of base damage again as Elemental Corrosion. I took the cloak off the first body and put it on over my own. There was blood on it. Nobody in that building was going to find blood on a cloak suspicious. Inside was an abandoned factory lit entirely by the dark red glow of an enormous basin in the middle of the floor, and above the basin, hanging on ropes from the ceiling, were the people they were draining. It looked like an abattoir. That is what it was built to be, with one substitution. I had known what was down there. I have known since Dawntown. I still had to stop and breathe through my mouth for a second, and I do not think that is weakness. I think it is the correct response, and I intend to keep it. For the Crimson Lotus, from a blood slave up to the Lord of Blood Sacrifice himself, fresh blood is the one resource that is always scarce. Everything that organization does, all of it, every scheme and shrine and recruitment drive comes back to the supply problem. A heavy door at the back opened onto a spiral stair going down into the part of the building where transcendents live. There was a blood disciple in that corridor, Crimson Lotus, second path, level 18, whose name was too long for me to bother memorizing. He was face down on the stone, whispering, "Lord, Lord, grant me the blood of eternal life." I put the dagger into his back over the heart, which took slightly more than half of him. He came around fast, saw the cloak, and made the only mistake available. "You. Why did you betray me?" Clap of air. Hunting pace put me behind him. Vital point, 104. Eat my righteous backstab. Further along, there were several more blood slaves working, and not one of them looked twice at a blood-stained cloak walking past. I waited for the full cooldown on hunting pace before I went down the second stair, because going into a room without your movement skill is how support classes die. Below was a second basin, much larger, with far more rope above it, and in the middle of it something enormous and swollen was sitting in the blood the way a man sits in a bath. Detection would not reach from that distance. And then a figure in a dark red cloak came around the corner, looked at my black one, and went completely still. A dark red cloak is the same rank as a black one and a different species entirely. Same grade, closer to management. His Highness Semu is taking a bath, he said. How could a lowly blood slave be down here? So the cloak I had stolen opened every door in the building except this one. From under the hood I gave him the only answer available. Should I leave? And shot him. Vital point. 200 damage, which is the hard ceiling of a white common judgment because I had walked through hunting pace on the way down and had been saving that battlefield raider charge for the boss. I spent it on a doorman without thinking twice, which tells you something about how I make decisions when a plan is in motion. Behind me, hidden doors came down out of the ceiling with a noise like a portcullis, and my way out was gone. I was pleased about that. Body Destroyer Semu has just sealed his own escape route. He has also sealed off any possibility of support. Also, I knew where the other exit was, and he did not know that I knew. A wave of rage came off the basin, hot enough to feel across the room. Then nothing happened for a full minute. So the consequence of angering him is that he becomes angry for a while. Then the shriek came up out of the basin. You killed my brother. You killed Samir. You are the new Samir. He stood up, over 3 meters tall and nearly as wide through the middle as he was high. A tank that had been issued legs. Every step landed like dropped masonry, and on the way over, he pulled a one-handed battle axe out of a slot cut into a stone column. Constitution and resistance both hidden, which meant both maxed. And then I did something I had never done before, which was level up in the middle of a fight. I was already moving when I dumped the caravan experience in. Consecrated Priest 10 to 13, and on the second path, each level costs multiples of what it used to, 1,143, then 1,527. All 3 attribute points went into agility, 5 to 8. Here is why, and it is the only reason. Semu's agility is 7. Against something with that mass and that strength, you have to at minimum beat the enemy on agility. Otherwise, you have no room to move at all. And if you have no room to move, you are just a slower thing being hit. Then Semu crouched, jumped, and started rolling. An enormous human wheel coming across a stone floor, leaving a greasy track behind it. I let it get close and stepped out at the last possible moment. Then I opened the eye. Advent of the Holy Abyss. The bell went through that basement, and above Semu, the dark eye split open and started weeping black. Then the chain, in order. Consecration Prayer, which inverted into vulnerability instead of strength. Consecrated Blessing, which inverted into weakness. Purification, which doubled the lot. Shot to the head, vital point, 173, and the wound closed while I was watching it. Grass. With every buff and debuff fully stacked, 173. How meaty is this thing? Garm came in from behind in shadow form, then switched to Holy Flame, because inside a Holy Light erosion field, the shadow form actually hits weaker than the Holy One, which is the kind of detail that decides fights. My mana went down like water out of a cracked jug. Holding Advent and the Holy Flame Wolf at the same time costs more than I earn, and I drank a mana potion at a run. Second shot, through the heart. 129. He rocked. Then he put the axe into the floor and left a crack running straight across the room to the far wall. Death Realm intuition said nothing at all about that, and my spine disagreed. The fight turned on the 4th cast, and it was not damage. Healing spell, through the eye, corrosion. 133 points of original damage, which ignores resistance and defense reduction entirely, and far more importantly, Semu stopped regenerating. Every wound that had sealed itself came open again and started costing him. When a tank loses the ability to heal itself, the scale tips, and it does not tip slowly. Third shot, 129, and Semu stopped. He stood in the middle of the floor and scratched the back of his head, and his face did something between laughing and crying. You are not Samir. I do not want you to be Samir anymore. You must leave quickly. You must leave quickly. Here is what a body destroyer is, in the Crimson Lotus, at the Triple Path. It is the class where you give up the human shape. They lengthen the limbs and fuse the body with monsters, and of every Triple Path class in the world, it is the one nobody boasts about, because it erases the line between a person and a thing. Semu was simple-minded. That is why they picked him. A weapon shaped like a man is easier to keep if the man does not ask questions, and I still do not know what they fused him with, only that it was something that did not want to die. He went into body hardening. Scaled lines spread across his skin and set like horn. I answered with hunting pace to his back and a shot into the base of his skull. The body may get hard. The head stays as fragile as it ever was. 183. 4 critical judgments, the corrosion, and a wolf working him without a break the entire time. Over 1,000 damage, total. Then Semu turned around and started running for the basin, and Death Realm intuition lit the entire world red. Dead end, dead end. Every direction, every position, every corner of that room. There was no square meter of floor in the building where I would survive the next 2 seconds. I used Leonard's gift. Sealed coffin, my body locked in place, and a half-transparent black casket closed around me. Semu jumped into the basin and detonated himself. Attack from Semu. 457 damage. Sealed coffin is active. You are immune to death. You recover 112 health. 457. My maximum is 225. When the coffin let go of me, the pain arrived all at once, and I stood there with a fistful of my own robe in my hand for a while. Garm had dropped the holy form and gone into the shadow before the blast landed. Not a mark on him. The explosion burned out the entire basin and took down everything that had been hanging above it, and Semu was still alive, in single digits, lying in the scorched pit, shaking. I walked over with a loaded judgment in my hand. He was not conscious. He was talking. Samir. Well, Samir, where are you? Samir. Bang. Kill. Body destroyer. Semu. Level 26. I did not say anything over him. There was nothing to say that would have been for him rather than for me. I took his soul into the ring, which filled it. That ring is at capacity now. In the center of the burned basin, there were 2 metal levers. One was already pulled down at an angle, which was the one that had dropped the doors. The other stood straight up. I wrapped strips of cloak around my hands, climbed down into the hot pit, and hauled the second one over. The wall behind the basin split and slid apart. Death Realm intuition stayed quiet, so I went in. It was not a vault. It was a small, cramped room done out for a child. Toys all over the floor, most of them ridiculous, nearly all of them broken, most of them missing pieces. I stood in the doorway of that room for a while. On the table there was a bronze box and a dark red crystal sphere on a stand. In the box was a bronze key. I had been quietly worrying for a week about where I was going to get a second advancement key for the Abyss Path. They are controlled items. The Holy Court will issue you exactly one for the path they know about, and the other one comes off the black market at a price that gets you noticed. Now it does not have to. He remains the same law-abiding citizen of the Nolan Empire. The sphere was the thing I had actually come for. Every thorn cell has one. It burns stored spirituality for a single short conversation with the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, and then it cracks. A one-use pager to a god. Far to the west, at the bottom of a cave under Fafnir City, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice had been in a bad state for days. Losing the two-faced puppet had cost him more than the object. It had cost him the ability to leave. And ever since a priest in a border town told him he had killed all 3 of the men sent out, he had not been able to think about anything else. He had seen that night through the eyes of Victor and then Gareth, and both times he had gotten a blurred silhouette and a covered face, and across that much country he could not read a stranger's spirituality at all. So he had been taking every scrap of news out of the Songyuan territory personally, and then a sphere lit up. From Sina City. A clue. There might be a clue about the two-faced puppet. He accepted the connection immediately. What appeared in his spiritual sight was a blood slave in a hood with his face in shadow, holding up his left hand with the middle finger extended, and swinging the two-faced puppet gently back and forth in his right. I told you, I would kill all of you. Smack. The sphere broke. He came out of that connection in a rage that shook the cave, and ran directly into the wall of his own situation, which is that, without the two-faced puppet, he cannot leave the bottom of the blood cave at all. It is not his fortress. It is his cell. The rage burned down into something quieter and much more dangerous, because he did have a clue now. The puppet is in Sina City, but Sina City is not a border town of 4,000 people. It is one of the Empire's holy cities, and there are several transcendents in it at his own level, and you cannot do to it what he did to Dawntown in the version of history I remember. So he reached out along a thread into the dark. Shadow of Slaughter. I have a new task for you. That was not showing off, and I want to defend the decision, because it looks like showing off. The point was to move Thorns of Blood's attention onto Sina City, which is the one place in the territory that frightens their lord. There are at minimum a dozen 5-fold path transcendents inside these walls, and the city is ruled by a 6-fold path zeal of the Supreme. If the Lord of Blood Sacrifice walked in here in person, he would achieve nothing at all. The Syndicate will not stop. They will go quiet and careful and predictable, which is what I want, because predictable enemies are enemies with a timetable. The next move will be Shadow of Slaughter, starting a search of this entire city for a black cloak with a puppet. Let him. In my previous life, I killed Shadow of Slaughter, and I did it after months of intelligence work, so a priest he has never heard of knows him better than he knows himself, and this Shadow of Slaughter, at this point on the calendar, is weaker than the one I killed. I cannot beat him standing in front of him. I do not have to. I only have to point him somewhere else. I pulled the second lever and opened the corridor, and there were already 8 of them crowded on the other side of it. 1 blood disciple and 7 blood slaves who had come down at the noise. Eliminate. All of them. That is a habit from clearing strongholds in the old life. You do not leave a node half-cut, because the half you leave writes a report. Holy light annihilation went into the group. 54, 63, 57. The blood disciple got a transformation off and came out of it as a black-flamed bear and broke sideways to escape, and I had already fired where he was going to be. Vital point, 200, then hunting pace behind the rest of them, 1 shot, and the dark erosion dagger low into the back. Backstab, kidney shot. Critical, the second holy light annihilation covered what was left. I left 2 of them breathing on purpose because there was a number I needed and no safe way to get it. The abyssal scripture has a divinity threshold on every page, and the panel only tells you the threshold once somebody is looking at the page, which means the only way to learn what page 5 costs is to have somebody else read page 5, and the only person available to volunteer was me. So I healed one of them until he was conscious. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Please relax. This is only a small experiment. I had a very kind face on the entire time, which I am aware does not help. Page 4. Divinity required, 25. His result, 6. Exemption failed. He did not get up again. I did the same with the second one and got the number I wanted. Page 5 wants 30. I want to be honest about that. Those 2 men worked in a building where people were kept on ropes, and I would have killed them either way, and I still used them as instruments first and read the numbers off them like a gauge. I did not enjoy it. I also did not hesitate, and I have not been able to decide which of those facts matters more. Half an hour after I left, gray mist gathered in the deepest part of that stronghold and sighed. We are too late. Not a single one left alive. Who could it be? Then the mist thinned out and was gone. I was staying at the White Antelope on Triumph Square. The church would have been free, but if I ever intend to do something taboo, the odds of being noticed inside a building full of holy arbiters are considerably higher. Simu, level 26, 13 levels above me, 1078 base, 130% bonus, 2479, twisted level boss. There was no cat in the room, so I had to improvise the ritual. I am sacrificing 10 years of Connor's remaining single life. I put my palms together like a man praying for something dishonest, and opened it. Immortal flesh. Rare. Plus 3 free attributes. You were born of flesh and blood, and yet you are blessed by flesh and blood. Resistance plus 5, and below half health, you regenerate 1% of your missing health every second. Resistance 5 to 10, which is close to full immunity to basic negative statuses. And a regeneration that only turns on when I am already losing, which means I can now fight the kind of long, ugly running war I have been fighting anyway, without dying halfway through it. 3 points into divinity, 18 to 21. Target 26, because page 4 wants 25, and I want page 4. And in my pocket, from a dead man's toy room, a bronze key I did not have to buy from anybody. I had been deliberately sitting on the Abyss promotion quest for 2 weeks, waiting for that key, and it was not caution for its own sake. Glory spirituality, when you are not ready for it, pushes you out. Abyss spirituality, when you are not ready for it, eats you. If I fell off those steps, I would not wake up in my bed. I would stay in that sea. Reward first, 800 experience, a skill slot, a skill point, 5 free attributes, then the sea itself, and it was nothing like the first one. No stars, dark violet and deep red at the edges of vision, and the constant specific feeling of being watched from the empty parts by an uncountable number of things that did not like me. Behind the bronze gate of the abyss, there was no light at all. There was fire, out to the horizon of the world, fire that spread like a grassland burning, fire that had already gone out, fire that could take the world down to ash. Spirituality ascension, second path, abyssal engraving to level 2, abyssal beast, summoning to level 2, 1 additional contract slot for an abyssal beast, dark erosion affinity, and 3 bronze columns with patterns running down them in violet, moving like poisoned blood. An eye, abyss gazer, a weak connection to the abyss, strength earned by study, and you keep your mind. A black flame, half demon. You hand over half your soul and half your body, and you become one. A devouring mouth, child of devouring. Full connection, unlimited growth by consuming others, and you lose essentially all of your human reason. I took the eye without stopping. Abyss attendant level 10 inherits. Abyss gazer, level 10. Gazing into the abyss. Look into it often enough, and you receive revelations, forbidden and valuable, in that order. Eye of the Abyss. If the target is in my line of sight and my divinity is higher than theirs, a gaze check locks them for 5 seconds. They cannot move, cannot use skills, cannot reach their own spirituality. Coming back out felt like being on fire and then being switched off. Safety is back. The Abyss Ascension is 100 times more dangerous than the Glory one, and choosing not to do it earlier was one of the best decisions I have made. And now let me close the obvious hole, because anybody watching this would ask it. Why take the weakest of the 3? Because Abyss Gazer is a late bloomer, and right now, today, it is genuinely weaker than either of the other 2. That is true. The other 2 are one-way doors. Half demon and child of devouring both end with me being something that cannot walk into a church, and my entire survival on this continent is built on walking into churches. A man who visibly wields the abyss on Fanor does not have a career. He has a duration. 5 points into divinity. 26. You have become the embodiment of taboo. You are beginning to take shape as a harbinger of natural disaster. Thank you. Also, no. With divinity 26, I open page 4. Required 25. Exemption successful. Burning soul. Abyss. Level 1. You stand above countless abyssal creatures and lesser demons. Your kind will pave your path. Your blood will burn your soul until you are reduced to ashes, which is very dramatic for what it actually does. When I defeat an enemy 5 or more levels above me, I get 20% bonus base experience and 1 point added to whichever attribute that enemy had highest, capped at 10 stacks. And then I read the wording again, because the wording is the whole thing. It does not say kill, it says defeat, which means a formal duel counts. Half the experience, but the burning soul condition fires anyway. I sat there with that for a while, and I could feel something perk up in my chest that has been getting me into trouble since I was 15. I am going to be challenging people. In the morning, I went to Triumph Square out of uniform. The shop I wanted was dark and unremarkable, with dust on the steps and a sign over the door that read, Authentic Dwarf Blacksmith Shop, exactly like the authentic dumpling places and the authentic noodle places of my previous life. Simple, unpretentious, lying somewhere. The door opened on a short, broad dwarf with a full beard, a hammer in his right hand, and metal shavings all down his left. What are you here for? I decided to open with a card I had been holding for a week. You are the renowned dwarven craftsman known as Mir the Stubborn One, are you not? He went absolutely still. Wherever you learned that name, please forget it. Just call me Mir. They all call me Master Mir now. Mir is a pure-blooded dwarf out of the Broken Continent, which is where dragons and dwarves come from, and he crossed the Sea of Mists to get here. He took the erudition path deliberately because it is legal, which means he can use his strength in the open and live off his trade without ever joining the Tower of Sages. Erudition, triple path, class rune smith, which is a nice contrast with my blacksmith back home. Kale is Kutu at fourfold, and the forge is a cover story. For Mir, the forge is the entire point. Runes, for the record, are what people found when the glory of the Age of Gods went out and everyone started digging for what was left. A bridge to the sea of spirituality built out of marks and letters. The more complex the rune, the more power it carries, and the more spiritual capacity it demands of whoever holds it. The front room was dark, because Mir begrudges the oil for a second lamp, and the shelves held ordinary swords, rapiers, hammers, and hatchets. The cheap stock always lives in the first room. Let me see the rune-enhanced items, I said. Below triple path. The ones you forged yourself, and whatever extraordinary materials you have been selling lately. He stiffened immediately. This is a legitimate blacksmith shop. We do not do illegal business. Please. I took out the Holy Arbiter badge and put it on the counter, and here is the cold part, which I want on record because it is the actual reason I was in that shop instead of a black market. I need a paper trail now. If the Holy Court ever pulls my purchase records and finds that a second path arbiter has never bought a single thing from anybody, that absence is louder than any purchase would have been. He took me down through a hatch under a square floor panel into a cellar lit by a lamp with a rune crystal in it, soft and blue. Green rare. Earthfire dragon claw blade, a pale wizard's crown, a blue rare magic flame longsword, blue rare paladin arm guards. Mir looked me up and down while I looked at them. Are you a priest? He said. Or a paladin? He had perfectly avoided the correct answer, which is both, plus one other thing. I want a rune weapon suited to a priest, I said. Ideally something usable in close combat that also improves my holy art. He reached up and took down a scythe. A staff with a moon-shaped blade at the head and a magic crystal set into the base. Moon-slicing scythe. Then he pressed his fingertips together in front of his mouth. 200 gold coins. Cash on delivery. 200 gold is nearly everything I own. This old bastard could simply have robbed me. Why did he bother becoming a blacksmith? But something snagged, and it was not the number. My first thought was, I do not have enough money. My first thought was not that price is too high. That is a bad sign. When a price makes you audit your wallet instead of auditing the price, something has already happened to you. 9 points out of 10, something is wrong. So I ran detection on the shopkeeper instead of the merchandise. A shrewd businessman's eloquence. Rare. Years of trading have awakened a merchant's nature in you. Your prices are accepted more readily at markups of up to 500%. Okay. So this is how you play it. 500% markup, which puts the real price of that scythe somewhere between 40 and 60. I held up 2 fingers. That is too high, I said. What do you think of 20? 20 platinum, he said immediately. That is certainly possible. 20 gold. He froze solid. I was not worried about offending him. There was dust on his front steps thick enough to write in, which means no traffic, and Mir is not in the Tower of Sages, which means he lives entirely off customers. The customer is king, and this particular king had read the room. Are you here to cause trouble? He said, going dark. 20 gold is far too low. Then, name your price again, I said. And this time, give me a proper one. I do not have that much patience. And then he asked the real question, the one underneath, and his voice changed when he asked it. I am asking you, what do you see in this moon-slicing scythe? Here it comes. This is the authentic art style of the dwarven craftsman. So I told him what I saw. The quality is nearly masterwork. Apart from 2 details on the collar, there is nothing to criticize. The metal is moon steel, which is only mined in the Kashyapa Pure Land, which means it did not come cheap and it did not come legally quickly. The rune is a spirituality inspiration type, which is one of the hardest classes of engraving there is. The crystal at the head is a Stria magic crystal, with the higher conversion rate out of the Stria mines. And the moonlight tempering has been done at least 3 times, because the grain moves the way it only moves after the 3rd. He listened to all of it, and by halfway through he had stopped looking like a merchant. You are absolutely right, he said. You could even say you are quite professional. I apologize for my earlier offer. You truly know your work. But, are you a blacksmith too? I am not a blacksmith, but I do know an excellent blacksmith. And I put Kale's black steel dagger on the bench. Mir picked it up and did not say anything for a long time. The blacksmith you know does not necessarily have more forging experience than I do, he said at last, and he said it carefully, like a man setting something down. But as a transcendent whose profession is forging, his skill is indeed superior to mine. 60 gold, he said. That will cover materials and labor. He was still shaving a little off the top for himself, and I knew it, and I paid it without a word. Business is about both parties winning. A man who never lets his supplier profit ends up with no supplier. The second cellar was tighter and smelled like a harbor. Hides, bones, monster crystals, and trays. The forging materials are not for sale, he said. I need those. As for the furs and bones and the crystal materials, choose whatever you like. I was shopping for a cradle. The wolf hide had been a green material. At my level now, I needed blue, and monster materials sit closer to abyssal beasts than beast hides do, which raises both the success rate and the ceiling on what comes out. I found a feather. Hidden mist, true feather. Blue rare, monster material. Completely black with no other color in it anywhere, half the vein trembling in a black mist that was not sitting on it but coming out of it, the tips of the other half burned entirely away. Mir was honest about it without me asking, which by then I had come to expect from him. That is the most intact feather the hunter got off the wing of a mist songbird. Dangerous thing. And that is not a phantom feather, it is a true one. Normally you would set it in jewelry. I do not make jewelry, so I was going to resell it to the Alchemy Academy for not less than 20 gold and 3 silver. With the scythe, 80 gold and 3 silver, out of 200 and change. Then, at the door, he came after me at a trot, out of breath. That black steel dagger you showed me, he said. I want to buy it. Name your price. Just give me back 1 gold coin. Kale sold me that dagger for 8 silver. Prices in a border town are a different economy, and 1 gold in Sina City is not real money. He looked at me strangely. I have thought since that he may have understood exactly what I was doing, which was buying a blacksmith rather than selling a knife. Back in my room, I shut the shutters and locked the door from the inside. Abyssal engraving across the feather. Dark violet lines went into the black, and the misted tips shivered, and an ominous spirituality started coming off it in slow waves. A perfect cradle. Semu's soul, compressed down into a sphere the size of my fist, went against it. Both of them shook. The sphere shrank. The mist off the feather grew, and then both of them were simply not there. The room filled with thick black fog, and out of the fog came birds, hundreds of them, into every corner, along the beams, on the sill, on the bedpost, flickering in and out of visibility, more of them than the room had space for. In an instant, hundreds of newborn eyes turned toward me out of the shadow with bewildered curiosity. Spiritual vision showed me the truth of it, which was one bird, a raven, but blacker than a raven, with an outline that smoked at the edges. The other hundreds were illusions. Mist Hidden Raven, level 23. Contract Abyssal Beast, threat level, twisted. Health, 120. Agility, 18. Perception, 27. Hidden Mist Raven. Generates and hides in black mist and shapes mist shadows out of it, each shadow carrying 10% of the original's stats. The number of shadows is capped by perception. 103 of 135. Shadow Shifting Crow, on taking lethal damage, becomes immune to it and relocates into any mist shadow. Wandering Raven, all damage from the body and every clone counts as dark erosion and applies moderate blinding. Perspective Link, for a continuous mana cost, the contractor shares sight with the Raven or any of its clones. The raw numbers are unimpressive even for Twisted. That is not the point. To actually kill that bird, you have to destroy the body and every shadow it has made in the same window, and there are 100 of them. Also, I had just acquired an intelligence network with wings. Then I read the last line on the panel. Threat level, twisted, untamed. Garm came out of the cocoon and licked my boot. This one was not going to do that. I knew a man in the old life who summoned an abyssal beast 30 levels above himself. The beast killed him inside 4 seconds. Other players hunted it down afterward and rendered it into materials, which I am sure was a great comfort. I did not draw a weapon. I moved slowly, without any hostility at all, into the corner of the room. That corner was the only spot in that room from which spiritual vision showed me every shadow and the true body at the same time, and I had picked it before I ever lit the engraving. Then I let my pupils change, light gray going dark violet with red sparks under the surface. Eye of the Abyss. Divinity check. Mine, 26. It's 14. In effect, frozen, sealed, lost. The pressure of the abyss came down on that bird through my eyes. A dozen shadows blinked out at once. Its spirituality went into disorder. And here is the mechanism, because I was betting my life on it. Its fear was not learned. It was in the blood it was made from. It did not want to escape me. It wanted to submit, and it needed 5 seconds to admit it. Those 5 seconds took a year. At 2 seconds remaining, the word untamed disappeared off the panel. The shadows folded back into fog, the fog thinned and drew in, and the raven flew across the room and landed on my right shoulder and started calmly preening, exactly like every bird that feels completely safe with its owner. For the name, I thought about ravens for a while. In the myths of my old life, the raven is a herald of darkness, an incarnation of a sea god, a guide through the dark. Different cultures, different jobs, and every single one of them attaches him to the night. So, Ming An, ferryman of the black mist and the incarnation of midnight. I stroked his feathers with the air of a retired civil servant with too much time. What does it mean to be a man who owns a cat and a dog and now walks a bird? Then I put him to work. He stayed in the room while I was out, and I seeded mist shadows into every corner, every stairwell, and every corridor of that hotel. If thorns of blood find where I sleep, I will know about it from 100 angles before they reach the landing. The next day, I went to the Alchemy Academy of Sina City, which falls under the Tower of Sages, carrying a dead bandit's brooch. Here is why. An erudition second path. Transcendent does not slide into highway robbery. The tower collects those people as adolescents and never lets go. A man like Zeal Sterling does not have a career path down. He has a reason. Any player who has ever written a guide can smell a quest hook, and that was a quest hook. It was also an excuse to open a relationship with the Academy, and I had a day and a half before Red Maple City. The building is a square stele with 2 gray stone doors, walls of long white brick, and a spire capped with indigo crystal, which is the symbol of the Pillar of Erudition, which is truth. Their doctrine is that real knowledge always belongs to the few, and only those standing at the top of the Tower of Knowledge deserve to meet the truth. They are not shy about it. 2 scholars at the door, both first path. This is the hour for seeking truth. The Alchemy Academy is not open to the public. Please leave. I said one name, Zeal Sterling, and I watched both faces, because that is the entire reason to say a name out loud. The young one did not react. The older one's pupils shrank. Inside, the ground floor is called the Transformation Chamber, and it is bedlam. Alchemists shouting each other down over recipes and formulas, 2 of them physically holding a third away from a bench, somebody insisting a ratio is wrong at a volume you could hear from the street. Exactly like the university labs of my previous life. Nothing about it resembled serene sages. We are going to the 3rd floor, the older scholar said. Lord Omniscient Hadrian Sterling is waiting for you, and I very nearly broke my own face. The Omniscient has the same surname as the dead bandit. At the door of the hall, my escort stopped and did not come in, which told me exactly one thing. The conversation about to happen is not something ordinary scholars are permitted to hear. Hidden Quest, the Hidden Secret. Normal difficulty. Type, Chain Quest. Learn the secret of zeal from Hadrian Sterling. 1200 experience, 1 free attribute point. The first link in a chain is always easy and always pays badly. That is how they get you to pull the second one. The Chamber of True Knowledge is a room designed by somebody who loves geometry more than people. Round windows and white frames, rectangular tables, rhomboid tables, tables cut on a slant, all in pale blue. A belt of light running the length of the floor like a conveyor, and standing along it in rows, rune-driven alchemical machines doing complicated things very quietly. Something came toward me with a metallic hum. A puppet, roughly the size of a man. Please, please, please come with me. Threat level twisted. Which means either they put a triple path transcendent soul into that thing, or an erudition fourfold path built it, and I have no idea which of those answers I would prefer. Omniscient is what they call an erudition master at the fourfold path. The puppet, whose name was number 33, walked me to a white metal door. Come back, number 33. Well done, number 33. Behind the door was a man with pale gold curls and deep lake blue eyes, wearing a circlet of golden willow, which in their tradition means wisdom, and a gray-white mantle with gilt tooling. He was extremely friendly, and he did not warm up first. My students tell me you came here for the sake of zeal, he said. I would like to know where you learned that name. I had the story ready. I came in with a caravan, I said. On the road here, I saw Zeal and his friends. Friends is doing a lot of work in that sentence, and I had chosen it in advance. Then I put the brooch on his table. That is indeed our family crest, he said, and looked genuinely apologetic. It seems Zeal caused you a good deal of trouble, but you managed to resolve it. Then his eyes changed. Did you receive or see a purple parchment journal from Zeal? And something settled over me like a net, a perception web. It catches the smallest fluctuations of spirituality that come off a thought, and it is the standard way an older path checks whether a younger one is lying, and it works so reliably that most people do not even bother to hide that they are using it. I shook my head. No, that is fine too. The pressure lifted. I want to note for later that I lied directly into a fourfold path lie detector, and it did not so much as ripple. I did not fully understand why yet. It has since become one of the more important facts about me. Then Hadrian talked, and it turned out that once you get an old academic started on family shame, he does not require much encouragement. Zeal is the youngest child of the Sterling family, generations of them, all erudition, all going into runes and alchemy the moment they are old enough to hold a stylus. By 21, Zeal was a full alchemist, which is genuinely impressive. Because of the 8 paths, erudition depends the most on raw intelligence and on the moment where something clicks. I understand completely. It is like advanced mathematics, but like his father, Rhys Sterling, he was not satisfied with the clean half of it. Here is their doctrine, and it is the crack the whole family fell through. Their God is truth, and truth knows everything. Everything includes the twisted, the forbidden, and the impure, which is the same crack Glory has, incidentally. We have a faction called Pure Order, who believe in ultimate purification, and whose stated goal is burning every unbeliever off the map. There are not many of them. They are more dangerous than any cult because they operate under a legal path with legal paperwork, and because being that extreme gets you to ideas nobody sane bothers to look for. The branch Rhys and Zeal went into calls itself the Hidden Omniscient. Where the Tower of Sages carries clean knowledge, these people are open to any knowledge at all, adore the taboo as a gift of wisdom from truth, and run secret rituals to ask truth for things truth should not answer. Rhys helped found their cell in Cena City. When it came out, the family tried him themselves, then the law hall of the Supreme took over, and Rhys was hanged. Zeal was 5. Nobody told him. He found out when he was 12 that his father had been executed by his own family working together with the Supreme, and Hadrian said this next part slowly because it clearly still bothered him. Zeal did not show sadness, or shame, or anger. He developed a strong interest in the Hidden Omniscient. He was 12, so the elders gave him a stern talking to and considered the matter handled. And then Hadrian's voice cracked. None of us expected that Rhys had hidden a notebook. It contains all the forbidden knowledge he studied in his entire life. That filthy alchemy, those vile runes. Zeal studied his father's notes in secret for years until the family found his underground workshop and the things he had been making in it. He took the notebook and ran. I do not know what became of Zeal after that, and I am not interested. However, as the current elder of the Sterling family, I have a responsibility to retrieve Rhys's notebook. Hidden quest completed. 1200 experience, 1 attribute point. Hidden quest, forbidden notes, hard, chain quest. Objective, obtain the forbidden notebook of Rhys Sterling. Optional objective 1, return the notebook to Hadrian. Optional objective 2, keep the notebook and conceal the truth from Hadrian. 3100 experience, 2 free attributes. Now, the filthy knowledge of the erudition path does very little for me personally. I am carrying things considerably more forbidden than anything a runesmith wrote down in a study. What made me hesitate was the other question, and I still have not answered it. Why does Hadrian actually want that notebook? So the knowledge stops moving? Or because he wants it? I have kept that question. It has not stopped being useful. I told him everything about Zeal in detail, because detail buys trust cheaply, that he had become a bandit chief, that he was robbing caravans on the road in, that he had rebuilt a small cannon with runes and was firing accelerated slugs out of it, and that his weapon was a black-paired blade with something moving on the surface of it. Hadrian's face closed at the last part. That ominous writhing double blade is a product of filthy knowledge. Then he worked out what I had wanted him to work out on his own. If Zeal was operating on the Wupo grassland, then his den and the notebook are on the Wupo grassland. The puppet rolled back in with a gift. Arcane Rune Armlet. Blue Rare. 20% off skill cooldowns. Wisdom +3. Perception +3. Barrier of Knowledge, which reduces incoming damage per hit, scaled off Perception. Mystic Thirst, which raises outgoing damage per hit, scaled off Wisdom. My first piece of armor. Until that afternoon I owned 2 weapons and a robe. Now, said Hadrian, only you truly know where Zeal may have hidden himself. You are not of our path, so it is most appropriate for you to retrieve that journal for me. Once you do, I will give you a far more generous reward. I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. The Wupo grassland is simply too large. Then I will take that as agreement. And then quieter, at the door. I hope you will keep this request as confidential as possible. You understand what I mean. I understood exactly what he meant. And what he meant was that an elder of the Sterling family had just hired an outsider to go and find a thing his own house had failed to find, and would prefer his own house not hear about it. I did not have to go to the Wupo grassland, because I had someone standing on it. The vassal inscription is an abyss variant, and its second function is that it works as a channel. Lyra was in a cave under a grass ridge at that exact moment, standing over crates under an oiled sheet, and inside the crates were imperial coins and Golden Kingdom trade notes, Omar's cash. Her estimate was about 10,000 Nolan gold, which is roughly what a comfortable middle-class family saves over 10 years of work and 100 years of not spending anything. Then I opened the channel, and what she felt was not a voice. It starts as a severe headache and turns into burning through the whole body. Nobody who works with inscriptions pretends it is anything other than a punishment. She got a hand against the cave wall and stayed upright. My master, we have found the bandits' hideout, I told her. Based on the names Zeal and Reese, bring me back a purple parchment notebook. The pain let go and left the weakness behind it, and she stood there in the dark, repeating the words to herself. Zeal. Reese. Purple parchment notebook. My alibi with Hadrian is now perfect. I was in a hotel room in Cena City the entire time, and 100 people can say so. But I sat with the other thing for a long time that night, and I have not solved it yet. I need a way to beat a perception web on purpose, because it will not only ever be one omniscient. A man carrying a secret this size will attract eyes for the rest of his life, and the next set will not be polite about it. I put the armlet on, and the runes came up pale blue along my forearm. The world got finer. I do not know how else to describe it. Edges I had been rounding off stopped being rounded off. With his current true strength, he is already able to compete with most triple path transcendents. I spent the next day and a half not going outside, because Shadow of Slaughter was already sweeping this city for a black cloak with a puppet, and instead I ground skill proficiency by cycling consecrated priest buffs on myself in a locked room like a lunatic. Then I paid the girl at the desk 4 gold to hold my room for half a month and went to work. Leonard looked me over once. You are very punctual, and from your expression, you are already prepared. Then he clapped me on the shoulder hard enough to move my feet. Then cheer up. This will be the first time you face enemies who follow the lost path. I arranged my face into mild confusion and asked whether the lost meant enemies from the theocracy. I had already killed one lost transcendent. He was sitting in a wagon opposite me at the time, and he shook my hand afterward. The Holy Tower Theocracy is an ancient kingdom north of the Empire, ruled by the Lost Path, and relations have been bad since before anyone alive was born. In the Judgment War, they come in late, under a banner about holy war, at the exact moment the outcome is already decided, and they take a substantial share of the spoils out from under the Empire's feet. I know that because I watched them do it. The carriage was a city lord's carriage with a gold sun on a white curtain, which is the Holy Court's mark, and there were 3 of us inside. This is your first judgment of heretics assignment, Connor said. Are you not scared? A little, I said. The unknown is always frightening. That was a lie. I was in extremely high spirits. If there had not been 2 holy arbiters sitting across from me, I would have gone looking for a bandit den on the way, just to keep my hand in. Fear is normal, Pamir said from inside the helmet. In fact, fear is the driving force of survival. Then she briefed me, because apparently that is the only register she has. The enemy is a secret society called the Ancient Hermetic Order, few in number, hermits doctrinally lost. They appear anywhere an ancient being has been found, and they try to steal whatever ancient secret is sealed with it. Understood. They are tomb raiders. And the man who called in the holy court, she added, is the city lord, Lord Corvin. Red Maple City is a medium city on paper and a fortress in practice. One mountain ridge separates it from the pitch-black duchy, and one winding river separates it from the Holy Tower theocracy, and everything about the architecture assumes somebody is coming. In my old life, it was the largest player hub in the territory, because during the Judgment War, the front line moved back and forth across exactly this ground for months. What the natives dread is precisely what the Fourth Calamity craves: deserter bands, criminals, cultists, underground black markets, battlefield scavengers, all of it in one place, all of it respawning. After the war, the players rebuilt it into the first city with genuine player autonomy. Looking at those gray-brown walls and the double triangular towers, I felt something I did not expect and did not enjoy. I felt like I had come home. The Holy Arbiter badge got the carriage through the gate with no inspection, which is one of the small perks. And in the seat opposite, Connor was muttering to himself, "Captain Julian owes money and will not pay it back. Julian, he still owes me 40 gold coins. 40 coins. The same 40 gold he thought about while he believed he was dying in an alley. I could smell gossip the way you smell rain." We found Captain Julian in an inner courtyard, sitting by a fountain with a Valkyrie statue on it, reading a book. Middle-aged chestnut curls, the melancholy air of a man who writes poetry badly and often. A steel warhammer across his back, the same model as Connor's, and under a velvet mantle, the glint of scale. Julian. Glory, triple path. High Priest of Purgation, which is the branch of the Holy Light Priest that leans into physical damage, and a secondary class, Glory, first path, Apprentice Priest. Which explains something that had been bothering me for a week. Local NPCs can take second professions. Julian had picked up Apprentice Priest as a side job, because under Leonard's selection standards, an ordinary second path consecrated priest cannot pass into the Holy Arbiters at all, and a squad still needs somebody who can heal. They did not have a healer, so the captain became one part-time. "You must be the new consecrated priest," he said. "Kai Shen Alaric, Priest Leonard has told me about you." Then he looked at me for a moment longer than was comfortable. "You are indeed a unique consecrated priest. I now genuinely believe Priest Leonard's judgment was correct. Here is a thing about this world that no panel will tell you. From the triple path upward, transcendents feel each other directly. They do not have words like constitution and agility. They have their own. The vitality contained in a body, the responsiveness contained in muscle. What Julian felt off me was an enormous amount of vitality in a body that was supposed to belong to a support priest. "Normally, I would hold a welcome party for you," he said. "I will make it up after the mission." Connor leaned over to my ear. Do not believe him. He said the same thing when he borrowed the money. The briefing was a round table and a stack of folders. The seal on the ancient being somewhere under Red Maple City had inexplicably weakened. The leaked aura was picked up by the ancient Hermetic Order, who slipped into the city and started looking. They never found the entrance. And then, out of frustration, they escalated to hard intelligence gathering. They got into the Lord's Manor, went through the guard on the treasury, and left with maps, important documents, and a great deal of Corvin's money. "So the aggrieved party," I said. "That is to say Lord Corvin. He is upset about the money, and that is why he asked us to judge these heretics, so we can help him get it back." Julian looked at me with the beginnings of alarm. "Do you have a grudge against Lord Corvin?" "A little." He coughed. "Ahem. I do support settling personal grudges on the spot. But that will have to wait until after the mission is complete." I liked him immediately, which was inconvenient, because at that same table I was quietly aware of a second fact. The ancient Hermetic Order is looking for a seal that I opened with a piece of a crown in my pocket, and functionally, on this specific job, they are my allies. That night, in the room they gave me, something started burning in my chest, not pain. Pull. The Aela crown shard I took off Corgan's armor was reaching for something. Aela crown shard, 1 of 4, resonated. Hidden quest, the end of hesitation, hard, quest series, level 20, triple path and above. You possess the Ella crown shard and have approached the origin seal. As the holder of a crown shard, you are considered a usurper, and the guardian knights of the lost mausoleum are awakening one after another. Find and defeat the wandering knight Theron. 4,800 experience and Theron's legacy. And I sat down on the bed and started laughing because of what that actually means. The seal did not weaken on its own. I woke it up by carrying a piece of a crown into the city, which means the ancient Hermetic Order has been combing Red Maple City for months, looking for a door that only opens for someone holding the right credential, and none of them has it. Then they will probably have wasted their time entirely. I decided to go into the new mausoleum before we went back to Sina City, without rushing it, folded in around the paperwork after the operation. That is a promise I made to myself in a rented room, and I kept it. We went out the next night, arcane rune armlet, moon-slicing scythe across my back, white oak staff in hand. Julian arrived late, absorbed 3 separate disapproving looks, and said with total composure, very good, everybody is on time. The briefing on the way, their strongest is a lost triple path spirit summoner, +2 second path curse masters or mages if you encounter an enemy surrounded by a strange 3-colored light, said Julian. Prioritize your own safety. This is only the first probe. Your survival is the point. The site was an abandoned camp up a narrow path, and the cold coming down that path was wrong, not weather. Cold with a sense of expulsion in it, going through clothing as though clothing were a formality. Julian held up his left hand. I offer myself as a torch. His hand went half-transparent and lit up with a soft gold light like a swarm of fireflies, and the cold pulled back off the path, and I revised my opinion of him upward again. At the entrance were 2 lost first-path holy servants, with candle holders fixed on top of their heads and short 3-pronged knives in their hands, the blades smeared with wax and ash. They poured spirituality in. The wax caught. They bowed their heads and prayed to the flames on their own knife points. Then they sent 6 ropes of fire at Julian. He drew a circle with his left hand, and a gold shield of spirituality took the fire and decomposed it, and then he pushed the shield forward and it burst into a wash of purifying holy flame. Tsk, he said, quite a commotion. Consider that our greeting gift to the ancient hermetic order. Pamir, Connor, either side of me. Kai Shen, prepare the chant for consecration. And there was a light in his eye that I recognized, because I have it. Hopefully that spirit summoner has not run. I want to note my read of the squad at this point, since it turned out to matter. The priests of this Holy Arbiter team are a bit out of place. Julian, who holds the title High Priest of Purgation, is functionally a brute in the same shape as Connor. Please be careful, Captain Julian. Do not worry, he said. I know what I am doing. Then the ambush came, and it came wrong. A crowd of holy servants came around the corner with the same 3-pronged knives, and they did not breathe fire. They did not do anything. They howled and ran at us on foot. Pamir put her 2-hander into the ground, and the shockwave took the whole front rank off their feet. Julian turned his gold flame into lightning, and what came down the corridor afterward was ash. And Julian did not look pleased. He looked worried, because that had been far too one-sided, and because he had not felt a single extraordinary aura off any of them. My panel had told me the same thing 4 minutes earlier in more detail. Not one of them had walked any path at all, and their professions were listed in plain, ordinary, secular terms. Murderer, robber, grave robber. So I said the rest of the captain's sentence for him. The others are all imposters. Julian stood in that corridor with his hand still glowing and worked through what it meant, and I watched a man decide against the thing he wanted. Retreat, he said. He wanted the spirit summoner badly. He wanted it visibly, and he was not going to put the squad in a hole to get it. So the captain is not a fool, which I had genuinely not been sure about. Here is what was waiting for us in the deep part of that camp. Wandering spirits, uncountable, hanging in the air in the dark, waiting for something to arrive. Underneath them, an enormous complex circle drawn on the floor in blood, glowing dark red. It is called the Cage of Slaughter. It is a lost ritual curse, and it works like this. When it triggers, everyone who has spilled the blood of mortals in the previous day is forcibly sealed into the center of that circle for a while. Not transcendents. Mortals. Which is what the fake cultists in the corridor actually were. Not guards. Bait. Kill them, and the cage takes you. When we left, the spirit started getting angry that nothing had come, and in the center of the circle, a bright red spiritual fire flared up and turned around and found the smell of blood going away up the path. They actually retreated, it said. It is because my arrangements were not thorough enough. The plan is not thorough enough. Then it said something worse. Children, come and devour. Devour my flesh and blood. This is my atonement. This is my price. The spirits came down on the fire, and the fire made a sound, and the sound went on for a while. That is the contract he lives under. He pays his own soul into them, by the piece, whenever the greedy things he keeps do not get fed. We debriefed in a dark room in the church with 1 candle. That probe, said Julian, shrugging, was a trap. By experience, said Connor. The followers of the Lost are not like the Crimson Lotus. They should not be interested in ordinary people at all. Connor had not swung his hammer once that night, and had been quietly miserable about it ever since. Pamir nodded and said nothing, which from her is a paragraph. So I told them about my teacher, about a ritual that finished on schedule, and a lord who asked a priest to stay on and deal with a haunting that did not exist, and did it for free, and then drew back a curtain on a gallery full of dinner guests who had been watching the whole performance. Julian's face went to stone. Connor's went past that. I could not see Pamir's face, but I could hear her breathing change inside the helmet, and that told me more than a face would have. That fat, bald guy, Julian said, in a voice with no temperature in it. He is openly defying the authority of the Holy Court. When Julian stopped saying Lord Corvin and started saying fat bald, I knew my teammates had officially joined me. Silas Vance, he said. I have heard that name. He must be an excellent priest to have taught a student like you. Then he stood up. We are going to the manor first thing in the morning to hold Corvin accountable. I lay awake afterward and kept pulling on it, and what I got was worse than politics. The imposters in that corridor were criminals. Their professions were listed as murderer, robber, grave robber, not one path between them, which means they came out of the holding cells under the manor, which means Corvin handed them over personally. I could not say that part out loud to anybody. Ordinary people do not carry a readable profession in their spirituality, only my panel does that. The obvious version is corruption. A noble dresses condemned men as cultists so the Holy Court can post a body count, and he trades human beings upward for commendations. If I say you are a bandit, then you are a bandit. But then why put two genuine lost holy servants at the entrance? Those two were real. Real path, real doctrine, real fire on their knives. Putting them there is not padding a report. It is direct evidence of contact with the enemy, sitting at the front door where the first man through will find it, which leaves the version I did not like. If Corvin regards those two, and the entire Holy Arbiter squad, as consumables, then this is not politics at all. This is more like a sacrifice, and if we had gone in deeper, we would have found out exactly what kind. I sent the bird. Ming An came off the beam. I muted my own spirituality down to nothing, and connected to his sight, which after 4 years of virtual reality in another life, felt uncomfortably familiar. Except the flying part. There is no headset for that. He came in over the ochre-red roof of the Lord's residence, landed on a sill, wrapped himself in mist until there was nothing to see, and poured through the gap under a door as smoke. The study inside was money made visible. Rare wood, jade, and gold on antique shelves, and behind a desk of golden Nanmu, an oil painting titled Nobles on Warhorse in a frame with more inlay than sense. Round face, wavy hair, 2 waxed mustaches, and walking around the room was the same man if you removed the hair and added 20 years and 40 kilos. Same mustaches. He was crushing a letter in one fist and talking to himself. The spirit summoner has suffered a backlash. The secret order cannot be trusted either. My illness. Then my illness. He threw the letter in the fireplace and went to bed, and my raven went into the fire after the smoke and brought the charred thing back out with an obsidian beak, and I sat in a rented room a street away and read it. It was signed by an elementalist named Mateo, codename 3, of the ancient Hermetic Order, and it complained. The cheap sacrifices had not proceeded as expected. 2 comrades had been spent for nothing. The cage of slaughter had been completely ineffective. And Lord Starrow, their spirit summoner, had been badly hurt by the backlash when the wandering spirits turned on him because he had not been able to satisfy them. But this is the price we pay for seeking the lost. None of us fear death, just as a moth does not fear the flame. Then the instructions. Stall for time until the ancient seal is found, or until Lord Starrow recovers, and then the payment terms. Once we kill those sacrifices and melt their souls into the key that unlocks the seal, we will, as promised, allow you to embark on the lost path and bestow upon you the secret of regenerating the root of life. The Mother Goddess will bless you and grant you eternal life. Cheap sacrifices means us. It means the 4 people in that carriage. Here is why us specifically. The lost do not butcher villages the way the Crimson Lotus does, because they do not want volume, they want quality. They need the souls of transcendence, which hold their shape better. And killing one transcendent attracts less attention than killing 1,000 civilians, especially when the transcendents in question are holy arbiters, whose entire job description is walking into supernatural incidents and occasionally not walking back out. Nobody investigates a dead arbiter for months. By the time anybody upstairs finishes the paperwork, the order is gone. So the request for help from the Holy Court was never a request for help. It was bait, and the city lord wrote the invitation, and his motive was the part I had to read twice. Corvin wants to walk the lost path so he can regrow the root of life, because Corvin is a cripple. There are 2 ways to fix that in this world. The Crimson Lotus way, which is replacing what is yours with something taken from a person or an animal, or the Lost way, which is begging the Mother Goddess for regeneration. He picked the second one. That is the first genuinely original reason I have ever heard for wanting to become extraordinary, and I have heard a great many. I could have taken that letter straight to the Law Hall of the Supreme at dawn. Instead, I sent it back. Ming An carried it into the study while the man slept and laid it inside a thick book on the Nanmu desk, and left. Now the evidence was sitting in a room whose owner was completely certain no evidence existed. At sunrise, Pamier was in the courtyard running her morning form with the two-hander. Connor was asleep against a cedar, and I was washing my face at the fountain after a night with no sleep in it. Julian came out 15 minutes later, visibly pleased with himself for rising early, and walked into 3 separate contemptuous stares. "Everyone is up early," he said faintly. At the manor gates there were no guards at all, and the gates were shut with a black iron chain, which in this city means no audience today. Julian took the hammer off his back without a word. Gold ran up his arm and into the head, and the holy flame came up, and he hit the chain once and it came apart, and black smoke hissed out of the break with something orange-red bleeding underneath it. "You can go in now," he said. "Before we actually see Corvin, he still has time to think of a plausible explanation." The courtyard was clipped and swept, and there was not one servant in it. Julian hammered on the door, and on the 3rd round he shouted, "Corvin Walden, open the door immediately. Otherwise, I will exercise the power of holy judgment granted to me by the Holy Court." The door opened. "Even a holy arbiter of the Holy Court," said Corvin, "has no right to trespass on private property." In a sitting room with 2 kerosene lamps, Julian pushed a wall of spirituality across the table and asked whether he was fully aware that the outpost intelligence he had provided was a trap set by the enemy, and Corvin reached into his coat, took out a dark red crystal pendant, and crushed the stone between his fingers. A soundless wave went out, and his spirituality became something you could not read, like a face seen through heat. Nobody in that room could now tell his truth from his lie. "I do not know," he said calmly. And then he attacked. "I have not offended you. It is you who are offending me. It is you who are offending the loyal officials of the Supreme. It was you who wantonly destroyed my courtyard and forced your way into my residence." He was buying time, that was all of it. Buy time until the spirit summoner heals, put the plan back on the rails, and in the meantime, play the aggrieved party as loudly as possible, because he had just made himself impossible to convict on the spot, and without a conviction, there is no holy judgment. Also, technically, procedurally, on the record, Julian had started it. Julian is no match for this old man at political correctness. "I concluded within 90 seconds that our captain was going to lose. I did not mean to offend you," Julian said. Your behavior, your attitude, your words, all of it only makes your explanations sound weaker. You have not been scolded enough, brother." So I took it off him. "Corvin," I said, "this kind of low-level dispute is pointless. If you had not crushed that spirituality crystal, you might already have proven your innocence. But now we can only exercise the powers granted us by the Holy Court. We will conduct a thorough search of your residence. Search authority belongs to the top of the Law Hall of the Supreme, the Holy Court of Glory, and the Tower of Sages of Erudition, each over its own people. On a city lord, ours is thin. It exists." He agreed instantly, which told me he was sure. "By the rules jointly established by your Holy Court and the Law Hall," he said, "you have, and only have, half an hour. Do not damage my furniture or my collection." Then he sat down with a cup of tea, alone, extremely pleased, and said it out loud to an empty room, the way men do. "Apart from yesterday's letter, there is no other evidence here. I burned that letter last night." "They cannot find it." I went straight up the stairs to the room I had already seen through a bird's eyes, opened the thick book on the desk, and there it was, burned at the edges, entirely legible. How dare this old fool let me search him? I did not take it downstairs, and this is the part I want to explain properly. One letter is not enough. Show it to his face, and he says forgery. He says slander. He says political enemies inside the Supreme, and he says it to people who are inclined to believe him, and the letter burns up in the argument and is worth nothing afterward. I needed a second piece, and the only person who could produce it was Corvin. I also went downstairs ahead of my own team on purpose, so that Julian would not ask me a direct question I would have to answer dishonestly. If he had asked and I had concealed it, that damages a squad in a way that does not repair. I care a great deal about that particular sense of proportion. Julian came down empty-handed. "Apart from discovering that Corvin's lifestyle really is quite luxurious," he said, "we found no evidence. Even as a priest candidate, my search powers are very limited. We have about 20 minutes left." So I sat down on the sofa in front of everybody and announced defeat. "Lord of the city, as you wish. We have not found any evidence with which to indict you." I watched the last of the hope go out of my captain. "But do you know why we came here at all? Actually, we captured Mateo, the elementalist of the Hermitage. Mateo is a signature at the bottom of a letter that Corvin watched burn. Everything I said for the next 4 minutes was made entirely out of that letter. Mateo told us there are secret order informants inside the Red Maple City government," I said. "Guess who Mateo named?" "Could it be me?" said Corvin. And then he heard himself say it, and his eyes went to the corner of the room. "You guessed right. No wonder they say you are a truly wise man." Behind me, 3 holy arbiters said absolutely nothing. They knew perfectly well we had not captured anyone named Mateo. They also had eyes, and they were watching the city lord's face, and they let me work. Then I stopped talking. I simply sat there and smiled at him and let the silence run, and my expression did not move at all. He broke first. So you people, on the basis of some heretic's casual nonsense, are making unwarranted accusations against the Empire's most loyal subjects? Of course not, I said sadly. We only want to prove your innocence. The truth is so often accompanied by doubt. Then I clapped my hands together. Lord City Lord, congratulations, we found no evidence. He let out a breath. When we return, I said, we will continue interrogating Mateo, and if Mateo identifies you again, we will conduct another routine search of your residence. Please understand, this is all for the sake of your innocence. I got all the way to the door before I turned around. Oh, I forgot something. Lord City Lord, that Mateo lied to us. He said that you are paralyzed on one side. But you are clearly so healthy. We can all see that this was a lie, a despicable slander, and I shut the door. About 2 seconds later, through that door, we heard a noise that was not language, and then glass. He simply broke, and that was the point. I went in there to obtain new evidence from Corvin himself, and at that moment I was halfway. Julian walked out into the street with the face of a man whose furniture has been rearranged while he slept. This captain, with his poet's melancholy temperament, had finally become genuinely melancholy. When we get back, he said, I hope you can tell me what you are actually thinking. So back at the round table, I put the burned letter on it. I found this in the fireplace, I said. I think Corvin believed it had burned. Julian read it twice. I never imagined he really was half crippled, he said. Then, sharper, with this we have him. Treason. He could have 1,000 mouths and not talk his way out. Why did you not show it to me at the manor? Because he would have called it a forgery, I said. And the moment he does that in front of witnesses, the letter is spent. It stops being evidence and becomes an accusation his patrons have to defend him against. And there is a worse problem. If he knows we hold that letter, he will start selectively denying everything written in it, including Mateo. But if we behave as though we know nothing about the letter and let him keep believing it burned, and then feed him its contents from a completely different direction, then he will think something else has gone wrong, said Julian slowly. Right now, Corvin only believes Mateo may genuinely have been captured. The moment he suspects the order itself has a problem, he will not sleep, and I do not think he will be able to stop himself from writing to the Hermitage to check. Julian sat back. Your handling is correct, Kaishen. It is perfect. This way we do not expose our intelligence advantage. Somewhere in that sentence, without noticing it happen, my captain started relying on my judgment. I put my hand flat on the table. Wait. What we should do now, and the only thing we can do, is wait patiently. That night, in a study with a bald head shining blue in the moonlight, Corvin worked through it exactly as ordered. There really is a man called Mateo in the secret order, and I really do not hold that kind of position. He had thrown that letter into the fire with his own hands, and the priest knew too much. Therefore Mateo had been taken, and Mateo had talked. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I burned the letter long ago. Then he sat down, took a sheet of glossy paper and a pink crystal pen, and wrote the second piece of evidence for me. He addressed it to the Hermitage order. He reported that the sacrifices had come to the manor and questioned him about the secret order. He said he had evaded them, but that such evasions would not hold much longer. He wrote that he was ready to assist them in killing those sacrifices, and then he explained why he was really writing, which was Mateo. They threatened me, saying they had captured him. At first I did not believe it, but they knew about my hidden illness, and that frightened me. Please tell me the truth so I can sleep peacefully. Humble Corvin Walden. He sealed it in wax and blew a whistle, and a magus hand came in through the window, a half-transparent dark blue hand, and took the letter and left. Far away, in an actual stronghold, the actual Mateo, codename Elementalist 3, sneezed for no reason at all. A magus hand is a lost technique. You shape a courier out of elemental spirits, and it carries letters short distances, and it is very fast and very quiet. It ran across the grass on its index and middle fingers, holding the letter with the thumb and ring finger, and it went straight into a wall of spirituality. Behind the wall stood Connor, with the hammer already up and scale showing under his mantle. Kaishen's guess was correct. The magus hand out of the manor came from my direction, because wait patiently did not mean sitting in a church. It meant putting all 4 of us on the compass points around that house and going quiet. The hand set the letter down on the grass. Then it flushed dark red and swelled up to the size of a man and grew claws, and came at Connor across the ground on 5 fingers like an animal. Light spear went through the palm. Then the hammer came down on the knuckles in a wash of gold and took 2 fingers off. Elemental spirit constructs convert elemental power into healing, but the reservoir is finite, and to regrow a finger, it has to give up size. It shrank. Then it caught fire in black, and stopped going for Connor entirely, and went for the letter, to burn it. Connor put the spear through the palm again, and then the hammer into the back of the hand, and rolled a critical, and burned a hole through it that it could not close. The construct came apart and the elemental spirits went off into the fields in every direction. That means the evidence is complete. Corvin watched all of it from his own window. He had been waiting for a reply, which is the worst part of any correspondence, and a spirit summoner usually sends a new hand back inside an hour. Instead, he heard a roar in his own grounds and looked out and saw a holy arbiter destroying his courier over a letter lying in the grass. A letter in his own handwriting. That is what finished him, not the content. Anyone can deny content. But handwriting plus the residue of his own spirituality left in the paper points at exactly one man in the world, and there is no political friend anywhere who can argue with that. So he stopped thinking about defenses and started thinking about roots. He could not stay in the empire, patrons or no patrons, but he had private channels running directly into the Holy Tower theocracy, and he had money, and settling down under the theocracy would not be so bad. Then there were footsteps behind him, and the study door opened. He turned around, and his pupils shrank. "Good evening, Lord City Lord. The weather is really lovely tonight, very much like my mood." He tried to hold his shape. "Who let you in? Under the laws of the Supreme, I can apply to the law hall to charge you with trespass." "Do not be so nervous. My companions have surrounded this place because of Mateo. He has accused you again, and then I stopped playing. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Kai Shen Alaric. I am the student of Silas Vance, presiding priest of the Church of Radiance in Dawntown. I wonder whether the Lord is familiar with that name." He remembered, and what he did with the memory is the reason the rest of that night went the way it did. "Oh," he said, warming up, "the priest who presided at the ceremony. If you had not told me, I would have taken him for a charlatan. We were all so happy that day. Your teacher brought us a great deal of joy. I think that is the very meaning of glory's existence, is it not?" Then he switched, smoothly, into commerce. "If your teacher harbors resentment toward me, I can make it up to him, no matter the cost. Here is why I could not simply take him to court, and it is worth understanding, because it is the shape of this entire empire. The Supreme holds power. The Holy Court of Glory holds faith. Faith does not govern, which is precisely why parasites like this one grow so comfortably in the gap. Corvin is not a transcendent at all, and in secular authority, he sits roughly level with Priest Leonard. He was a dog kept by the Supreme, and a proven treason charge against a lord might not even interest his owners, and if I exceeded my authority and executed a city lord, I would bring the Empire's anger, and far worse, the Empire's curiosity down on myself, which is exactly why I made everyone wait. I needed Corvin to drive himself to a place where not even the Supreme would bother to stand up for him. He got there at his own pace, on his own paper, in his own handwriting. "Corvin," I said, "that is a fine suggestion. However, you have misunderstood something. I am not here to negotiate with you." I rubbed the ring on my finger. "I am here to kill you." The ribbons came out of the bronze ring and went into him, and he shook the way a man shakes with current running through him, and his eyes rolled back. Soul Manipulator took hold of what was in there and ground it down, and I kept exactly one intact fragment of memory, the way you keep one page out of a book you are burning. "Corvin, say it. Tell me the true location of the ancient Hermetic Order stronghold." The answer came out in pieces, and then again, the same syllables, unable to stop. "Ponytail Street, Lane 16. I withdrew the ribbons and left. He was still sitting in his chair when I closed the door, repeating fragments of it to nobody. Our positions that night had been Julian East, Pamir West, Connor South, and me North. I had temporarily stepped away from North. Connor found Julian with the intercepted letter in his hands. This means we have successfully caught the old fox by the tail. Julian glanced north for a moment. "Go and join the others. We have sufficient evidence. The next step is to confront Corvin face to face." Corvin Walden must have run out of things to say by now. I came around the corner of the house from the north with my hood down, looking mildly astonished. "I did not expect we would actually get new evidence," I said. "It seems Corvin really could not hold his temper." Julian took the study door off its hinges, and we went up 3 floors and found the city lord sitting in his chair. His head was over on one shoulder. His eyes had rolled back. His arms and legs were at angles. Arms and legs do not choose. And he was shaking, and there was a sound coming out of him that was not words. Julian put a hand on his forehead and listened to what was inside. "His spirituality is completely disordered," he said. "His soul is a mess. He is beyond saving." "What about the evidence?" said Connor, horrified. "The evidence still works. As long as he is not actually dead, we can still put him on trial. But something about this is not right." Then Pamier offered an explanation, and I want to be clear that I did not put it in her mouth. "He looks as though something disturbed his soul," she said. "Although it is also possible he was simply driven out of his mind by fear, because from this position you can see Connor fighting the Magus hand." She opened the window, and from that window you could see the wrecked courtyard perfectly. "Kai Shen," said Julian. "What do you think?" "I do not know either," I said, "but Corvin seems to be trying to say something." Julian bent down and put his ear near the man's mouth and listened for a long time. Ancient Hermetic Order. Ponytail Street, Lane 16. That is where he was trying to send his letter, I said. We will do as you say, said Julian. We go to Lane 16 tonight. We picked up a fifth on the way. Finn, the presiding priest of the Red Maple City Church, woken in the middle of the night and remarkably good-humored about it. Ponytail Street, Lane 16, used to be the wine alley of a place called Manhwa Manor. The original owner wanted a whole wine quarter with local character and went bankrupt building it. The people who bought the manor turned it into a casino and turned the alley into storage, and there are still racks and stained flagstones in places where the trade used to be. At night there is nobody in it at all, which is exactly what a secret order looks for in a postcode. The arithmetic was good. Their spirit summoner was badly hurt by his own backlash, which cuts his output at least in half. The rest were lost at second path, and we had 4 glory second paths and a triple. Julian has the highest perception among us. He stopped halfway down the alley. I hear it, he said, a gloomy spirit coming out of the deep end of this alley. 2 holy servants were standing under a black drape at the warehouse door. Julian built a light spear in his palm, and it split into 2 in the air and went through both of them, and their 3-pronged knives hit the flagstones and rang. Then he took the door barrier off with his left hand. Inside was a long, narrow cellar on 2 levels, ordinary storage above, and a wide stair going down into the dark. Julian's foot touched the first step, and 5 or 6 curse bolts came out of the shadows at him. Muddy light, dark red one moment, and an unpleasant violet the next, moving like snakes. He built a round gold shield. 5 hits took the gold out of it, the shield cracked, and a pale violet flash ran up his left arm. He cast purification on himself without any change of expression. That is a spell from the enemy's curse master, he said. The fact that a real transcendent is attacking us means we made the right decision coming here. I put consecrated blessing and consecration prayer on all 4 of them, and then I unwrapped the moon-slicing scythe and fed spirituality into it for the first time in company. The scythe hummed. Pale blue rune light ran down the blade. I took it in both hands and swung, and 2 azure moon blades went down that corridor, lighting up the walls, cutting through a great many strange things on the way, and hit the far wall with a sound like a door closing. Your staff is quite nice, said Julian. We walked the rest of the way over the remains of cursed spirits still trying to hold their shape, and further on Connor found a severed hand on the floor. That belonged to the curse master I had cut in half from 30 meters without ever seeing him. Behind a wide door there was a great deal of noise. Pamir drove her 2-hander into the floor and built a wall of gold light, and dense gold patterns lit up across her armor, which I had never seen happen before. In Dawntown, her shield had been a rough thing. This one would hold nearly anything from an equal or lesser path. The door came off its frame ahead of a torrent of curse energy. Dark red shot through with violet, moving like an animal, and it broke against her wall and washed around it, eating the floor and the racks and the air, and Pamir did not move a centimeter. Pamir's armor, said Julian conversationally over the noise, is paladin armor the church has rated at epic. It is a family heirloom. You will get used to scenes like this. You will see a great many more. Epic is 2 full grades above rare. I could not read a single one of its stats, incidentally. Equipment worn by another local does not open for my panel, so all I had was the word epic and the phrase family heirloom, and a fairly urgent question about what kind of family. The torrent came from 8 holy servants and 2 curse masters, who had combined 10 separate attacks into one. When they saw that it had not touched her, they lost their nerve, and we went in through the gap. I did not join the scrum. I worked the edge, which is where I belong. Buffs onto the 4 of them, heals when the numbers dipped, and both curse masters finished personally with holy light annihilation the moment their health dropped low enough that the kill would land. That is not cowardice. That is bookkeeping. Experience follows the killing blow, and I have a much better use for it than my captain does. This is a genuine sex stronghold, said Julian, looking at the bodies. These people are real lost believers. Then he looked at the last door, behind which something was thrashing. The final room should be just ahead. Everyone, on your guard. Behind that door there was a chair woven out of dry vine, and an old man sitting bolt upright in it. His face was dried out. Most of his torso was wrapped, and something dark red was coming through the wrappings, and it was not running down. It was going up. Along invisible threads, and hanging off the far ends of the threads were the wandering spirits, taking it out of him. Eat, he was saying gently. Eat, children. The delicious food is right in front of your eyes. Beside him, a black-haired man was bowing. Chosen one. The uninvited guests are already approaching. The cursed one, Thrucep and Helton have all been martyred, and you, I will stay here. Mateo, said the old man, you have been with me 13 years. You know the mother goddess always watches over me and helps me escape every life-threatening situation. This time the enemy is different, said Mateo. They may already have uncovered Corvin's affair. Corvin is a temporary stop on our journey to the origin. He is not our true kin. Do not invest attention in him, and do not have high expectations of him. What you should do is protect me, and help me finish this final serving of the spirits with blood as quickly as possible." Then Mateo drew an arc with his staff, and sparks came off the path of it, and gathered into enormous balls of fire, and our door came off its frame, and he fired. Pamier put the wall up again, and Mateo alone hit it harder than all 10 of the previous ones together. At the same time, the wandering spirits came off the ceiling at her, like animals coming down on a wounded thing. Julian went forward past her shoulder and threw holy flame into them, and took half the weight off her. Connor and Finn went for the old man. Finn's spear nearly reached Stero. Then a wave of spirituality came off him, and the spear came apart, and both priests were thrown backward with something wrong happening inside them. I already had mass healing loaded on the white oak staff, and I caught them a fraction of a second before the injuries set. The bleeding stopped, the wounds closed, both of them got back up and pulled out. Then Julian shouted the single most useful sentence of the night. Spirit Summoner. Stero does not only summon wandering spirits onto himself, he can summon them onto other people. Open your perception. Watch for the hidden ones. Connor, predictably, did not listen to the end of the sentence, and got hit by exactly the thing the sentence was about. On the other side, Mateo blinked 10 meters sideways. "You cannot escape," said Pamier. "I am the one who praises the fire of destruction," he said. "I am the one who bears witness to the burning." And the temperature around Pamier went up like a door opening on a furnace. Her visor filled with dark red, and steam came off her plate. I hit her with purification, and the burning came off, and what was underneath was not heat at all. There was a 3-meter flame demon thirsting for fire with its arms around her. An elemental summon of the same class as Garm, and weaker because Mateo had built it out of his own spiritual capacity instead of paying for it with a transcendent soul. "A paladin and a priest," he said, with real contempt. "You will both be consumed by the flames of calamity," and he let it go. Bathing in the glory of the wolf, reborn in the scorching holy flame. A holy beast in holy flame came down out of empty air in front of Pamier. "A sacred beast," said Mateo, and all the color went out of his face. "You. How could you possibly?" Because in his understanding, a contract with a holy beast belongs to a glory fourfold path, with 1 foot already inside sainthood, and it does not belong to a support priest at second. Garm went into the demon, and the two fires started eating each other, dark red and gold, and Pamier came off the wall with her hands free. "This is a miracle of holy light," she said. "This is the divine punishment of the holy sword." Divine holy punishment came out of that two-hander as one wave of clean gold fire, and it put Mateo into the wall, and his body and his soul were gone in the same instant. The demon went out with its owner, and Garm ate what was left of it, and came up to level 20. That is his ceiling, as it turns out. Transcendents are capped by the depth of their path, monsters are capped by threat level, and dangerous stops at 20. Garm has hit the wall. He does not grow again until he stops being merely dangerous. Pamier paid for that finish immediately. Spiritual confinement. Her hands and feet cramped, and every step went through her like current, and for the rest of the day she could not cast a single glory holy art, and took 20% off every stat she had. And purification does not touch it. I tried. She sat down against the wall and breathed for a while. "What was that just now?" she said. "Holy beast, Garm," I said. "Exactly as Mateo said. It chose me." Here is why that lie works, and it is one of the better ones I have told. The history of the glory path contains real documented cases of a holy beast choosing a person below the fourfold path, and almost without exception those people became legends. The glory pope of the holy court, the first apostle of the sun forging, the commander of the temple knights with dragon blood. 3 names in 1,000 years. For most believers, it is a bedtime story. Pamier did not sound cold at all when she answered. "I have never heard of such a thing," she said. "When the fighting here is over, I want to know more." Staro's problem was that we were standing in his home. Hundreds of wandering spirits had been packed into that hall in advance the way you stock a fortress, and every one of them multiplied him. 3 priests held a triangle with Julian at the point, and his hammer broke the spirits apart at exactly the same rate they reassembled, which is a description of a stalemate. "One who serves glory," the old man said sorrowfully. "We had no grudge against one another. Your comrades killed my people. Why must you kill us all?" Then he called them home. "Children, come back into my arms." A black film grew around him with veins running through it, moving, and Julian started shouting. "A seance. This is the final seance. He is going to assimilate those spirits." The shell burst and put a wave of spirituality through the room. Julian drew holy sigils with his left hand instead of speaking them, which is faster, and built a double gold barrier that split the wave in half, and Connor and Finn braced the sides, 3 priests holding like sails against a current, and what walked out of that shell was not a bandaged old man. He was young, loose red hair burning like marsh lights, bloodshot eyes, teeth that did not belong in a human mouth. a long sword wrapped in dark red mist in his right hand, and in his left an ancient bell mounted on a standard. My panel renamed him. Evil Incarnation Starro, level 30, the ceiling of the lost triple path. Everything up, health and strength most of all, divinity and agility both hidden, which means both maxed. At minimum, a twisted level boss, and the pressure coming off him was heavier than Semu. What kind of monster is that? Said Julian, in a cold sweat for the first time that night. He told me later he had only ever felt that from one other person, and that person was Leonard. Starro opened with a wave off the sword, and Garm went in behind him and tore into his back and broke the transfer of spirituality mid-cast. What is that? Said Julian, who by that point in the evening had seen 4 impossible things and had stopped attempting to file them. He wiped out his half-built defense and drew an attack instead. Several golden spheres, each roughly as heavy as a holy light annihilation. Starro shook the bell standard, and several pale red spirits came out of his stomach and wove together into a red film, and the whole golden volley broke against it like a bottle against a wall. Then he raised the sword again, and Julian was blind in the gold haze and standing precisely where it was going to land. I ran the numbers, and I want to be honest about how I ran them. Julian dies in 3 hits, then Starro kills everyone in the room, except probably me, because I have a coffin in my pocket and a wolf and a way out. That outcome is against my interests. So, everything within sight is holy light. Shadow of holy light went up first. Then I said the other words. That useless cosmetic skill the players of my old life all deleted paid for its entire existence in 1 second. The eye opened above Starro's head, and it was gold. And what ran down out of it was gold. Then consecrated blessing, and then purification, and dense gold vines spread across him from the shoulders down. The sword was up. The sword did not come down. Julian had no idea what had happened. He could feel that something had, and he did the correct thing, which was to spend everything at once. His hammer lit up brighter than I had seen it all night and came down on Starro's head, and after that there was no more noise from that end of the room. For the record, Julian is weaker than Starro overall, but High Priest of Purgation is a build sharpened for raw force, and my field had just taken every defense off the target. That is where the burst came from. I was counting health the whole time, and there was a sliver left, so I put a holy light annihilation into the weak point a half second before the second hammer blow landed. I do not hand the final blow on a boss of that grade to anybody, not even a captain I like. The body went into the floor and stayed there and aged and shrank, and the sword and the standard came apart into nothing. Julian checked with his palm and straightened up. Spirit Summoner Starro is confirmed dead. We have accomplished the ultimate objective of the judgment of heresy. The leader of the heretics has been punished. This is our victory, except no kill notification came, and I know for a fact that the last hit was mine. Spirit Summoner Starro faked his death. We killed an empty shell. He is a summoner of spirits. Manufacturing a corpse that reads as his own is not even an advanced trick for that class. He fooled every person in that room. He did not fool the panel. Starro not being dead may not be an entirely bad thing. The problem is getting the old thing to come out again. Somewhere else on Ponytail Street there is an unremarkable old house with the shutters closed and dust over everything and 2 candles burning. Against one wall are 3 bodies, a man, a woman, and a child of 6 or 7. They had been dead a long time, and they had been treated with something that stops a body changing. The boy's finger moved. His eyes opened, and the curse marks came off his skin, and the wound in his throat closed, and what sat up was a completely healthy child, indistinguishable from any other child that age running around those alleys. And then he spoke in an old man's voice, hoarse and satisfied. Thank goodness. Luckily I planted my natal spirit fire here first. A pity about Mateo. May the Mother Goddess have mercy and guide him back onto the wheel. I did not learn about that room until later, and when I did, I sat down. He had put a spare life into a house full of people he had prepared in advance, and he wears it now the way you wear a coat. That is the thing we let get away. The heretics' bodies got distributed between separate rooms, because the rule is that the City Lord's manor guards them after a judgment, and our City Lord was in a cell, and Red Maple City has no other branch of the Supreme, so we improvised. On the way back, all 4 of them closed around me. You mean the sacred beast you summoned is the one recorded in the ancient texts, said Finn. I cannot believe it. Julian was openly, uncomplicatedly envious, which I found endearing, so I told them, solemnly, how I had seen a benevolent holy beast in a dream, and how I met him again when I opened the door of spirituality. That is, word for word, the story of the first apostle of the sun forging and his holy beast, the Golden Pegasus. The record of it is currently sealed inside Lumina's eternal kingdom, and not one person on this continent has read it. This is probably Lumina's blessing to me, I said, my good fortune, and proof of my devotion. Nobody asked about the golden eye. In all that gold haze, nobody had seen me praying behind Starro's back. What they saw was a gold eye opening over the enemy's head, and I think they filed it as something Starro had done to himself. This is good. I was not about to raise the subject. Corvin was sitting on straw in a cramped side room of the church wearing a holy yoke, which is a set of restraints made out of holy light. Pull against them, and thorns come out of the inside. Connor would ride to Pinewood City in the morning with both letters, hand them to the Law Hall of the Supreme, and let their own people decide what to do with one of their own. Guard duty on the bodies in Lane 16 got split. Julian took tomorrow, then me and Finn, then Pamier and me, then Pamier and Finn, and around again until Connor got back, which meant tomorrow was mine. Pamier did not go out to train that morning, for the first time since I have known her, because of what she had spent on Mateo. I slept properly and woke up with a paid day off and an extremely long list. The crown shard works like a compass with an opinion. The closer I got to whatever it was resonating with, the harder it pulled, and by mid-morning I had it, a dried-up well between 4 enormous stones on an abandoned hill at the edge of the city. Standing next to it, the shard in my pocket went hot enough to be uncomfortable. I did not go down. I went back, collected my gear and my potions, and on the way out, left one of Mingon's mist shadows sitting on the stones to watch it around the clock. And then I did something else, which was the actual reason I went out that morning. I climbed the tallest windmill tower in the Ponytail Street quarter, and I poured spirituality into the crown shard, and let a wave of very old aura go out across that quarter in rings, like a stone into water. Then I left another mist shadow on the tower and walked away quietly. Across the district, in a dusty room, a boy who had spent all day scrubbing floors was steeling himself to eat a piece of bread that had gone bad. The wave hit him. It must be that the seal has loosened again. He dropped the bread and ran. He climbed the tower and there was nothing on it. What? There is nothing here. I cannot be mistaken. I watched all of it through a bird's eyes from 4 streets away. Starro really did not die. Follow him, I told the shadow. Do not lose him. Which is when I stopped worrying about how to make the old thing come out again, because I had just proved I can ring a bell and make him come running. The well was gray stone with old water stains gone black, and there were traces of habitation around it, faint, older than anything else on that hill, possibly older than Red Maple City itself. There was no rope, and there had not been for a very long time, but cut into the inner wall, going down, there were steps. At the bottom of the well, the shard went hot enough to burn, and the floor came apart in slow, oily swirls, and what was underneath was a room. The seal only opens for whoever carries genuine credentials from King Isor. Everyone else gets a dry well. Inside was the same architecture I had seen under Dawntown, crystal lamps at long intervals, a round stone platform with a pattern on it nearly identical to the one at Corgan's door. I said the same words I had said in a field at dusk in a town that no longer needed saving. Lord of the sublime stars, God of all gods, you are the origin of the apocalypse, dark red light and a pull. You have entered the tomb of wandering knight Theron. I found the exit portal first and stood in front of it long enough to be sure. Then I called Garm out and took the mist off Ming-On, and the raven came and sat on my shoulder. Cat at home, dog on the floor, bird on the shoulder, whatever else happens to me in this world, I am at least well staffed. There was heavy metal moving somewhere ahead of us, and dark red threads of spirituality drifting back along the corridor like smoke off a bad fire. You have encountered wandering knight Theron, heavy plate gone rust black with black fog pouring out of every seam. In his left hand he was carrying his own head. The flesh had gone a very long time ago. The 2 lights in the sockets had not. In his right hand, held inverted, a heavy broad-bladed halberd covered in old totemic work, and the blade was burning, and it made a noise like thunder rolling somewhere underground. Every step he took moved the air, and the head in his hand was talking. Where should I go? Hometown. Where is it? The same obsession. Word for word, the same obsession as Corgan, 1,000 years and 1 dead kingdom later. Detection said his top attributes were strength and constitution, and his agility was half of Corgan's, which was the good news. The bad news was his rank. He is a grade above an undead knight. I did not fight him in the corridor. Once a fight starts in a corridor, I have no room, and no room is the only way I actually die. So I stuck one of Ming-On's mist shadows on him as a tracker and walked away down a different passage. This mausoleum is a knot of interlocking halls, and I had spent an hour walking it before I ever let him see me. I took him out through a stone arch into a suspended courtyard with 4 equestrian statues in it, which I had picked in advance because it had 4 exits and a ceiling I could throw things off, blessing and prayer on myself. And then I opened, which is not how anybody expects a support priest to start. 2 azure moonblades off the scythe against a curtain of fire off the halberd. Even trade on damage. Not an even trade at all in practice, because his fire went out and the demonic strike he had been building went out with it. Then the eye. Down here there was no one to fool, so I did not bother with the gold. I let it be what it is. Prayer, blessing, purification, all 3 inverted, all 3 landing. Theron stopped for a moment. Whatever is left in that head could not understand what had just happened to it, and then it stopped caring and attacked, and the fire on the halberd came back twice as bright, and the fog in his armor seams went from black to dark red, and every footfall left a half-melted crater. Garm jumped, and at the last instant dropped into the knight's own shadow instead. The halberd took the floor apart where a wolf had been. He came up behind him wrapped in black dark erosion flame and went into the seams, and the inversion did its work. Theron's highest attribute is strength, so a blessing running backward took his strength down, and the halberd was still moving, but it was not landing the same weight. Then I let the bird work, properly, for the first time. Ming-An filled that courtyard with black fog, and out of the fog came hundreds of mist shadows, and they went onto that armor and stayed there, pouring corrosion into the joints and going at the seams with obsidian beaks. Every swing of that halberd destroyed at least 3 of them. The holes closed instantly. He was fighting 100 birds that were all the same bird. Bang! The last judgment shot went in over the top of them. The knight who guarded my enemy fell to gunfire, and that was the highest and last tribute I had to give him. The halberd rusted through in about 4 seconds and went into the heap of plate at an angle, and there it was again, a knight's headstone made out of the knight. Ayla crown shard, 2 of 4. That mattered more to me than the legacy did, and the legacy was not small. Then the ritual, and there was no cat available. I am sacrificing 10 years of Connor's remaining single life. Then I rubbed Garm's head with the sanctified hands and ran one down Ming-An's back, and only then did I press accept. Hidden quest completed. The end of hesitation. 4,800 experience. Karmic extinguishing demonic flame. Ancient inheritance. Level 1. Enchants a weapon with extinguishing demonic flame for 2 minutes on a 10-minute cooldown, adding a full 100% of base damage again as demon fire, up to 5 times. Ashes of Nirvana. Rare. When I lose health, I recover 20% of it as mana. When I lose mana, I recover 20% of it as health, and Burning Soul fired for the first time. Theron's highest attribute was strength. Strength +1, permanently, taken off a dead man because I beat him. I came back up the well, sat down on the warm stone with my legs hanging in, and checked on my other project. Starro had not given up. He was digging through the alleys around that windmill tower, one at a time, in the body of a 7-year-old, with the stubbornness of a man who has been alive for a very long time. So I rang the bell again. This time I fed spirituality into both shards at once, and the wave that went out was substantially louder than the first one. He froze mid-street, he tilted his head, and then he ran, straight toward it, fast, because there is a triple path transcendent inside that body. I moved further out and gave him a third signal from inside the cedar woods on the edge of the city, and this time the source was close enough for him to fix instantly. It feels like I am walking a dog. In the cedars, I opened the eye first. The bell went through the trees, and the eye of erosion split open above a small figure among the trunks. He had seen people at a distance on his way in and filed them as woodcutters, so the attack arriving from directly overhead was a complete surprise. "Children, follow me." He called, and they came, and there were 5 of them. 5. In that stronghold he had hundreds, because he had spent months stocking it with cursed objects and prepared ground. In a cedar wood, in a child's body, with no ritual materials. 5 is what a spirit summoner gets. Then the tops of the cedars started shaking, and the black mass came down. What are all these things? He cut at it with a shrunken version of his crimson blade and opened a gap in the fog, and the gap filled in before the swing finished. And then he recognized me. "It is you, Holy Arbiter. Why? Why are you all trying to kill me? Why are you all so persistent?" I did not answer him. There was nothing I wanted from him except what was inside him. Blessing inverted. Purification inverted. The shadows took him, one shot from the judgment into the thickest part of the fog, not a vital point that time, just the body. It was enough. And I want to be honest about why I set that whole thing up, because it was not tidiness. I wanted the soul of a triple path transcendent. That is an extremely rare material, and I could not take it in the stronghold with 4 holy arbiters watching me. The ring is full now, completely full. The single largest lurking threat in that city, spirit summoner Starro, disappeared without any of the other holy arbiters ever knowing he had survived. Pommier was in the church courtyard when I got back, out of armor, working the two-hander with 2 arms that did not look like they should be able to hold it, and doing it perfectly. "You are back," she said. "Do not forget you still have guard duty tomorrow." It felt exactly like a colleague reminding you on a Sunday that Monday exists. Starro, level 30, 17 levels above me. 1,364 base, 170% bonus, plus 20% from Burning Soul, plus 1 point of Divinity because Divinity was his highest, 3,955, Twisted level boss, and the drop was another one with the word special on it, Vessel of Spirit Chosen, rare, special. Your body's capacity to bear spirituality has been enhanced. 3 additional art slots and 3 additional skill slots, and the mana calculation raised from 3 times divinity to 5 times divinity. Second template talent. The slots are useful. The mana line is the one that changed my life. Maximum mana went to 135, and with Ashes of Nirvana turning health into mana and mana into health, my 2 largest pools had just started feeding each other. Past 20,000 experience. I am going to hit level 20 soon, and level 20 unlocks the triple path promotion quest. Julian came off the night watch the next morning looking like a man who had been awake for 2 days, which he had. You and Finn, he said, go and keep watch. Guard duty on heretic bodies is not complicated. Every man gets a good cotton pallet and a small fire, and the rule is that you stay conscious and you watch for the corpse's spirituality going out of order. Posture is entirely up to you. We lay down so that every body was in line of sight with no blind spots, which is standard, and I lay there looking at a row of dead transcendents with intact spirituality in them. Kai Shen forcibly suppressed the urge to manufacture another batch of undead monsters. 4 days of that. Finn, then Pamier, then around again. On the 5th morning, Connor came back, and he was not alone. While the rest of us were lying in a warehouse counting bodies, Julian had been running Red Maple City because somebody had to, and sleeping at the manor 3 nights in a row going through the paperwork. He found the servants and guards Corvin had let go. On the exact day the second wave of arbiters arrived, Corvin had forcibly dismissed his entire household staff and his entire guard. That is why the manor was empty. That is why nobody answered the gate. And then Julian found the second thing, which is uglier. The treasury guards who were killed in the burglary were not victims of a burglary. That killing had been arranged in advance between Corvin and the heretics to produce exactly the picture the Holy Court needed to see in order to come running. Julian had personally examined those bodies at the start and confirmed a lost transcendent did it, and then stopped and started planning an operation using intelligence provided by the man who ordered it. He told the dismissed guards that an arbiter from the law hall would contact them about resettlement, and then he sat down in a room by himself and did not feel good at all. Kaishan Alaric is undoubtedly the one who deserves the most credit this time. Without me, he thinks, he might have suspected the Lord eventually. He would never have opened the conspiracy, and most likely, we would have been outplayed, and coming home empty-handed would have been the best available outcome. There is also a belief in the glory path that anyone chosen by a holy beast before the fourfold path is a son of radiance, for whom entering sainthood is a starting line, and whose ceiling is a god's throne. Julian turned that over for a while in an empty study. Kai Shen Alaric, son of radiance. And then he put it down, because in his own words, people have to confront their own mediocrity. The man Connor brought back was Thane Blackwood, the supreme, triple path, grand arbiter, white hair, gold eyes, heavy formal mantle. A grand arbiter can appoint, remove, and dispose of officials at city lord level. Whatever happened to Corvin and to this city was going to happen because that man decided it should. Glory and the supreme barely share a room, and when they do, it is out of courtesy. Julian arrived last. You are late, Julian, said Thane. Well then, we can begin. The trial of Corvin Walden for treason. He did not pick up the documents, his eyes flashed gold, and he said one word, decree, review these documents, and a spirit body stood up out of the space behind him, a blurred second copy of the man, and took the papers and began to read them. Decree and the spirit body are the signature techniques of that path, and it was the first time I had seen either. Julian asked for explanations and compensation for the church, and then demanded to witness the execution before we left. Julian, said Thane. Are you teaching a grand arbiter how to do his work? That is my right, said Julian. Although we stand apart from worldly affairs, in the realm of the extraordinary, my authority is above yours. Behind him, the spirit body finished reading. No problem, my lord. This is a very detailed file, and it does corroborate all of the charges. Step down. Your request is reasonable, said Thane. On behalf of the law hall, I accept. They hanged him in the main square, and everyone in Red Maple City of the middle class or above was required to attend. The crowd was loud until Thane turned his head and issued one decree to all of them at once. Silence. Several thousand mouths closed at the same moment, and the shock on those faces was not about Corvin at all. It was the moment ordinary people got a clean look at the actual ruling class of the empire. There was one detail in that week I keep coming back to. With the city lord in a cell, Red Maple City ran perfectly well. And the residents noticed with amazement that nobody had come from the manor to collect taxes under any pretext at all, not once. For the first time in living memory, Corvin Walden, Thane Red, has been found guilty of 17 serious crimes, including the highest crime of treason, the highest crime of blasphemy, and the highest crime of corruption. I formally remove him from office, strip him of all political rights, and sentence him to hanging, to be carried out immediately. Then he lifted the decree and the square came apart. That fat pig should have died years ago. What happened? Sunflower seeds, peanuts, fried fish strips if anybody needs them. No wonder the guards have not been round for my taxes. Then what about Red Maple City? What about us? They brought him out onto the platform. He had not been present in his own head for days, and he only shook. The crowd wanted it loudly, the way crowds do, because a public hanging is the cheapest justice ordinary people ever get offered, and they take what they are given. It was over quickly. I stood in that square with a badge on my chest and thought about a man drinking alone at a table with a hole in it, and I did not feel triumphant. I felt paid up. The four of us were technically there as security, and the meaning of it went well past one rope. The Supreme had conceded to glory in public, which means Julian's squad now carries weight inside the Holy Court, and weight converts into resources. An escalation like this normally gets absorbed by the Law Hall and resolved the other way around. Corvin would have been quietly imprisoned, a new lord installed, and the ancient Hermetic Order would have been allowed to wander off because exterminating heretics does not change anything about the Supreme's grip on the secular world. The body would hang for 7 days and 7 nights as a demonstration and a warning. Connor elbowed me in the ribs. Corvin has finally been brought to justice, he said. You should write to your teacher and tell him. I will find the time, I said. I will tell Silas about Corvin sooner or later, and he will definitely be happy. I did write it. It took me 4 attempts because everything I put down first sounded like boasting, and in the end I sent him 3 sentences and a request that he drink less. We said goodbye to Finn, who had spent the entire operation feeling surplus to requirements, and who had run into a spirit summoner's aura with a spear anyway. Thank you for your help, Finn. The church will send someone with your reward in a few days. 3 days on the road back to Cena City. Leonard looked us over. It seems you have done a good job. I will report to the Lord Priest separately, said Julian, and sent the rest of us out. There is a tradition behind that, and it is not about paperwork. The whole squad is brought before the priest so that he can personally see who came back alive and who did not. This time it was everybody. I went to the White Antelope, where the girl at the desk was delighted to see me and told me my reserved room had been cleaned. I took the key. Then I locked myself in the bathroom, summoned the Raven, swept the entire room with mist shadows, and only then walked into it, because there was a much bigger problem waiting than an assassin under a bed. Julian was, right at that moment, telling Leonard about the Holy Flame Wolf, which meant Leonard was going to call me in for a long and detailed conversation about how a second path consecrated priest came to hold a contract with a holy beast. For Kai Shen, that was both a rare opportunity and a lethal trap. Julian already counts me as his and will not press me with spirituality. The people above Julian will, and they will be higher and stronger every step of the way. So I took out the one item I have never used and turned it over in my hands. If I can pass the interrogation that is coming, the entire church, and possibly the whole Holy Court, will start pouring resources into me on a scale I cannot reach any other way. And if I fail it, I will find out what a 4-fold path punch feels like when the man throwing it is not being merciful. In Leonard's office, Julian told him all of it. I never expected this, Leonard said. That mission was a trap set by the Lord and the heretics together. We came very close to being wiped out there, said Julian. And the cage of slaughter. They actually built one. But you all came back without a single one missing. You did well, Julian. And Julian refused the compliment flatly, which is the thing I liked most about him. This is not my achievement. This mission succeeded because of Kai Shen. He uncovered Corvin's plot and exposed every scheme and every trap the enemy laid. Priest, it is the young man you thought so highly of. Your judgment is remarkable. Then he fired the actual shot, and that is not all. While fighting the heretics, Kai Shen Alaric summoned a sacred beast. Leonard came out of his chair. What did you say? A sacred beast. You mean Kai Shen? He summoned a sacred beast? He is the only cleric below the 4-fold path in this church to have made a pact with a holy beast, Julian said slowly, because he had clearly been arranging the sentence the whole way home. I believe Kai Shen Alaric may be a son of radiance, perhaps one in 50 years, perhaps one in 100. He has the potential to become the next bishop of the Cena City Church. He has the potential to become the head of the Holy Court's authority, and the Pope. Leonard crossed the room and took his captain by the shoulder hard enough to hurt him. Did he really summon a contracted sacred beast? This is an advantage unique to our Cena City Church, said Julian through the grip on his shoulder. He might be able to restore this church to the glory days of Bishop Alden Varick, and every bit of light went out of Leonard's face at once. Do not say those words to a third person, Julian, especially that name. That name is taboo. He sent him out, and sat alone afterward tapping a pen against his desk. Alden Varick, he said, to nobody. That is not glory. That is a lament for an arrogant man who tried to surpass the holy light and walk to an end there was no coming back from. Respectable, detestable, pathetic. I did not hear any of that until much later. But I want you to hold on to that surname for a minute, because there is exactly one place I have ever seen it written. It is written on my own panel. The next morning I went shopping in a hood and a gray scarf pulled up over half my face. There is an alley off Triumph Square with a shop in it called the Sarah Fortune Telling Cottage, and a woman under a veil who asked whether I was here about my love life, my prospects, or today's fortune. Here is the thing about that shop. Every empire has amateurs, people who are not transcendents and never will be, who assembled a working method of touching spirituality out of scraps left behind by the prophets of the lost. As long as they never formally walk an illegal path, the empire leaves them alone, and they form little societies with grand names like the Divination Research Association. And sometimes those societies get their hands on genuine, extraordinary materials, which they call mystical, and sell at a fraction of the price, because they have no idea what they are holding. In my old life, that shop was one of my most reliable suppliers. I bought 2 pink crystals for 6 gold. I thought those were only good for ornaments, she said, surprised. They are crimson magic crystals. They are the exact thing Corvin crushed between his fingers to make his own spirituality unreadable in front of a holy arbiter. That is where I got the idea. I have never pretended otherwise. He was a parasite and a traitor, and he was also the best teacher I had that month. On any transcendent market, those 2 would have cost me at least 3 times what I paid. 2 crystals was not enough, so I took the two-faced puppet out from under my pillow. To use a divine object, you have to lock it first, which means pouring your own spirituality into it until it accepts you. The divine object two-faced puppet has been locked. Confirm reset of attribute points. Black and white light came out of the doll's eyes and wrapped around me, and the black light went through my spirituality and pulled the muddiness out of it and pushed it back in clean. It hurt more than the wall in Leonard's office. It hurt for a while. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed frame and let it happen. Reset completed. 35 free attribute points. Cooldown. 6 days and 23 hours. So, 1 week during which I must not need a rebuild, and a note in small text that it does not touch fixed attributes granted by skills, abilities, and talents, which was the only reason this was survivable at all. I put all 35 points into resistance. Then I poured every point of the 20,000 experience I had into Consecrated Priest, from 13 to 20, which is the ceiling of the second path, and I put all 7 of those points into resistance as well. 52 resistance. At the second path, 52 is the peak of a triple path and the middle of a fourfold. It also cut my actual combat power by more than half. Forcing my resistance was a last resort, and I knew it while I was doing it, and I did it anyway, because the review was tomorrow, and there is no point being strong in a room where the wrong answer gets you executed. Last layer, I crushed both crimson magic crystals, and a fine dark red haze settled over me like a coat nobody else could see. Then I went to church, being careful, as always, to maintain a completely natural appearance. The duty priest looked up. Lord Priest Leonard has instructed us to send you to him the moment we see you. They came so fast, 4th time through that door, still cold at the back of my neck. Close the door, Leonard said. I have some questions for you. Then the pressure came down, and his pupils flooded with gold, and I felt him start reading the fluctuations that come off a thought before the thought finishes, and nothing moved. 52 resistance and 2 crushed crystals, and my spirituality sat there flat as a pond in a cellar, no matter what was going on behind my face. If my resistance had still been 10, my spiritual fluctuations would have developed a tremor, so I told him the story, the dream, the wolf looking at me, the soul pact inside the bronze gate. It is, word for word, the story of the first apostle of the sun forging and the golden Pegasus, and it is sealed in a kingdom no living person has visited. Honestly, my lord, I said, I am frightened by it. Apart from that one battle, I have never shown it to anyone. Kai Shen Alaric, he said at last, I now know everything about your contracted sacred beast. You are indeed a special priest, more special than I imagined. The pressure came off, and I did not let myself breathe out. I want to see the holy flame wolf with my own eyes. So I summoned him, gold coat and disdainful expression and holy fire, and Leonard could not speak for some time. This is truly an unprecedented sacred beast. Then he showed me his. I summon with sacred fire, devotees of scorching wings. What came out was called sunfire, made of pure holy flame, with a pair of white wings and a gold crystal core buried deep inside it, and it was beautiful. Threat level, dangerous, which is the same threat level Garm had before this week, which suggests the sacred beast contracted by Priest Leonard is not actually all that powerful. You probably do not understand what a sacred beast is, he said. And I let him tell me, because the lecture had information in it. A contract is normally granted to a glory transcendent at the fourfold path. It is the symbol of your path, your guide, and the only companion you can rely on absolutely. And you made a pact at the second path. That has not happened in our Cena City Church for a long time. For a long time, not never. I filed that word and I did not react to it at all. Then he made me swear 3 times, under pressure, always faithful to glory, never stray from the path of spirituality, always uphold the Holy Court's teaching and authority. Yes, my lord, I promise. 3 times. To form a contract with a sacred beast at the second path, he said, is the unique and only mark of a son of radiance, and you are the first son of radiance in the Sina City Church in nearly a century. His voice was not steady. You will certainly succeed, Bishop Cedric. You may go to the Holy Court as a cardinal or an archbishop. You might even become the next Pope of Glory. With a son of radiance like you, this church may finally reverse a decline that has lasted nearly 100 years. And that was the only thing in the entire conversation that genuinely caught me. What does the decline of the past century refer to? In my previous life, I reached the fourfold path of glory in this city, and I was never told. Leonard stopped, and for about a second and a half, I had a real cold thought, which was, is he going to kill me to keep this quiet? Then he sighed and rubbed his face with both hands. I should not have told you as much as I have, he said. It concerns a former bishop of the Sina City Church. 100 years ago, this church was the strongest in the history of the Holy Court. Not because of inheritance, because of one man, Bishop Alden Varick. At the time, glory was a legal path with no religious authority in the empire. The Pope declared a holy war against the lost to take that authority. I fought in it, Leonard said, as a very young man who had just become a holy arbiter, exactly as you are now, and we were slaughtered. The lost were stronger, and behind them stood the entire Holy Tower theocracy, and behind us stood nobody. And then Alden Varick proposed something that came very close to heresy. Now is not the time to dwell on whether our faith is devout or whether the holy light is pure. We should embrace more of those who have strayed from other paths and guide them onto the path of glory. Take transcendence of other paths. Give them glory as a second path, and he demonstrated it personally. He walked the path of the Supreme and used the right of domination to bring the holy light under command and pulled a raw, nearly destructive power out of it that nobody had seen before. He succeeded. The Holy Court followed his example and opened glory knowledge to a great many non-hostile heretics. Combat strength went up like a tide, and they won the war and took religious authority in the empire away from the lost. Then came the bill. The pure faction held that a victory won with borrowed means defiled glory itself. The worldly faction held that dual paths were the future. The most extreme of the pure ones broke away entirely, and that fracture is the pure order that still exists today. And worse, the Supreme took an interest because domination is theirs, and Alden had reached into it. So they made an offer. Hand over Alden, and we will recognize the Holy Court standing in the empire and rule alongside you. You take faith, we take the world. This has nothing to do with moral or religious choices, Leonard said, and he said it without any particular bitterness, which was somehow worse. It was purely an exchange of interests. The Holy Court took the deal, and since that day, the name Alden Varick has been taboo. After they lost him, the church became a target for the pure order and for every surviving heretic with a grudge. His successor, Bishop Cedric, was prepared to burn himself down to hold it together, but human talent is ultimately limited. Now Bishop Cedric has reached his end. Then Leonard looked directly at me. You are very similar to Bishop Alden Varick. You are both clerics who came up as priests, and Alden, like you, gained the favor of a sacred beast during the second path. I have high hopes for you, as long as you do not go down the wrong path. Yes, my lord, I said. I understand. Here is what I actually understood, sitting in that chair with a dark red haze on my spirituality and 52 resistance, holding my face still. My surname is Hawthorne, and I had already walked the wrong path, months ago. Not by borrowing a second legal path the way Alden did, but by taking a ninth path that does not exist on this continent and building my entire career on top of it. Kai Shen Yu understands something else too. He has never been a son of radiance. The correct term would be the forbidden child. I got more out of that interrogation than Leonard got out of me, and it was not close. Without that conversation, there is no route by which I ever learn about Alden Varick, and Alden Varick is the first solid thread I have found leading to my own talent, the forsaken one, the empty talent, the one that only marks an orphan. I also got Bishop Cedric, and I knew something about Cedric that Leonard did not. In my previous life, the old bishop died mysteriously during the Judgment War, and by the time the closed beta opened, Leonard, Julian, Pamir, and Connor had all been transferred somewhere else, and the holy arbiter posts in this city were filled, for years, by players. Because if you have an immortal fourth calamity available, you send them into judgments of heresy, and you stop spending real clerics. Then Leonard gave me an order I did not expect. I want you to keep your relationship with the sacred beast secret. I do not want anyone outside the holy arbiters of Sina City to know. Does that not violate the ordinances? I asked. It does. We cannot worry about that now. The old man was hiding me from his own holy court, which suited me so perfectly that I had to be careful about my face. And then he hit me with the last of it. From now on, I will devote all the resources of the Sina City Church to your development. Kai Shen, When you reach my level and formally advance to the fourfold path of glory, I will hand you my position. Because we do not have much time left, he did not explain what that meant. I have not stopped thinking about it since. I did not immediately start demanding resources because resource support should be a gradual process, and a man who grabs with both hands gets remembered as a man who grabs. I asked for one thing, a silver key for the silver gate for the triple path. He seemed almost disappointed by how small the request was and threw in 2 tier 1 spirituality crystals. 4 of 5, 5 of 5. Skill and art slots now at their maximum of 18. Promotion quest, praise of peace, dangerous. Level 20 and above, second path and above. Objective 1. Fight a hostile non-glory transcendent of the fourfold path and survive at least 5 minutes. Objective 2. Total attributes above 90. Mine were 98. Already done. Reward, 10,300 experience, 3 skill slots, 10 skill points. Read Objective 1 again, because I did, 4 times. It does not say defeat. It does not say alone. I can bring friends. I only have to still be standing after 5 minutes. The problem is the shopping list. Hostile, non-glory, fourfold path. Inside Sina City, there is exactly one obvious candidate. Shadow of Slaughter, Crimson Lotus, Fourfold Path, Thorns of Blood. And in my current hollowed-out state, 5 minutes against him is not a plan. It is an obituary, and my puppet does not recharge for a week. Lyra came in through my window 3 nights later, popped the latch from the inside with a strip of blue ribbon, and went down on one knee on my floor. Reese's parchment journal and the goods Omar embezzled have both been recovered. The notebook, and about 10,000 gold, and standing there looking at both of those things on my table, the shape of something assembled itself. Hadrian is also a fourfold path, Hadrian and Shadow of Slaughter. It seems they both have some value to be extracted. And the deception side of it was even simpler, because Leonard is glory at the fourfold path with enormous divinity, and he read me and found nothing. An erudition omniscient is going to have far less divinity than that. The notebook itself was purple parchment with the name Reese on the cover in old script with a dark red sheen to it, and the edges were burned. It had been through a fire and come out. I opened it, and the forbidden knowledge in it hit me in the front of the skull. Divinity required, 14. Mine, 18. Exemption successful. And with the resistance I was carrying that week, mental pollution barely registered. There are only 2 things written in that book. Black Devouring Rune, a branch of runecraft with incomparably greater destructive force, at a price. The creations it makes have very short lives. At the end, the rune eats them, and what stands back up is a black devouring creature with its own life and its own instinct, which is destruction. Bone Rot Alchemy, a branch of alchemy whose raw material is the bones of transcendence. If somebody has plentiful materials and no regard for ethics whatsoever, the knowledge in that book is extremely dangerous, so I tore several key pages out of it. Without those pages, the notebook cannot deliver a tenth of what it promises, and the only person alive who has read the whole thing is me. A controllable threat is a reliable force. An uncontrollable one is just weather. Hadrian was delighted. I did not expect you to complete my request so quickly. He took the notebook, and I watched him start to open it 3 separate times and stop himself because there was a guest in the room. His purpose was indeed not simply worry about forbidden knowledge spreading. Does he want to touch the forbidden himself? Then the web came down again. Have you ever tried to flip through and browse this journal? I had the sentence ready before I walked in the building. I did not attempt that, Lord Hadrian. I know it is taboo, and as a cleric it is impossible for me to attempt to circumvent such taboos. Flat as water. The web came off. The reward came in on a puppet. 3 rune pendants, each holding a second-rank magic puppet core, which is considerably more valuable than any blue rare equipment. Red summons a flame magic puppet. Fire. Enormous destructive output. Green summons a life magic puppet, a field that shields allies in radius and heals them slowly. Blue summons a totem at intervals which taunts and hands out random buffs to allies and random debuffs to enemies. I took blue. I thought a priest would choose the more vibrant green, Hadrian said, mildly surprised. He had not told me which pendant held which core. He assumed I was choosing on instinct. I did originally want the green, I said, but blue suits the Alchemy Academy's style better. He did not consciously register the flattery and became inexplicably pleased anyway, which is how flattery works on clever people. I took my winnings to a coffee house on Triumph Square and ordered a filter coffee, which in this world is an eccentric thing to order, and I do not care. Hidden quest completed. Forbidden notes. 3,100 experience. 2 attribute points. But the third link of the chain did not open. Instead, I got this. Omniscient Hadrian acquires Reese's notebook. The unseen impact is unfolding. That message appears when a player completes an objective by a method the objective did not anticipate. My approach had once again successfully overheated the panel's processor. I had also left a mist shadow in his study on the way in, so I sat with a coffee and watched through it. He locked his door, took the notebook, opened it, and went rigid. His back arched, his eyes rolled, and something went through him like current for several seconds and then released him. That is mental pollution, and you only take it if you are short on divinity. The esteemed fourfold path. Omniscient does not even have 14 points of divinity. Delicious. Then he clapped his hands, took rune equipment out of a wall cabinet, put it on specifically to raise his divinity, sat down, and read properly, with an expression on his face that I recognized because it is the expression of a man who has been waiting a very long time. And slowly, page by page, that expression curdled. Something feels off. Something is missing. How can this page still be gathering materials, and the next page is already drawing a black devouring rune? He will work out the notebook was gutted. He cannot suspect me, because he ran his own web over me twice and got nothing, so he will suspect the previous owner, and through Zeal's friends, and their associates. And I had already decided who those associates were going to turn out to be. Shadow of Slaughter. Thorns of Blood. To make two powers like that hostile to each other, all you need is a trigger. That night I locked my room, pushed the bed against the wall to clear the floor, and called both of them in. With Omar's soul recovered, the ring held 1 triple path soul and 5 second path souls. The 5 went to Garm. The howl he made was not a wolf noise. His shadow body swelled and took all 5 at once, and dark red fog thickened around him into a cocoon, and inside the cocoon something kept howling. Claws came through it from the inside. Nightmare wolf, the superior race above the shadow-eating wolf. The patterns on him were not dark red anymore. They were violet, close to the color of the abyss itself. His eyes had gone from clean gold to gold with dark red and a ghost green under it. He was twice the size, and the half of him that used to be mist was now all of him. The pressure coming off my own contracted beast made me flinch. Nightmare Wolfgarm, level 26, threat, twisted, health 320, physical attack 42, constitution 32, new innate, nightmare. He hunts creatures of fear, and he can enter a target's body completely in nightmare form, generating continuous nightmares and terror, and while in that form, he is immune to purify and dispel. He kept shadow-eating and devour the abyss, and his glory form improved too. Holy Light Shield went from 30% of maximum health to 50. The Holy Flame damage bonus went from 10% to 20. Twisted is, roughly, an ordinary triple path transcendent. With a nightmare wolf and a mist-hidden raven behind me, my combined strength now puts most triple paths into despair. Then I gave Stero's soul to the raven. Ming'an swelled, the room drowned in black fog, and the soul came apart and went into him, and inside the fog something beat like a heart for a long time. He did not ascend. Still twisted, not mad calamity. He did get better. Threat level up to twisted plus, level ceiling up to 40, and he came out at 31 from 23, with everything up across the board, which taught me the rule. To push that bird over the line, I need a minimum of 2 triple path souls. Let us stop here for now. 3 days later, I went to the Vanilla Market, which is the biggest market in Sina City, at 10 in the morning, when it is at its worst. Long rows of stalls from before dawn, traders shouting themselves hoarse, buyers arguing until their faces go red, ordinary human noise in every direction, and on the busiest corner of the busiest crossing, there is a shop that is not closed for the day. It has never opened, not once. There is dust on the sill and a lock on the door, and thousands of people walk past it every morning, and not one of them will ever spend 30 seconds thinking about it. That is a Thorns of Blood post. Inside, on a plain couch, a thin pale man with long hair opened his eyes. Two-faced puppet, the Lord's two-faced puppet. I sensed it. The aura of the two-faced puppet. Shadow of Slaughter, Malak, one of the strongest fighters that organization has in this city, and the owner of the slum stronghold I took apart. He turned into gray mist, went out through the gap under his own door, and drifted into the market. And nobody noticed that something extremely dangerous had just passed them on its way to work. At the crossing he stopped and looked up because the aura of his Lord's divine object was directly above him. Clear sky. Birds. Then he looked along the eaves and found the two-faced puppet sitting perfectly still on the roof of a 3-story villa. He went for it, and the puppet jumped off the roof and ran into the thickest part of the crowd. The two-faced puppet is alive? He lost about a second to that, and then his face went dark red and he went after the trail of spirituality. He is fast. He closed the gap over and over, and every single time he almost had it, it went into the crowd and was gone. For the record, the puppet was not alive. There was a white cat carrying it, and after that a raven wearing fog, and both of them had instructions. They walked him out of the Vanilla Market by the outer streets and back toward Triumph Square, breaking contact at the exact moment of capture every time until Shadow of Slaughter had stopped thinking clearly. Then the aura went out entirely, and while he was standing in the street with nothing, a wolf walked across the end of it, not the same coat, Everything else identical to the beast his lord had seen twice, through the eyes of two dead men in a border town. He went after the wolf. The wolf turned a corner and was not there. And then the puppet's aura came back on, 3 streets over, and he followed it, and 3 corners later, it walked him directly up to the obelisk of the Alchemy Academy. He went cold and stopped moving. That building is a mortal enemy of the Crimson Lotus and holds at minimum 5 transcendents of his own fourfold path. He would never in his life have gone within 4 streets of it voluntarily. So he backed off, and he took a conclusion away with him, which was the entire point of the exercise. The Alchemy Academy has the two-faced puppet, and his plan for that was to grab a couple of stray scholars and ask them about it. Ming-An brought the puppet back and dropped it on my shoulder. I also learned something useful that morning. Nobody sensed that thing except him. The aura is only readable by someone bound in spirituality to the Lord of Blood sacrifice, which makes the two-faced puppet a personal snare with one man's name on it. Hadrian spent 4 days chewing on an incomplete notebook. I watched him through the mist shadow in his study. He assembled the theory out of fragments, ran into a hole, backed up, tried a different order, and ran into the same hole, and eventually sat there with both hands in his hair. I sat in my hotel room counting off the days and thinking, any moment now, and then it all went exactly the way I had drawn it. Malak grabbed 2 scholars off a side street. An alchemist named Raoul happened to see it and ran to Hadrian in a panic. As a believer in truth, Hadrian told him, you must understand that you should not panic. Then he agreed to go himself, and once he was alone, he talked himself the rest of the way there without any help from me at all. The Crimson Lotus is taking our people, and taking them now. Are these the remnants of Zeal's group? Kai Shen passed my examination. He is clean. But being clean does not mean he did not bring a tale with him. Perhaps the missing pages went to that cultist. Perhaps Reese's notebook is a trap laid by the hidden omniscient in the first place. And then, with real contempt, whether it is a fragment of a manuscript or breaking an enemy's trap and recovering colleagues, I can do all of that. I lay in a hotel bed watching both of my enemies walk toward each other. What blockbuster of the year is that? And since what I needed most in the world at that moment was a fight between 2 fourfold path transcendents that I could stand near, I went and joined in. I made sure Hadrian ran into me on the road. He was polite about it. We are in a hurry. One of our scholars has been abducted. Please allow me to join your operation, I said. As a holy arbiter, judging heretics is my duty. He opened the perception web for half a second and shut it again. Nothing. 52 resistance is a wonderful thing. Very well, he said. But remember, if you hold us back, the people of the Alchemy Academy will not be there to save you. The alley they were using sits close to Triumph Square, and it used to be a busy corner of the old city until several decades ago, plague went through it in a single week. The law hall and the church both suspected something supernatural, and neither found a trace. The survivors left. The quarter died. People have moved back in since because it is cheap, and soot on the walls and an open drain are things you can live with when the rent is nothing. Slightly better than the slums. Only slightly. Hadrian opened his perception with visible distaste. Found it. Inside, Malak was sitting on a chair at the far end of a low room, and he had locked the 2 scholars up and had not even started on them yet. Little mice, he said, lifting his head. The rats from the Alchemy Academy have come after us. He sent a body destroyer named Kalen to gather the blood disciples and took 2 twisted black daggers down off a hook. Kalen was a shadow with 4 arms and a lower body made of dense centipede legs. And under his breath, Malak said the sentence I had spent a week building for him. Their reaction was far too swift. As expected, it is related to the Alchemy Academy, swallowed whole. Hadrian took the doors off with a 3rd-rank puppet called Number 16, Battering Ram, a round headless body, which nevertheless tracked its enemy perfectly, and 2 ring-shaped metal rams thicker than a man, covered in rune work. Kalen cut a line in the ground with a blade and told us to leave. 4 arms, 2 long cleavers, a poisoned dagger trailing green haze, and a staff wrapped in serpent scale with living eyes and a flickering tongue. He put everything he had into that puppet. After images of cleavers, poison fog, spheres of destructive light off the staff, the plating dented. Inside battering ram, the axles simply spun faster. Then the puppet spread its supports, drew 1 arm back to full extension, and killed a triple path transcendent with a single charged blow. I knew Kalen was going to die. I did not think it would take 4 seconds. And when I looked properly at the puppet afterward, its threat level read, Mad Calamity. An ordinary 3rd-rank construct sits between Twisted and Twisted Plus. Which is when I understood that I had been badly underestimating the fourfold path. Not the men. The gap. I was also quietly annoyed that I had not been fast enough to steal the last hit. Then the Academy's alchemists and rune mages let their own creations off the leash and swept the blood disciples back into the building, and the survivors ran for the deep end, because only Lord Malak could turn this around. Boring, said Hadrian, who had decided Kalen was the main event. and then gray haze started coming out of the cracks in the walls, out of the broken pipes, up out of the drain, and every cultist corpse in that alley began giving off a dark red mist. Shadow of Slaughter is a hidden class of the Crimson Lotus that only unlocks at the Fourfold Path. The Fourfold is the first step where hidden classes exist at all, which my old guild established the hard way across a great many accounts. To open it, you must satisfy 2 conditions at once: hold flesh sacrifice and flesh stitching, and survive combat below 1% health at least 10 separate times. 10 times. Somebody counted. Its innate skill turns the corpses of transcendence in the area into blood mist and mixes them with his own slaughter haze. And out of that come remains of slaughter, and each one carries half the stats and half the skills of the original. I leaned over to Hadrian and gave him one piece of advice, quietly. Recall your mages, keep everyone in one place, because if he left them spread out, they were going to be picked off one at a time by things that used to be their enemies and were now faster than them. He put spirituality into his voice. Everyone, come back to my side. They came, and it saved most of their lives. Out of the haze walked a dozen figures identical to the original in appearance and in spiritual signature, and one of them was actually him, and there was no way to tell which. Promotion quest, praise of peace, condition check, survive against Malak for over 5 minutes, countdown, 4:58. Hadrian released 2 more puppets, 7:28. Fortify the city, raise the shields. One unfolded into a ring-shaped steel fortress around our entire group. The other rolled around the outside of it like an enormous shield on its edge, both twisted plus, which told me 2 things: that a fourfold path can only hold a limited number of constructs at once, and that his class is Grand Alchemist. The remains came at the walls with knives, hunting for a seam, and any one of them could kill an ordinary second path in one motion. Battering ram caught one and broke it into pieces, and more were being born out of bone faster than it could work. Stalemate. He could not open the fortress, but he had hostages inside the building, and time was on his side, not ours. So Hadrian put battering ram back into its crystal and took out his last card. I should say what Malak believed at that point, because it is the whole harvest. He had chased a puppet to the academy. He suspected a trap. It was still the only lead he had, and he had not expected that abducting 2 people who were not even transcendents would bring out the Grand Polymath himself. So he drew the only available conclusion: the academy has the puppet and does not know what to do with it. How could they possibly know that a 2-faced puppet is a divine object built to withstand the backlash of flesh and blood? He paid for what came next with 2 of his own blood disciples. They went down so that he could do it, and he did not hesitate, and I do not think he considered it a cost. That is the part about that organization I keep coming back to. Kalen dying meant nothing to him. The blood disciples dying meant nothing. Their bodies were all going to be useful to him anyway. Thorns of Blood does not raise blood disciples. It manufactures them. They take a suitable vessel out of the ordinary population and fuse it with a monster's body or a crystal core, and every one of them carries the thorn brand and stays a slave until they die, unless the brand cracks on its own, which is exactly what happened to a girl who now sleeps on my windowsill in the shape of a cat. What Hadrian took out was a mad calamity rank construct called the Shattered Star Ring, an enormous ring of fire with spines around the inner and outer rims throwing sparks like a welding arc. I recognized it from my old life, which is the only reason I had time to put my fingers in my ears. White light. A sound above the range of hearing. The ground jumped. Every scrap of blood haze in that alley was simply erased, and every remains of slaughter went to dust along with the corpses they had been made from, which meant no more could be built. The cost is that the ring goes into a broken state for a week, and there is exactly 1 shot, which is why Hadrian waited until every shadow was inside the radius, and why he shaped the zone by hand, so it stopped short of the room with the prisoners in it. Malak went out through a wall with half his surviving blood disciples. We found the scholars in an enormous birdcage with sacks over their heads, frightened, scraped up, otherwise fine. Nobody had gotten around to questioning them. From that day, the Alchemy Academy and Thorns of Blood are formally at war. Malak is now certain the Academy has his lord's divine object. Hadrian is now certain the missing pages of Reese's notebook are with the cultists, and he will not let it go. Kai Shen no longer needs to provide any further guidance. As for me, I did not land a single blow. Hadrian did over 90% of the damage. I stood inside a steel fortress and let a fourfold path carry me on his back. I collected a large amount of free assist experience at 20% of base with no level bonus, which is nothing each and considerable in bulk when there are that many bodies. And more importantly, I did not cast one single holy art in front of Thorns of Blood. They still do not know a priest is involved in any of this. I suddenly understood the benefits of following the right big shot. Afterward, Hadrian called me in and asked, with no web and no games, who the Crimson Lotus are in this city. I gave him 4. The Beast Senpai Society, the largest by a distance. though as you know they are a rather different sort of thing. The Torch Party, extremists, mass attacks in public places, cursed torches, the single largest target the Arbiters have, thorns of blood, true believers in the throne of destruction, blood magic, flesh sacrifice, and the Nirvana exalted ones, the quietest of them, who study how to die and be reborn, and who have never done anything large enough to be worth anyone's attention. Hadrian put his head in his hands. Thorns of blood, the exalted ones, exactly the two I wanted. I have already taken up too much of your time, my lord. I will also find time, he said, to report your assistance to your church, so I got paid in reputation as well. Meanwhile, in the slums, Malik was reporting to his lord through a crystal sphere. I found it. I found the two-faced puppet, right here in Sina City, at the Alchemy Academy of the Erudition Path. The false trail went all the way to the top of that organization, and nobody along the way ever doubted it, because every single one of them had watched a piece of it happen with their own eyes. Promotion quest completed. Praise of peace. You successfully withstood the onslaught of a formidable fourfold path opponent for over 5 minutes. 10,300 experience. 3 skill slots. 10 skill points. 4th time in the sea of spirituality, and this time it was calm and solemn and gold. Glory ran along the Milky Way in ribbons, and from a long way off I could hear a hymn. The stairs went up toward the sound. The silver gate is silver white light, and on either side of it stand statues of angelic women. One plays a harp and one sings, and they are the source of the hymn, and the carving is so good that I kept expecting the wings to open. There had been nothing like that at the Bronze Gate. Key into the lock, spirituality ascension, triple path, level cap raised to 30, radiance inscription to level 3, holy light affinity to 2, advent of the holy abyss to level 2, holy domain, which lets me attempt to create domain type skills, divine prayer, which lets me alter the text of a prayer within limits, which is a smaller sentence than it sounds, and I will be using it later. Divine proselytizing, the right to preach and to slowly convert the faith of a congregation into points of divinity. 2 talents. Radiant Blesser, Divinity, +10, Wisdom +5, Perception +5. Devout Praiser, Glory Skill Effect +30%, Glory Mana Cost -30%. The statues stopped playing, bowed, and gestured me through. Behind the gate was a silver palace with enormous things circling it out in the deep water of that sea. 3 silver pillars this time, an altar of holy flame. High Priest of Sacrificial Fire, which turns a support into magic damage specialized in holy fire. A sword crossed with a scepter. High Priest of Judgment, Generalist, leaning toward physical damage, keeping the support. A hand holding light. High Priest of Enlightenment, the absolute support, which magnifies allies enormously and leaves almost nothing for yourself. I took Judgment, and there were 2 reasons. The first is Lord of Lightwings. That is the 7-fold path class at the end of the priest branch. It was my class in the old life, and the community generally agreed it was the strongest thing in the mid and late game, and it requires High Priest of Judgment as a mandatory step. I am not going to spend a life walking to a door I already know is locked. The second is that I am a veteran in a beginner's body. I need to be a generalist because everything I actually know how to do comes from 4 years of doing all of it. Support skills I can buy back later with scrolls and teachers. High Priest of Judgment, level 1, inheriting to 20. Consecrated Priest lost. Judgment Blesser, Strength +5, Wisdom +5, and 10% more damage against enemies of another path. Hand of Judgment, a judgment state for 300 seconds on a 12-hour cooldown, having every glory cooldown, cutting mana costs by a 5th, and raising skill effect by a 5th. Then the palace cracked, and the whole sea cracked behind it, and the stars fell sideways, and something threw me out. The panel afterward did not look like the same document. Kai Shen Yu, level 20. Elite NPC, which is a promotion from normal and which I did not ask for. Health 540. Mana 155. Constitution 36. Divinity 31. Radiance, triple. Abyss, double. High Priest of Judgment at 20. Abyss Gazer at 10. 12 talents, 2 of them special, 1 of them legendary and unique. Luck, 1. Some things do not change. You are walking on a path unlike any other, one filled with chaos. Yes, thank you. I noticed. I had almost 20,000 experience banked and a great many empty slots, so I went shopping in my own head. One useful side effect of the triple path, my spirituality flow is stable enough now that a failing scroll can be held for an extra second and thrown out the window before it goes off. My room survived the entire evening. Radiance inscription plus judgment, blesser plus holy light, affinity, double stake because I am now inhumanly rich. Golden meteor, a shooting star that purifies sin, born from the sinful. A meteor shower across an area, 600% physical plus 600% magic as continuous damage. While it falls, I cannot move and cannot cast. Radiance Inscription plus Judgment Blesser plus Holy Domain. Divine Light Rhythm. Waves rolling outward from me as the center, 200% magic attack to everything around, plus knockback and stun. 4 scrolls for those two. 2 failures, 2 successes. That is a good night. Then, Radiance Inscription plus Abyssal Beast Summoning plus Holy Light Affinity to do for the Raven what I had already done for the Wolf. Burning Feather Raven. The Mist Hidden Raven summon is replaced. Hidden Mist becomes Burning Feather. All of his Dark Erosion damage converts to Holy Light and applies a burning effect that cannot be removed. His clones become Fire Feathers, up to 175 of them, so now I can walk the bird out in daylight too. And then the last scroll, Radiance Inscription plus Soul Manipulator plus Divine Proselytizing. The panel stopped for a very long time. Frantic Piety, Glory, Limited, Level 1. Madness is the only end of piety. Usable only on enemies of fewer paths than me, or equal paths who are gravely wounded or dying. The check is my divinity against the sum of the target's divinity and resistance. If I win the check, the target is converted permanently into my frantic believer. The state cannot be purified and cannot be dispelled. 6-hour cooldown. Holy shit. What the hell did I just make? I did not sleep that night, and it was not fear. Frantic piety means I can move enemies onto my side, including the ones I have been reluctant to kill because they carry something rare that dies with them. Those do not have to die anymore. They can be re-educated, which means this may be the key opportunity to build a force that is independent of the Holy Court. And it stacks with Divine Proselytizing, which is the piece nobody outside the path understands. When you convert a believer, glory does not only pay you divinity, it pays hidden blessings, raised caps on talents and skills, status buffs, direct divine assistance in specific situations, the size of the payment scales with the spiritual potential of the person you convert, which means converting ordinary people is close to worthless. To get paid, you convert transcendence of other paths. In my old life, this was a well-known scheme. Glory players called it the invite code. Drag another player onto your path, and you personally collect divinity and a blessing from Lumina, and if that player later leaves for another path, the reward is taken back off you. Frantic piety is the same mechanism, applied by force, with no path back out, many times more stable than a player invitation. I lay there in the dark doing sums about how many transcendents there are in this city, and at some point I noticed what I was doing, and I did not stop. In the morning, a white cat knocked on my window with one paw. I had never actually let her finish the report about Omar's cash. I asked lazily, half reading, expecting a few hundred gold, because Kutu veterans historically convert their savings into drink, gambling, and company. 11,373 gold coins, Lord. I nearly put coffee on my own floor. How many? She repeated it without any change of expression, which I have come to understand is her version of enjoying herself. And the shock was not about Omar. It was about Jafar Montalvo. That is the heir of a Golden Kingdom merchant house who, if his trading fails, goes home to inherit several billion. A man was skimming 11,000 gold off him and Jafar never noticed. What exactly is he doing as a merchant? Are they directly selling money? How much has he been robbed of? Part of it, admittedly, was not Omar's. Lyra went into Zeal's den for a notebook and came out with the den. I kept my face flat, which confused her because she had expected delight. Meanwhile, I was doing the actual arithmetic. An arbiter's wage is 50 a week now. A blue rare weapon after brutal haggling is 60. 13,000 buys 1 or 2 epic grade sets from Kyle, or a house on Triumph Square. That is spending. I needed to invest. Then she added the piece that decided it. A large part of the total is Golden Kingdom trade notes, which do not circulate in the Empire, which reframed the whole thing because trade notes can be deposited in a Golden Kingdom bank operating inside Imperial territory at extremely generous interest without ever needing to be laundered. Split the coin from the notes, I told her. Take the notes and the Montalvo crest to the Golden Kingdom bank in the Songyuan capital. Open an account in your own name and deposit them. A Montalvo man will meet you. The crest is all he needs to see. And I gave her discretionary authority over a small portion of it, which surprised her more than the money had. She left me 13 platinum coins, 1,300 gold. She had re-hidden the rest because one woman cannot carry 11,000 gold coins across a country. And the reason I want a treasury at all connects directly to the thing I had been awake all night thinking about. Fanatics are perfectly loyal and completely free of charge, right up until you have to feed them, arm them, move them, and buy things on their behalf from people who do not accept faith as currency. 2 days of watching. Hadrian and Malik both sat still. The only movement was Malik reporting the puppet to his lord, and the lord of blood sacrifice kept insisting, stubbornly, that the thief had been a priest and not a mage. Malik held his ground, and the lord eventually gave way, while instructing him to keep an eye out for a consecrated priest who might be lurking around the academy. However, I am no longer a consecrated priest. You would not believe it, but I have been promoted. In Leonard's office, his daughter Evelyn was working the knots out of her father's shoulders, and when she saw me, she flew out the door like a sparrow leaving a hedge. My daughter, said Leonard, apologetically. Little Evelyn, I do not think I have mentioned her. You have not, my lord. I have officially been promoted to Transcendent of the Glory Triple Path, and I let go of the spirituality I had been holding down. It went across that room like a door opening onto weather. Leonard's pupils shrank, and his pen came out of his hand and landed on the desk. 1 month. That is how long it had been since I became Second Path and joined the Arbiters. In that month, I went from second to triple. In the history of the Glory Path, the number of people who have risen that fast can be counted on 2 hands. There is a word for it, and Leonard used it. Miracle. He had issued the key himself, but everybody takes the key and keeps it in a drawer for a year or two, the way you keep a good bottle. This one opened the door with it the same week. He steadied himself with a calming holy art and started amending my file out loud. Wage from 20 to 50 gold a week, the base rate for a triple path. Sacrificial fire, judgment, or enlightenment. I am now the high priest of judgment. And I watched him relax visibly, because that is the branch a holy arbiter is supposed to choose. Julian is purgation, I am judgment, and a holy knight becomes a condemned paladin, and that whole line is the only one in the path that pays extra damage against other paths. Promotion to holy arbiter, equivalent in standing to an assistant priest, with authority equal to Julian's. I could stay in his squad or assemble my own. I stayed with Julian and asked for something else. The right to conduct judgments of heresy, alone. You mean you, said Leonard. Alone? And then he told me the truth instead of the policy, which is why I like him. There is no precedent for a priest arbiter operating alone, and the ones who have been forced into being lone wolves, for whatever reason, almost without exception, died. So I started praying, in words he could not identify, and no hostility in any of it, which is the only reason he let me finish. The temperature in the room climbed. What did you do? He said. A golden raven opened its wings on my forearm, feathers burning with pure holy flame, pupils drowned in gold, heat coming off it in slow waves. This is the second sacred beast I encountered inside the Silver Gate, I said. I have also established a contract with it. Here is the cold logic behind that moment. My resistance was at its peak, and I had 1 day left before the puppet reset it, which meant every lie I would ever need to tell this man had to be told now, in one sitting, while I was unreadable. So I told all of them at once. A second sacred beast before the fourfold path has never happened in the recorded history of the Glory Path. Leonard's considered response, after a long silence, was a single syllable, ah. Sacred beasts are graded on the same scale as monsters with different words on it. Threat level twisted corresponds to the rank radiant. Above that is glimmer, and below it, auspicious. He looked at my raven for a long time. It is a beast of radiant, he said, but it surpasses radiant and is approaching auspicious. His own sunfire has never left glimmer. In terms of contracted sacred beasts, he said, you have far surpassed me, which shows that my own potential in glory really has reached its limit. And then, because he is who he is, he found a way to convert that into pride within about 4 seconds. You may be a genius unlike any in our generation or in the entire history of glory. You will certainly accomplish something that changes the laws themselves. The ruling, full solo operations, no. Against heretics of the triple path and below, yes, alone, with a report afterward. With a radiant raven, a glimmer wolf and the judgment class, I am a squad. Afterward, alone, he sat down heavily in his chair. I never expected this. Kai Shen Alaric. How could someone like that appear in our church? This must be Lumina's blessing. And then a thought crossed his mind that he would have flogged a junior priest for having. He might even be Lumina's illegitimate son, or the reincarnation of his will. I did not go there to show off. I went there to buy one permission, and the permission is worth more than everything else in the conversation. Working alone means I never have to hold back. It means the frantic believers I intend to make can operate on my missions without a single person asking who they are. And it means every result gets recorded entirely under my name and handed to the church. As a player, I harvest experience like a vegetable bed. As an arbiter, I accumulate merit. This is a win-win situation, which in this case refers to Kai Shen winning twice in a row. Mir opened his door, saw who it was, and his face fell off. Tsk. Why is it you? I need to explain his month because it is genuinely tragic. He has never stopped regretting selling me that scythe at 60. He sold it at cost because a customer finally understood the work. That was his only sale in almost a month. A respected runesmith of the erudition triple path spent 4 weeks eating dirt and drinking the northwest wind, and the only reason he survived is that he owns his shop instead of renting it. For nearly a month, the pain of poverty gave Mir the illusion that he had become a believer of the Kutu path. I am just an ordinary customer. You said that last time, he said. I am not letting you slip through my fingers again. Downstairs, among stock that is immaculately maintained in a shop that is not, there was something new. Ghost face scale armor, blue rare, plus. Light armor with a ghost's face worked into it, made from the scales of a ghost face king serpent, a mad calamity monster, and a distant relation of dragons. Large bonus to constitution and resistance, and it inherits some of the serpent's abilities. Unfinished. No runes on it yet. Mir warmed up for the sale. Hundreds of scales go into one of these. Grey adventurers from the guild left most of their health in that hunt. In all of Sina City, I am the only one who can work this material. 100 gold coins. Cash on delivery. Deal. He was 3 sentences into a prepared argument before his mouth caught up with his ears. What? What did you just say? I told him the price was too modest and offered a platinum coin plus 20 gold, which is 120, on one condition. The runes go on exactly as I specify. Mir agreed, delighted, thinking, how could a glory cleric possibly know anything about runes? He fully intended to listen to me and then do as he pleased. 6 hours later, Mir was lying on his own floor with red threads in both eyes. In those 6 hours, I made him erase and redraw the rune work 8 times, and the patterns were the hardest class of work a senior rune sorcerer of the erudition triple path can execute. Any one of them would normally cost more than the entire premium I had paid, and some of them he had never heard of. The result, instead of 1 rune slot, 2.5, and even the half was filled with a pattern he did not recognize. The armor went from rare quality to master. He described himself afterward as a ruthless tool for drawing runes. He poured in his spirituality and drew for 6 hours without understanding why any of it worked. Mir inexplicably began to question the meaning of life. Here is my side of it. In my old life, I leveled a separate erudition account and pushed it up the rune sorcerer tree for one reason, which is that paying market rate for runes was ruining me. So I know the exploits. Players called it rune slot utilization. You draw as many filled cells as possible in order to squeeze out more slots. In the eyes of players, drawing runes is a variant of Tetris, except the goal is not to clear the blocks. The goal is to fill them. To a scholar of this world, rune chimerism is a hard academic problem that eats careers. To a player, it is a puzzle with a progress bar on it, and the second source was Reese's notebook. Out of Black Devouring Rune, I took one thing called Alienation and Sublimation, a forbidden rune that occupies only half a slot and sacrifices part of an item's bonuses in order to force its quality up a grade and shake loose another slot. Final tally, 3 slots. Ghost Face Scale Armor, purple, Master minus. 25% reduction to all incoming damage except origin damage, Constitution plus 8 after a forced reduction of 5, and resistance the same. King Cobra's Fang, enchants a weapon with venom, adding venomous corrosion and 10% poison damage. King Serpent Scale, immunity to poison, and every 5 minutes a shield worth 10% of maximum health, lasting 5 minutes. King Serpent's Shedding, any single hit above half my maximum health is completely negated, once a day. Ghost Face. Fear. Intelligent creatures of lower rank within 3 meters take light fear. The first master grade item I have ever owned for 120 gold and 1 dwarf's will to live. And now the part that was actually the point. Mir's spirituality was frozen solid for several days. He physically could not forge or draw. That is exactly the state I wanted him in before I opened the real conversation. A master truly lives up to his reputation, I began. Come on, he said, flat on his back on the floor. Spit it out. I would like to purchase 2 treasures from you, the Dragon Flame Magic Sword and the Dragon Breath Scepter. Price is not an issue. He went completely still. Where did you learn about those? I have other dwarf friends, and then he gave me the answer I wanted, which was not yes. This is not about money. Those are sacred artifacts. They are not for sale. That is the rule, because I did not need to buy them today. I needed to confirm that Mir actually has them. Here is what those 2 objects are. Hidden Quest, the Dragon of Yagago. During the Judgment War, an executioner of the Pitch Black Duchy releases the ancient dragon Quisanx onto the battlefield, and that dragon takes the Empire's army apart. But whoever holds both artifacts can reach the ancient dragon's mind, earn its friendship, and turn dragon fire around onto the Pitch Black army instead. That is exactly how the catastrophe was averted in the history I remember. At the decisive moment, Mir produced both relics, befriended a dragon, and ascended into the 5-fold path, hidden class, ancient dragon magic smith. The whole player base talked about it for a month. My objective is to have both relics before the war starts, not as weapons, as a leash. And the fact that these two objects can tame that dragon is known on this entire continent to exactly one person. There is a player wiki entry on Mir, and I helped write it. He was so poor in the early game that the first wave of players bought his rare and uncommon rune gear at a discount and resold it at profit, and there was a term for it. The patterns held. There are secrets he will not sell at any level of need. He mentions the Dragon Flame Magic Sword and the Dragon Breath Scepter only to guests and friends, half boasting. He always refuses to sell, and killing him is useless, because only he knows where they are hidden, and everyone who has tried died in his shop. The legitimate route is friendship, and friendship with that dwarf is bought by spending money in his shop. The trust threshold is over 200 gold, 80 and change for the scythe and the feather, plus 120 for the armor, put me over it, which is why I raised his own price on him. He thought he was being lucky. To unlock the hell difficulty hidden quest for the relics themselves, the number is 3,000 gold and above. In my previous life, exactly one player ever triggered that quest. He failed it, and he never told anybody anything. So from now on, every piece of equipment I buy below the fourfold path comes from Mir, long-term stable investment. And I will never use frantic piety on him. A frantic believer would kill that dwarf's potential and lock me out of the quest permanently. A sane rune master is worth more than several thousand gold coins, and I have to keep reminding myself of that because the temptation is real and it does not go away. Shopping list that day, a mithril ring to replace the bronze one with far more room for souls, a rune storage bracelet, a pocket dimension available from the triple path so I can stop carrying sacks, potions, enhancement stones, and a black vined puppet mask which hides the face and the identity of whoever wears it. 2 platinum coins, over 300 gold spent in that shop in total. At home, I fed the enhancement crystals into the scythe, the staff, and the armlet, so that all 3 met triple path requirements. The puppet came off cooldown, and I paid the pain a second time and pulled all 52 points of resistance back out into free attributes, and then laid myself out properly for fighting instead of for lying. Strength 20, Constitution 36, Agility 15, Wisdom 25, Divinity 31, Perception 10, Resistance 10, Luck 1. 20 strength and 25 wisdom gives 40 physical and 50 magic attack, which is normal triple path damage. The 2 that matter are constitution and divinity, because Ashes of Nirvana runs health into mana and mana back into health, and the bigger both pools are the harder I am to finish, and there is a reason divinity landed on exactly 31. Page 5 of the Abyssal Scripture requires 30. Kinship Emblem, the superior version of the vassal inscription, which raises Lyra from a marked servant into an actual vassal, a modest increase to her own strength, and considerably more reliable control. I told her it would make her stronger. That part was true. My first hunt in the new class was a torch party camp on a hill outside the city by the river bend. Red tents with braziers burning on the roofs, which is their signature. They believe the fires draw the attention of the throne of destruction and bring down the fire of ruin. Servants of destruction patrolling with cursed torches. I put on the mask, called the wolf and the raven, and walked straight in, no stealth at all. The scythe went into red moon form, the pale blue blade filling with dark red and stretching out into a long phantom edge. I opened with golden meteor. Meteors converged out of the air and drove the patrol into the ground. Divine light rhythm turned around me on a loop, throwing back anything that got close. Ming-On flooded the camp with black fog, and the mist shadows went through the second path torchbearers like acid, and I went through the middle in red moon form with karmic extinguishing demonic flame on the blade and took 2 of them apart myself. It was not a fight, it was a demonstration, and I was the only one watching. In the central divine fire tent, a crimson lotus triple path called Torvin did not react to the noise outside. In the torch party, killing each other is routine. Nearly all of them were violent criminals before they joined, because the fire priests recruit specifically for that. He was mid-ritual when I arrived. He had abducted a minor noble of Sina City, burned his manor, and was completing a burning sacrifice, which is their main method of drawing a spark of destruction out of the throne. The mechanic is the ugly part. Their power grows through their own pain. When he came out of that tent, there was fire coming out of his own wounds, and his eyes had gone from dull yellow to dark red, and the camp was silent, and in the middle of it, there was a figure in a black cloak and a mask holding a dark red scythe. His perception could not get through the mask. All he could establish was that I was triple path, the same as him. Who are you? I did not look at him. I was scanning the camp for survivors, because leaving one is how a node writes a report. That is what made him swing first, and Garm went into him. Nightmare form entered that man's body with no resistance at all, and Torvin stopped moving in the middle of his own attack, and inside his head a voice said, "Abandon destruction. Follow me. Convert to the holy abyss. Serve me as Lord." He broke out of it in a way that tells you everything about that organization. He put his own blade into his own chest. The pain and the burning blood forced his destruction power up and threw the nightmare out. The lesson was clean, and it was the reason I had done it. Frantic piety on a completely healthy triple path is pointless. The resistance is simply too high. But I had cut the recitation off at the preparation stage, so the skill went into a 30-minute penalty cooldown instead of the full 6 hours. That was a planned experiment, and the feedback arrived exactly on schedule. Then we fought properly, which was the second experiment. 20 strength plus the armor plus the scythe put my physical attack over 50. And with the class bonuses on top, I was trading blows with a Crimson Lotus triple path as though I were a warrior of my own path. And I deliberately kept him at around half health, because the Crimson Lotus regenerates, and because a man at half health can still think. I needed him thinking. I was not there to kill Torvin. I watched Torvin work it out in stages, and each stage cost him something. First he identified the holy arts and concluded he was fighting a cleric of glory, and therefore an arbiter. Fine. But an arbiter who brawls should be a priest or a paladin. Then he looked at what was in my hands, and the floor went out from under him. That is not a hammer. That is not a greatsword. That is a staff. The enormous scythe that keeps throwing full weight holy art at him is a staff, and the man holding it is closing distance with it, and when I take a hit, I heal it with my own hand without breaking stride. A flame burner who has been fed a spark of destruction is trading blows with a glory priest and cannot push him back. His only edge was slightly better agility. And every strike he landed came back at him because Broken Thorn reflects a tenth of it. The feeling was like punching a cactus. Leonard used almost exactly the same words in his office. I got that talent out of a corpse in an alley in a town of 4,000 people, and it has now personally annoyed 2 transcendents who could kill me. What the hell? Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, his own blood ritual was billing him. The wounds he had opened to break out of the nightmare were charring at the edges, and I could hear it. And Garm had never stopped. That whole conversation happened while a nightmare wolf was quietly weaving inside his head, and I watched a triple path transcendence morale come apart like wet paper. Flameburner Torvin, I said from behind the mask, you are not bad. Accept my baptism and you will be qualified to serve the holy abyss. Violet haze came up in my left hand. He felt lethal danger arrive and had nowhere to put it because the raven's shadows were already on him, draining, walking his health down into double digits. Then I stopped the bird, because I needed him alive, and raised my palm. Advent of the Holy Abyss. Not for damage. Frantic piety checks my divinity against the sum of the target's divinity and resistance, and Torvin's highest attribute was divinity. An inverted consecrated blessing through the eye dropped it where he stood. And then the prayer, which I had rewritten myself with divine prayer, and which is the single most important thing I have done in this world. This is the grace of the Holy Abyss. This is the mercy of the Asura. You are the sinner who has strayed from the right path. I am the guiding light. Abandon destruction. Follow me. Convert to the holy abyss and worship me as your Lord. The original text says the grace of the holy light and the mercy of Lumina, and take refuge in the holy light and serve him as Lord. Here is what the substitution does, and it is the whole architecture. If I convert people honestly, they believe in Lumina, and I am an intermediary, a pipe. Faith flows past me towards something that has never once looked at me on purpose. Replace the holy light with the holy abyss, and replace Lumina with Asura, and I am no longer the pipe, I am the object. There is a ceiling on it, and I want that on the record because I checked before I built anything on top of it. The holding force scales off my own divinity. If I take more direct believers than I can carry, the conditioning weakens, and what I get is not disobedience, it is a simultaneous mass awakening of everybody I have ever done this to. At the triple path, my estimate is about 10 of equal rank. I have thought about what happens on the day I miscount. I have not stopped thinking about it. From the inside, Torvin told me later, it goes like this. The image he had carried for years, the throne of destruction, pure primordial flame on a throne of red lotus, cracked. Then it flaked. Then it came off in pieces, like a painting behind glass. And in the space where it had been, a dark eye opened, with gold and violet running through it, and everything about it felt sacred and higher and correct, and the impulse that arrived with it was to follow, to serve, to kneel, and underneath all of that, one small persistent feeling that he was forgetting something extremely important. Status, mad believer, stable, permanent. Divinity check passed. Torvin is a mediocre fighter by triple path standards. He is not Simu, and he is not Starro. He is also a genuine triple path transcendent, and he was the first stone. I healed him from dying up to moderately wounded, and he opened his eyes with gold in them. I am Torvin, the flame burner. You are Asura. Yes, I am Asura. I am the Lord of the Holy Abyss. He went down on one knee. I am your faithful servant, Lord. It was you who made me realize the truth. From this day, my life belongs solely to the holy abyss, and my power is at your disposal. And then I gave him his first order, and I gave it deliberately, because I needed to know. This used to be the Torch Party's hideout. Now it is your job to clean it up. He looked at the bodies of the men he had been eating with that morning, with no expression on his face whatsoever. Yes, sir. I will obey your will. That evening he dragged them all into one heap and let his own fire of destruction off the leash, and the camp burned down to the ground while I watched from the tree line. There was a practical reason. Burning transcendent corpses is the reliable way to avoid producing undead, and I have no further use for second path undead. Cena City offers far better experience packs than that. Then I sent Torvin back inside the Torch Party. I am triple path. I do not want attention. What I want from frantic believers, first and above everything else, is placement. An asset inside every heretical organization in this city, so that I know what all of them know, and so that at the correct moment, each of those organizations gets a knife between its own shoulder blades from someone it trusts. I left one of Mingon's mist shadows with him without telling him, which is what you do with an asset you cannot interrogate. And then I went straight out for the second one, to Howling Valley, because there is a bloodthirsty werewolf in the beast cult carrying 2 template talents. The beast cult is barely a sect, it is closer to a species. It was founded by orcs and by fanatical worshippers of the proto-orcs, and it has 2 branches. The savage faction is mostly human, chasing animal strength, convinced the beast is humanity's true ancestor and savagery its original shape. The ones who take the Crimson Lotus become beast tamers and keep supernatural animals, and the extreme end of that faction does things that have earned them the contempt of the entire continent, and I am not going to describe them. The Beast Lord faction is actual half-orcs and considerably quieter. They stay together to keep their race alive, and they assemble war bands for raids into human territory. There are not many in the Empire. Orcs are brutal, and every raid causes a panic. The mouth of the cave was ringed with animal bone, and 2 orc warriors were standing in it with bone knives. Orc warrior is a Crimson Lotus class only available to orcs and half-orcs. It has the best strength to attack conversion in the path, and the price is a slow regression toward the ancestors, and a noticeable drop in intelligence. I took both of them with the scythe without a sound. Garm caught the bodies before they landed, and we put them in the grass. Inside, dripping stalactites, phosphorescent moss, a colony of bloodthirsty bats that Mingon smothered in black fog. Around a fire past the bend, there were a dozen orc warriors and 5 orc berserkers, roasting a piglet stolen out of a village. One of them reached for a leg before his turn, and got the flat of a mithril dagger across the hand. It is not your turn yet, Hood. Next time I will take the hand. Yes, I understand, Brother Ulfric. Ulfric. Crimson Lotus, Triple Path, Class Bloodthirsty 1. A wolf's head, mithril armor, a mithril dagger with a blood channel, and a serrated longsword across his back, which is a mercenary's 2-blade arrangement rather than a cultist's. The class only opens to genuinely non-human races, and it grows through bloodthirst, turning the holder into a weapon with high attack and enormous health. 2 template talents. Crimson Moon Bloodline. At night he becomes a Red Moon werewolf, losing his reason entirely and gaining sharp increases to strength, constitution, and agility. Bloodthirsty Berserker. Blood Frenzy, which restores health and mana when he deals damage with a specific weapon. He trades blood for blood at a profit. In my previous life, Ulfric was one of the most feared early bosses of the Judgment War. He was 4-fold path by then. His Red Moon health approached 5 digits, and he recovered nearly half of it per kill. He never once appeared in daylight, which meant players always fought his best form, and they only put him down by drowning him in bodies. Right now, he is triple path, and the sum of his divinity and his resistance is lower than my divinity by itself, which makes him, technically, a recruitment opportunity. I opened with Golden Meteor onto ground I had already marked, aimed at the Berserkers. Ulfric cut a falling meteor in half with a mithril dagger, pulled the serrated sword, and broke several more with the shockwave. Who is out there? Then Advent of the Holy Abyss, which is level 2 now, which means the mark lands on 3 targets at once instead of 1. 2 berserkers went under corrosive patterning and started drinking spirit blood potions, which slowed the corrosion and did not stop it. Then hunting pace, and I was not where I had been. 2 shots, 2 berserkers with holes in their foreheads. Ulfric could not construct what was happening. The enemy dissolves like a ghost and his men keep dying. 2 more moonblades came in at an angle that should not have existed and took 2 orcs off their feet. Here is a thing worth knowing about orcs. They do not fear dying in a fight. They are terrified of dying strangely, because it reads to them as the ghosts of the people they have killed coming to collect. The second golden meteor came down behind Ulfric, directly onto the last of them, and he did not get turned around in time. In a few minutes his entire band was gone. Who are you? And that time I answered, Asura. You plundered the nearby villages and slaughtered human beings. I am the Asura who judges your sins. He melted the mithril armor into his own body while he ran. Red fur came through the skin. He grew while I watched, and his eyes filled with dark red. Red Moon Werewolf, his strongest form and his least sane one, which he normally hoards. He did not hoard it. His people were dead, so there was nothing left to save it for. We traded. Holy light annihilation one after another, with almost no gap, because Hand of Judgment halves my glory cooldowns, plus Moonblades in between. The wounds closed as fast as I opened them, and he kept coming forward, because everything in him wanted one specific thing, which was my throat, and then something the same size stepped into his path, not one of his kind. A shape like a wolf with hungry gold eyes. The serrated sword went through it and out the other side. Nightmare Wolf turned into black fog and went into his head. Inside was an ocean of dark red, a soul with nothing human in the architecture, chaos, blood, appetite. The nightmare did not find that inconvenient at all. I am not going to describe what Garm showed him. I will tell you the shape of it because the shape is the point. In the nightmare, Ulfric was an ordinary, weak half-orc who could not move, and out of the dark came his own orcs, the ones from the fire, with their bone knives. He woke up in a cold sweat, still in Red Moon form, and said, "What just happened?" and went straight back under. After the second time his reason came back to him, and with it something he had not felt in a very long time, which was fear. Even in that form, the hand holding the knife was shaking. He worked out that the source was the man standing in front of him, and he made himself take one step toward the lamb, and went under a third time. It repeated until his will came apart. The Red Moon form drained out of him, and the body shrank back to its ordinary size. I had stopped attacking entirely on purpose, to let the nightmare work clean and to see exactly what it could do without support. And what it taught me is that for a pack half-orc, the deepest fear available is being killed by his own. I did not invent that. I saw players of the Void Path do it in my old life. I simply remembered. Then I let the Raven drain him. 3,000 plus health down to 2,000, to 1,000, to double digits, with his Crimson Lotus regeneration locked out by Dark Erosion. Only when he was dying did I walk up and put my palm on his forehead and start the prayer, and he asked for it. Help me, please, save me. Because from where he was standing, an end to the nightmare was salvation, and he was not wrong. Mad believer, stable, permanent. Then I healed him back up to moderately wounded, which took a while. He put himself back together out loud, the way they do. I am bloodthirsty werewolf Ulfric. I am Holy Abyss. Ulfric. I am Asura. I am the Lord of the Holy Abyss. And you, answer me, who are you? I am an apostle of the Holy Abyss, he said. Apostle. Then he went down on one knee, which reopened everything I had just closed, and swore something I had not asked for and did not expect. You are the new lord of us half-wolf people. In the name of werewolf chieftain Ulfric, I swear loyalty to you. I and the Ironhide tribe behind me will acknowledge you as our new lord. I checked the panel. Ulfric Ironhide. There is an entire werewolf settlement behind that man, and he is its chieftain. I might have accidentally stirred up a den of werewolves. Nobody in my previous life ever knew that, because nobody ever asked him. They killed him with numbers, at night, in his worst form, and looted the corpse. His first order was the same as Torvin's. Clean the cave. Stay inside the beast cult in your post as war leader. Wait for instructions. His face, looking at his dead orcs, was the same empty face Torvin had, except in his case it was not the conditioning. He was a raiding mercenary, and they were staff. Feelings were surplus long before I arrived, so 2 triple path transcendents recruited in one night, a great deal of gold and a great many potions. Experience, the oath of an entire tribe, thrown in for free. Burning Soul fired twice, for 2 superiors defeated, which is Divinity +1 and Constitution +1, permanently. And I took identifying tokens off both of them, so that in a day or 2 I could report 2 completed judgments of heresy to Leonard, and collect merit points, which convert into scrolls and scriptures out of the Holy Treasury. I am paid twice for the same night's work by 2 organizations that would each execute me for the other one. 2 things bother me, and I have not solved either. Leonard said we do not have much time left, and he is grooming a successor, which means at some point soon I stop having an old man in front of me, and the currents underneath. The Supreme has still sent nothing to the Holy Court about the Corvin affair. The Holy Tower theocracy has not so much as twitched over losing an entire ancient Hermetic Order cell. That is not the end of a storm, that is the beginning of something else. Here is what I know is coming, because I lived through it once from the other side of a screen. The Judgment War starts with the Night of Wailing. In one night, 1 duke, 3 marquises, and more than a dozen counts of this empire have their souls taken. They wail without stopping, and on the 3rd morning, they are found dead with the marks of a voodoo curse on them. That is the Lich Society, out of the Holy Tower theocracy, and then it rolls, the September Plague, the October Famine, the Black Knife Incident, which is a wave of assassinations, the Separatist Bloody Manifesto, the Great Sacrifice at Rolling Stone City, All of it lit at once by two networks that have grown into the body of this empire like root systems, the Holy Tower Theocracy and the Pitch Black Duchy. And when the empire is staggering, the Pitch Black Duchy opens its revenge war. That is the Judgment War, and the empire loses it. It falls, except for one thing. The descendants. They are not summoned by the Nolan Empire, and they are not summoned by any power on this continent. They come from the Ring of Apocalypse, the floating island of the gods. When the most devoted adherents of the Equilibrium Path open a box they should not have opened, and descendants start falling all over the Apocalypse world, onto Fanor, onto the Broken Continent, onto the Storm Continent, like projections dropped in from somewhere further out. Everyone expects saviors. Within about a month, every local power on the continent is treating them as a natural disaster to be kept at arm's length. Which brings me to the countdown that has been sitting in the corner of my vision since my first night in this world. The beta clock is the arrival of the players. I cannot stop it. I do not want to. For me, the appearance of the players is an enormous advantage because only I actually understand what they are, and only I understand how to take that scattered, chaotic, deathless force and forge it into a single sharp edge. The descendants are the one lever that will let me talk as an equal to any giant on this continent. Which gives me under 6 months to become as strong as I can, and to build influence both inside the Holy Court and outside it, so that when they arrive I can receive all of them, the bright ones and the dark ones. In the name of the Church and of the Holy Abyss, we will accept both the light and the darkness in the players' hearts. 2 days. A few more strongholds. 6 frantic believers, which is my minimum viable base. The organization has a working name, Holy Abyss, and I am its original apostle. While I was doing that, Lyra was in the Songyuan capital, and I want to include her day, because I only heard about it afterward, and it is better than mine. She has no legal papers, because papers come from the Law Hall of the Supreme, so she entered the city her own way. Then in the morning, she walked up to the Golden Kingdom Bank, whose facade is faced in actual gold, in human form. Silver gray hair to the shoulders, a doll's face, a layered dress. Please inform Lord Montalvo, she told the doorman. My brother asked me to come and discuss important matters of cooperation. Nobody approaches the Manstons from the street about cooperation. That family stays out of sight and signs anything significant at private vineyards and country houses. The doorman asked her, politely, to identify herself, and she produced the crest. I am Index Alaric. My brother is a close friend of Mr. Jafar Montalvo. That crest is a platinum iris in openwork so fine you can see through it, and it is the personal crest of the family's first heir, and it grants the bearer the highest tier of privilege anywhere the Manstons hold ground. The doorman changed shape and took her upstairs. The main hall of that bank is worth describing because it explained the entire Golden Kingdom to her in about 4 minutes. Hundreds of people with tight faces, all of them watching an enormous pale gold crystal screen. They call it the Golden Window. An erudition invention out of the Gongor Academy, which exchanges information with other branches and updates business intelligence in real time, and it is the single reason the Golden Kingdom holds a monopoly on this continent's financial market. The technology is classified. The prototype sits under that academy behind a dozen sevenfold path Great Guardians, and every power on the continent, the Empire included, has been trying to crack it for years without much success. The screen updated while she stood there, and a wave of celebration went across the hall. Record catch at the port, harvest up 20%, so the famine prophecy need not worry anyone. A new dragon crystal vein in the desert, the Empire increasing its investment in medicine. Then the doorman turned her the other way, to the half of the hall nobody looks at. The men sitting against the wall with their hands in their hair. She has a spirit cat's hearing. One of them had bought dragon crystal on a rumor that the veins were failing. One had just opened a private clinic 3 weeks before the Empire announced state medicine. This is a paradise for the pursuit of profit. It is not, and cannot be, an ideal world that satisfies everyone's desires. At the door she said one thing out loud, to herself. This waiter does not seem like an ordinary waiter. The doorman smiled at her and went back downstairs, and I have thought about that sentence a great deal since. Ricardo Montalvo is a deputy director of that bank. Square face, groomed beard, black suit with gray-blue silk lining, and a glass in his hand that he never puts down, because the glass says something about him that he once said. He had a polite refusal composed before she opened the door, and threw it away when he saw whose crest she was carrying. Then she did something that I still find funny. She told him she could smell fruit in the room, and that her brother always said anyone who loves a rocketeer has excellent taste. She had spotted an open bottle in a cabinet on the way in. She knows nothing about wine. That was her survival strategy for the entire period before she met me, and she is extremely observant. Her cover story was that her brother had been paid in Golden Kingdom trade notes, which barely circulate in the Empire, and that exchanging them at an imperial bank costs nearly 20% in tax. The real reason is that I do not want my money economically fused to this empire. The Montalvo minimum for an investment account is 10,000 notes, roughly 1,000 gold, roughly what a comfortable family earns in a year. We plan to invest all 100,000 of our stored commercial notes, she said. Ricardo stopped turning the glass, and then she gave him my allocation. 2, 3, 5. Magic stone military industry, plague prevention, edible monsters. To his enormous credit, he tried to talk her out of all three. Military magic crystal industry rests on unproven theory, and the new dragon crystal vein will go to workshops, not weapons plants. There has been no major plague in the Empire in over a decade, and talk of a new one is rumor bordering on heresy. And as for edible monsters, he laughed, because most people will never accept monster meat at their table. She did exactly what I told her to do, which was hold the position and look certain, and eventually he gave up and respected her for it. Perhaps you and your brother both have the potential to be true great merchants, he said. Any genuinely groundbreaking investment is, at the beginning, in an area nobody favors. Profit-seeking is a merchant's nature. It should not be his shackles. The bank's own caravan went out to the Wupo grassland and came back 2 days later with 100,000 trade notes, which went into an account under the name Index Alaric. Ricardo negotiated her better terms than I had asked for. Bank-side protection on half the principal, so the worst case is losing half, plus a monthly deposit interest of 0.5%, which is 500 notes, which is 50 gold, calculated separately from any investment return. So on a flat year, doing nothing, that account plus my wage pays me 250 gold a month. That is not a middle-class income. That is the income of a noble house. And now the part I did not put in the letter. Those three unfashionable sectors are direct bets on the Judgment War, the September Plague, and the October Famine in that order. It is the end of August. The first signs of the September Plague are already in the city, and one person on this continent knows what they are. Lyra left that city very pleased with herself, and I know exactly what she was feeling, because it is what everybody feels when they have done a job well for someone frightening. She could feel my trust getting heavier, and she wanted paying for it, not in coin, in a secret, or in freedom, or in more authority. She also noticed, from 400 kilometers away, that I had gotten considerably stronger while she was gone, and she did not like not knowing how. Behind her, at the bank door, Ricardo Montalvo met the doorman. "Have you and that young lady signed a perfect contract?" They talked it over. Ricardo said he had gone along with her nerve and had quietly built her a safety net, so that if it all failed, the family's reputation would take nothing. "It seems you have grown a great deal since being transferred here," said the doorman. "I am very pleased." And Ricardo, tired, said the thing that told me who I had actually been dealing with. "That is because you are not doing your job properly. This sort of contact should have been handled by you, my beloved teacher Alistair, and my respected bank president." The doorman is the president of the Golden Kingdom Bank, and he opened the door for my servant himself and stood at Ricardo's shoulder through the entire negotiation, and neither of them ever intended for her to know. Her instinct was right. That waiter was not an ordinary waiter. In 2 more days, I converted 4 more triple path transcendents, and this time, not only Crimson Lotus, 6 apostles of the Holy Abyss, Torvin Greymane, Crimson Lotus, Flameburner, Ulfric Ironhide, Crimson Lotus, Bloodthirsty One, and a werewolf tribe behind him. The Undertaker, called Grave Whisper, Kutu, Hunting Blade, Alara Rivers, Lost, Nature's Favored, Lena Rivers, Lost, Life Favored, They Are Sisters, and Kaylin Merrick, Void, Dream Stealer. On the 6th one, I felt the conditioning start to thin, and I stopped. Not because I ran out of ambition, because the holding force is my divinity, and I had just watched the edge of my own capacity from the inside, and the failure mode of that particular mistake is 6 triple path transcendents waking up simultaneously in a room with me. There were also, frankly, no more suitable targets around Sina City. Everyone left was either too well defended in divinity and resistance, or too weak to be worth a slot. The accounting for those 2 nights was obscene. Burning Soul fired repeatedly. Agility +2, Perception +2. Divine Proselytizing registered the conversion of 6 triple path transcendents and paid 2 divinity for each of them, 12 points for free, for doing something the Holy Court would burn me for, and then it paid the real dividend. Radiant Proponent, Epic, Divinely Bestowed. My first epic talent, base mana at 5 times divinity, immunity to basic spiritual control, 50% resistance to moderate control, and another 20% to all glory skill effects. My mana went to 480, that is 2 complete rotations back to back, and with Ashes of Nirvana feeding health and mana into each other, my real usable pool is considerably larger than the number on the panel. Lumina paid me an epic talent for building a heresy in his name. I have thought about that a lot, and I still do not have a clean answer, and I have decided that not having one is fine, because here is where I actually am now. In the daytime, I am a holy arbiter of the Holy Court, mild, useful, slightly overachieving, well-liked by an old man who wants to give me his job. At night, I am a Sura of the Holy Abyss, assembling a network that would make the Empire evacuate a city. Kaishen knew that in the near future, he might find himself in a situation where he was fighting against himself. In the morning, I bought 2 more crimson crystals off Sarah and walked to the church, and on the way in, I did something small. The duty priest at the gate greeted me. "May you be forever bathed in holy light, assistant priest." I glanced at his panel for half a second. "May you be forever bathed in holy light, grunt," I said. "May you ascend to holy light priest soon." And I kept walking without looking back. Behind me, according to Connor, who was watching from a window and considered it the funniest thing that happened that week, Grunt stood completely still for several seconds and then started talking to the air. "The new assistant priest, Lord Kai Shen Alaric. He remembers my name. He even knows I am the apprentice priest." I want to be honest about that moment because it is the least honest thing I did all week. I did it in case it was useful. It cost me 1 glance and 4 words, and it built more genuine loyalty in that building than either of my sacred beasts. Outside Leonard's door, I crushed both crystals in my pocket and went in. Leonard was buried in paper. He signs off on every supernatural event in the district, diffuses the emergencies, and issues the writs for judgments of heresy. Watching a fourfold path transcendent do administration at 7 in the morning gave me a thought I did not enjoy. If I really do take his position one day, will I be sitting exactly there? Refuse to be a dog, starting with me. He had good news first. A message had come from the Alchemy Academy. The Grand Polymath had spoken warmly of my assistance in clearing a Thorns of Blood stronghold, and a reward would arrive with my wages. Then I put 6 tokens on his desk out of my storage bracelet. Over the course of 4 days, I said, I executed judgments on 6 medium-sized strongholds: Torch Party, Beast Cult, Assassin's Guild, Primal Sect, Elegy Mask, a Divine Fire Token, a Werewolf Mane, a Shadow Hunter's Dagger, a Natural Spirits Molt. Leonard looked at them for a while. "You are saying you carried out 6 judgments of heresy in 4 days?" "Yes, my lord. It is indeed quite energy-consuming." He opened his mouth and closed it, and what eventually came out was, "Be safe." Then he did the thing I had come for. "I can apply to the church and to the Holy Court on your behalf for 2 holy relics. I asked for divine imprisonment and divine punishment, not because they sound impressive, because with the glory skills I already hold, they open new chains with heavy damage and hard control, and because both of them are prerequisites for unlocking a hidden class at the Fourfold Path, which is 3 years of planning disguised as a shopping list. I also asked for Tier 2 spirituality crystals and blank scrolls. He gave me 5 crystals and 20 scrolls, which is not generous. It is extravagant. The 2 glory relics have to be approved by the Holy Court itself and would follow later. The crystals took my crafting and skill slots from 21 to 26, and then I spent an evening making abyss skills, which I had been putting off for a very long time. The reasoning is simple, and it is about theater. I am the head of an organization called the Holy Abyss, and the only abyss skill I actually own is Eye of the Abyss, which is a control tool. My apostles have never seen their lord use the power he named them after. 20,000 experience, again, gone in one night. I have a reliable income of experience now, because I have the right to hunt alone. Abyssal Engraving plus Dark Erosion Affinity produce Dark Erosion Magic Arrow, 80% of magic and 70% of physical as corrosion damage, and the number of arrows equals my mastery level. It is the Abyss equivalent of Holy Light Annihilation with a short cooldown, which means I can now alternate holy and unholy without a gap. Abyssal Engraving plus Soul Manipulator plus Burning Soul produce Soul Shockwave, a single strike at 300% magic attack, and then periodic waves off the target at 100%, carrying moderate soul stealing and moderate loss. Abyssal Engraving plus Gazing into the Abyss plus Dark Erosion Affinity produced Abyssal Howl. Wide area, 300% of both physical and magic, plus Deep Fear and Deep Soul Seizure. And the last one is the one that matters. Abyssal Engraving plus Dark Erosion Affinity plus Abyssal Beast Summoning. Demon Avatar. I fuse with a contracted beast and become a half-demon. 30% to all of that beast's attributes, a demonic shield worth my entire maximum health, all of my damage converted to Dark Erosion, and 30% more damage, 30% less cooldown, and 30% less mana cost on every abyss skill I own. That is not a skill. That is a second body. And there I had to stop because everything beyond that point requires the triple path of the abyss before the book will open any further. The cat was on my windowsill that night with a report about the bank, and she was pleased with herself, and she had earned it. I told her that since the contract treats the deposit as its own instrument, we would soon be seeing new benefits. And then she asked me a question I had not prepared for. What do you need this money for? As a cleric of the church, it should not be of much use to you. The holy storage hall covers your equipment. Seeking worldly gain runs against the doctrine. Then she said the rest of it, carefully, watching my face. Are you planning something longer? Something that goes beyond the Holy Court? She is very smart, and she is central to everything I intend to do, and I had never actually planned to hide it from her forever. You are very clever, Lyra. I am indeed planning something outside the Holy Court, and I put on the black mask. The moment my face disappeared behind it, I stopped holding my spirituality down. She told me later she could barely breathe. What she understood in that second was that her master was triple path, and she was doing arithmetic while she suffocated, because when I killed Victor and Gareth, I had been a first path apprentice priest. What exactly has happened to my lord in less than 2 months? Lyra, I said, you are my first vassal. I intend to establish a secret assembly outside the Holy Court called the Holy Abyss. You will be the agent of my will inside it, and you will become the faceless one who commands the other shadows. Then I put my palm on her forehead and gave her the kinship emblem. It hurt her. Her head came apart from the inside, and in her consciousness, a dark 7-pointed star burned itself into place. Here is why she specifically, and here is what it actually was. Almost all of Lyra's strength comes from a spirit cat magic core inside her body. That core is why she became extraordinary without ever working for it, and it is also a hard ceiling she was never going to pass. The kinship emblem forces the knowledge and the power of the abyss path into a vassal up to the limit of her current level. It gives her a second path. And the Crimson Lotus accepts the abyss unusually well, because destruction and inhumanity and darkness and evil are not opposites. They fit together. She stopped fighting it and let it in. I will take it all in. I am. Feeling it carefully. Second path, abyss, first level. Secondary profession, abyss attendant, abyssal engraving and dark erosion magic arrow, transferred directly. From that moment, she is the second transcendent on the continent of Fanor to hold the power of the abyss, and the monopoly stays with me, which I told her out loud, because a leash you hide is a leash somebody eventually finds. She tried it. Ghostly violet fire came off her fingertips. This is my new power, and I saw an expression on her face I had never seen there before, which was rapture. She confirmed something to herself in that moment, and she told me about it much later. She had followed me at first because she was made to. But my secrets, she decided, were genuinely worth following. This power cannot be attributed to any of the 8 paths, I told her. Only I truly possess it, control it, and understand it. Prove to me that you are of greater value to me, and I will grant you more. She went down on one knee. I will prove that I am irreplaceable to you, by no means anyone else. So she came up out of the shadows officially. The Faceless One commands the 6 apostles in my place, and her own status as a shadow was erased. There is a reason it had to be her and not one of them. She was never washed with frantic piety. Her mind is entirely her own, her potential is intact, and her fanatical loyalty was produced by giving her something she wanted, which is a more durable material than conditioning. And as my vassal I can, at any moment and at any distance, displace her soul and project my own will into her body, which is possession, and which is one of those sentences I have learned to say to myself plainly rather than dress up. Her one problem is that she is still weak. In my previous life, Index Fuggen, the Night Reaper, reached the 5-fold path and the rank of Zeal. The woman on my windowsill is a chick with unlimited potential. Feeding her into the abyss is the first step of a long program, because she is going to represent the holy abyss everywhere I cannot appear as myself. Tell them, I said, that by whatever means necessary, they are to meet in secret and undetected at the place of agreement tonight. This is the first meeting, and I have an important announcement. And then, because trust is a thing you have to actually hand over, I give you the authority to choose and decide the location of the place of agreement yourself. I took the mask off. This is your next task. As part of the duties of the Faceless One, I want to show you where my 6 apostles were living, because it is the whole shape of what I had built. Torvin had been transferred to a smaller Torch Party stronghold after losing his people. Nobody punished him. He is second in importance there now, and there is not one drop of loyalty to the Crimson Lotus left in him. It is a power he uses. What he serves is the abyss. And unlike Lyra, his faith was hammered in, which is why he will never be given the abyss itself. The shadow of the holy abyss is exactly that, a shadow. He was on his knees in a back room when a voice arrived in his skull. Kneel before me and welcome my agent. A figure condensed out of blue mist in front of him. He did not dare raise his eyes, so all he ever saw were bare feet under a pale blue hem, and all he heard were wind chimes. You are the first shadow of the holy abyss chosen by the Lord. On the outskirts of Sina City, at the ruins of Windstill Village, in the center of those ruins is the desolate church. That is the place of agreement. At midnight, all the shadows will be there. Do not be late, and do not reveal yourselves. Ulfric was in a cave looking at a cold blue moon. The Undertaker was hanging upside down from the rafters of the Assassin's Guild headquarters, stroking a blade, working out how to leave the building without anybody noticing. Alara and Lena, the twin chosen of the mother goddess, on whom the primal sect had built its hopes, held each other and dismissed every holy servant on their sight so that nobody would see them go. And Kalen Merrick was in a clock shop on Triumph Square in a silk top hat and a double-breasted suit with a silver-headed cane, checking the wall clock. It is not too late. It is not too late. Windstill Village is older than Cena City. It is open and flat, and the wind comes off every direction and somehow goes around it, which is where the name comes from. Everything in it is ruins except the church at the center. They call it the Desolate Church. I sat on the bishop's seat, which is cut into the stone, in a wide black cloak with dark violet worked along the edge that catches light from somewhere inside itself, and the black mask. Behind me stood the faceless one with her perception spread out past the walls. They came in one at a time. The Undertaker first, because he has the finest control of any of them and can put out his own presence entirely. My blade will slit the throats of all those who stand in your way. Then Ulfric and Torvin together, and they sized each other up on sight the way two dogs do, and then both of them caught my eye at the same moment and went cold and bowed. Torvin drifted over toward the Undertaker and got one word for his trouble: scrap. He did not answer, and I noted that he did not because he is honest with himself. Of everybody in that room, he is the weakest, and he knows it. Alara came in with white wavy hair and azure trim, and Lena beside her with pale gold hair and turquoise, both in white, holding hands, and they saluted me and did not look at any of the others even once, and Kalen was late. I let 3 minutes pass and then released a wave of spirituality that made every frantic believer in that building put a hand to their head. He has 5 minutes left. He came in at the 3-minute mark and walked into 7 unfriendly stares. You still have a chance to explain, Kalen. Answer me. What is your reason for being late? And he gave a genuinely pathetic answer, which is that he had wanted to present himself properly, the suit, the hat, like a bard invited to a noble feast, like a merchant dressing up for company above his station. The real reason, which he did not say, is that he got lost and mismanaged the walk. That kind of pointlessness is very void, and I am aware of the irony of judging him for it. But being late was the best gift he could have given me, because I had 6 new apostles and no established authority over any of them, and authority does not come from a speech. I have not gathered you at the place of agreement to host a meaningless dinner or a dance. You will be punished by the holy abyss for your negligence. Dark violet flame came out of Kalen's own shadow, and Garm arrived in it. He was terrified, and he did not dodge, and he did not dodge because he knew the price of dodging. He also knew that wolf personally. Before he was washed, that exact animal took him apart single-handed while he was defending his clock shop, because a dream master is countered brutally by a nightmare, and because his class was never built to fight in the first place. He went down on the flagstones and howled and begged. The others watched in complete silence and very seriously because they understood what they were being shown, which was discipline, and a real careful awe started to build in that room. When it had done what I needed it to do, I raised my hand and called the wolf off. This is only a rather mild punishment, Kalen. I do not want to see it happen again. He got up and staggered over to stand near the Undertaker, who did not move away from him, which I also noted. And here's the thing about frantic piety that nobody warns you about. The conditioning does not merely make them obey, it supplies them with the thoughts. Never disobey, never betray. The Lord's will cannot be opposed. They adjust their own behavior toward whatever they believe Asura would consider correct, without being told, continuously, forever. I did not have to build that culture. It grew by itself out of a prayer I edited. Then I gave them the reason they were there. As the original apostles of the Holy Abyss, you all carry my expectations. I guide you away from the wrong path, and I guide you to see the true great power. I want you to prove your worth to me, and now I will give you the chance. Thorns of blood. Behind me, at the shoulder of the bishop's seat, I felt the faceless one's eyes come up, burning, because she had waited a long time to hear that name in that voice. That is my enemy. That is the enemy of the Holy Abyss. Therefore it is your enemy. So I command you. Go and wipe out every Thorns of Blood stronghold inside Triumph Square. And leave traces of your original organizations inside them. I will go with you. I will witness whether you are qualified to serve the Holy Abyss. Let me tell you what that order actually is, because there are 3 separate things in it. Thorns of Blood loses its footprint in the richest quarter of this city. The Torch Party, the Beast Cult, the Assassin's Guild, the Primal Sect, and the Elegy Mask all get credited with doing it, which means 5 heretical organizations spend the next year at war with the syndicate whose lord cannot leave his own cave. And I stand at the back with my hood up and watch 6 triple path transcendents work and find out exactly what I have bought. 4 months ago, I woke up in a stone room in a border town with 50 health, 1 point of luck, and a book that had just tried to eat my mind, and the history of the world said that I died that night, along with everybody I could see out of my window. Dawntown is still called Dawntown. Kyle is still in his forge. My teacher is still in that church, and he is going to get my letter about the city lord, and he is going to read it twice and pour himself something. And tonight, I sat on a bishop's seat in a dead church in a mask and told 7 people to erase the organization that was supposed to erase me. Somewhere far to the west, in a cave under Fafnir City, there is an old man with no face who still cannot leave, and who is still hunting for a 2-faced puppet, and who has now been told by his own best killer that it sits in an alchemy academy on the other side of the country. He has never worked out who took it. He thinks he is looking for a thief. He is looking for the apprentice priest he sent 2 men to kill, and he told that boy his own name first, and the boy has not forgotten 1 syllable of it. Ask me again in 6 months, when the sky opens and the descendants start falling on this continent like rain, and I will tell you what I built out of that.